Yes guys, it's Tom here. I'm a professional FIFA player for XL and I'm here today to teach you how to attack in the 4-4-2. So tip number one is going to be the player lock. We can see in this clip here, I have the ball with my left midfielder and I press L1 to trigger his run. However, I'm not happy with where he's running, so I use the player lock effectively to control my striker. You press the left and right analog stick in at the same time and then press the right stick to who you want to receive the ball with. So now what I want to do with my striker is bend my run round the centre back, so when I receive the through ball I'm going to be bearing down on goal, which is exactly what we do here. It now means that I'm in a very dangerous position and we apply the finishing touch using a chipped finish. So tip number two is how to effectively use the driven pass. So as we can see in this clip, I pick the ball up out wide my left midfielder and I'm looking to create the angle of passing to one of my two strikers. So I managed to recycle the ball. I go back to my midfielder, and as we can see, I've triggered my striker's run, and I have two strikers to hit now, which I want to hit with the driven pass. To perform the driven pass, we use R1 and X at the same time, and we can see here, as I use it, it comes perfectly into the space, and I get my shot off before the centre-back can get there. Possession in attack. So what does this actually mean? Well, I've noticed from all my years playing FIFA that a lot of people are in a rush to get to the goal and try and score as quickly as possible. Sometimes that means we don't pick the right passes. As we can see in this clip here, I'm going to recycle the ball. I have the ball with my striker and I'm looking for my other striker or my midfielder that's making an advanced run. I noticed very quickly that he's got both of these passes covered, and this is when I make the decision that it's best to recycle the ball and be patient in attack. Here, I pass the ball backwards, and I notice that the area of the pitch is very, very congested in the middle. As a result of this, I go out wide to my left back. He's got the space to attack, and my aim here is to try and bring out a couple of them players in the middle area. It's way too congested to create a chance, so my aim is to try and attack the space as much as possible to start pulling these players out of position. I drive forward, and we can see a couple of his midfielders have now come out to engage with the ball, and it means that I can rotate the ball around the area and try and find the right pass. So I go back to my midfielder, who goes into my striker, and now we're in a very, very dangerous position. We can see that recycle has helped me get to this spot here. As I get the ball, the pass opens up to my striker, and that's where we get the goal. I've been Tom. I hope you've all enjoyed my 4-4-2 masterclass, and I'll see you all on the pitch.
What's going on, everyone? Olelito here. I'm a professional FIFA player for Ninjas in Pajamas, and today I will be showing you a masterclass how to defend in FIFA 22. In this masterclass, I will be showing you first of all how to play a switch, how to pressure play, and how to use your center backs in the best kind of way. First of all, I have the ball with my CM here. The thing is that I play a very sloppy pass here, trying to reach my other CM. The thing though is that the R1 pass in FIFA 22 is super effective. And why? Because the accuracy of the pass is very good. So the thing I want to do here first of all is to bumper switch to the closest player, in this case that's closest to the striker making a running behind, which is my center back. So I'm switching to my center back here, as you see, and from now on I'm in front of the ball. So most likely I will get it, which happens, and after that I can start my attack and hopefully score a goal. The second topic I want to talk about today is where to press, and I can tell you for a fact that this will improve your defense in FIFA 22. So as you see here, I'm brave enough here to be able to control my center back and trying to put pressure on his winger. And I'm actually, at the same time as I'm putting pressure on his winger here, as you see in this clip, I'm also cutting off the passing lane to his winger, then making a run in behind. So the thing I'm doing here is to always still put pressure on him, because he feels like I'm very close to him all the time. He makes a rush decision, and the outcome of this then is that he is running out with the ball, I'm getting a throw in, and I can start my attack from there. The third topic of today is how to use the center backs. And I think it's a very hard thing in this FIFA to do. First of all, I see that he is starting a very dangerous counter attack. So he gets the ball into his striker. The thing that is going on in my head here is I need to put pressure on the ball holder. So the thing I'm doing first of all is to put the R1 pressure with your R1 bumper on your controller with my right center back here, which allows him to basically don't have any passing options here. As you see, the only thing he can do is to go forward. But at the same time here, I see that he has tried to do the play lock option, which you do by pressing down your L3 and R3 at the same time. So I'm switching to my left center back here to be able to cover the space in behind, which can be very dangerous because we know these through balls in this game are effective. So I'm switching to my center back, but at the same time trying to put pressure on the ball holder, which then results in me getting the ball and starting a good attack. So guys, this has been Olelito for you all. Thank you so much for watching this masterclass. See you on the pitch.
Let's go for a little journey. 2 years ago, 795 days, FIFA 20-foot Champions Cup Stage 4 in the lovely city of Paris. And on the line, $50,000. The tension gave you goosebumps.
It's R9 to step up for Lucas. It's into the back of the net. Cezinio.
That's beautiful.
It's Mbappe. That could be dangerous. It will be as well.
Vasari and Tex, sitting just a few feet apart, play one of the most sensational Xbox finals the world has ever seen.
I do not believe what we're seeing. Mendy now. No! Wide!
One last chance for Dasari to win. It's Robertson. He goes right. He scores.
Little did we know this
Cezinio will be your FUT Champions Cup winner.
would turn into this.
Welcome everyone to the FIFA 20 Stay and Play Cup.
These little boxes. We kind of just started getting used to them, but it just doesn't feel the same. For us, for them, and for you. After 795 days, we are back.
To conclude the game, Fnatic have completed the ultimate comeback.
And we managed to turn it around in the second leg, and we bowed them second leg. They just started panicking and giving us the ball, so we scored our fourth, so yeah.
Kylian Mbappe from 12 yards, saved! Ducks Gaming are in Championship Sunday.
Live from London, the FIFA Global Series Team of the Season Cup Championship Sunday starts now.
The Team of the Season Cup Day 3, or what we like to call Championship Sunday, as today we get to crown our first 2v2 champions in person for 2 years. We started this event 2 days ago with 32 teams from across the globe, and we have whittled that down to our final 6 teams who are going to be playing some of the best FIFA of their careers today to get their hands on a really nice trophy, which is in the middle of our set. There it is. And some big money as well. Of course, there's a $500,000 prize pool. And of course, there's $100,000 as well for the top pairing to get their hands on. Welcome to Day 3 Championship Sunday, boys. Rachel Stringer is here with Mike LaBelle and Kyle Walker as we just kind of turn and go, oh, I'd love to take my hands on that trophy. I'd love to lift it. It's not for me, of course. It's for one of our teams. Only 6 left today. Who will get their hands on that trophy? Walking down here today, Kyle, feels a little bit different. I'm going to say the last 2 days felt a bit like a pressure cooker in here, but it feels different today, doesn't it?
It definitely does. I mean, we heard all of the cheering, we heard all of the screams, all of the shouting. Now, people know Championship Sunday, that trophy, they want to get their hands on it, but also $100,000. So it feels like, yeah, everyone is super serious. They are grinding, they are practicing, they are good to go for Championship Sunday.
They are indeed. Mike, how do you feel about today? Does it feel different to you?
Definitely. So between day 1 and day 2, you had a lot of eliminations, a lot of emotion, players yelling at other players. I feel it's almost starting to get real now. You can almost touch the prize money, or in this case as well, the top 2 placement, of course, E-Club guaranteed. So you're not that far away. It's gotten to that point. So I'm expecting a lot of intensity and also less barking at players to a certain degree. I still think there's gonna be some pop-offs, don't get me wrong, but if you were there for the initial day, everyone was playing at one time. There's yelling, there's in behind the scenes stuff happening, coaches, they're arguing with other coaches. You name it, it was happening.
It was. You mentioned you can almost touch the prize money. Well, you can actually touch the trophy because we're in person, of course, a LAN event. And yesterday was incredible, as was day 1, of course. But if you did miss yesterday, this is what it felt like to be here. At the end of today, 16 more go home, and we have our final 8.
Oh no! It looks to be no goal. That's how clinical they can be.
There's a long, long road to Championship Sunday and to crowning our Team of the Season Cup final winner tomorrow. Look at the reaction there from the Germans. So, oh, hello! That's beautiful! It's a goal they have been waiting for.
You can see how ruthless FIFA esports is.
Oh! Cristiano Ronaldo! Doing Cristiano Ronaldo things. Demis Desari out of the tournament. That is the headline. The ultimate turnaround in the biggest of games. They're into Championship Sunday.
Those emotions were real. What a privilege it is, guys, to be here and witness some of the best FIFA of these guys' careers in 2v2 as well, which is pretty special. And someone who knows exactly how special it is and the pressure that you're under is this man right here, Dylan Mike, of course. He was our youngest ever FUT Champions Cup winner from Bucharest in FIFA 19, just 16 years of age. Last year, FIFA 21, you were ranked the top in Europe and you got your hands on another trophy as well. FUT Champions Cup Europe #2. This guy knows what it's like to lift trophies, to be at the top of his game in FIFA. Unfortunately, Team Neo, your team obviously went out yesterday after an awesome day. But again, just tell us what it's like to be back in person with all these great teams under the spotlights. It's fun, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously it's great to be back at LAN again. We're pretty long 2 years, to be honest, just playing from online. And to be back here, seeing all the guys again. I mean, for me, I personally haven't met like half the guys because they're only in the scene for 1 to 2 years, and we haven't had offline events in those times. And obviously, we are pretty happy to be back at LAN.
Now, you've had 12 hours about to reflect, so not lots of time from your performance yesterday, but what did you make of it? How do you think you did? Any improvements, anything you look back on and you think, wow, actually, I'm quite proud of myself?
Yeah, to be honest, when we lost the game yesterday on pens against Ducks, we were like a bit disappointed. We had a crazy run, beat really good teams, especially like in NIP and Falcons. But we took some time afterwards. We talked with our coach and I talked with Henzo, and we came to the conclusion that we can be proud of ourselves. We made a pretty important switch in the formation and went on a crazy loser bracket run.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of probably the highlights of the event for me. It was such drama, such scenes right at the end of last night, of course. Mike, we're going to talk through the bracket, and I think Dylan Mike is going to walk us through it as well, because he knows exactly who these players are and how good they are as well.
So as we get started today, the first game that you're going to see today is Maker Sweden versus Atlanta United. And usually I would take you through everything, but we've got Dylan Mike here. So tell us about these matchups.
Yeah, with Maker Sweden, we have two pretty great players in the 1v1 scene with Oli Bolli and Opetolle. And I think what they produce in the offense is crazy good. And it's going to be hard for Atlanta to defend them. But I think Atlanta have also shown why they are in this position. And it's going to be a great game.
They didn't concede a goal yesterday, so they've definitely been the defensive team. So we almost have a matchup there with a conflict. We've got Team Heretics and Fnatic. Tell us, what are you thinking in this matchup?
Yeah, for Heretics, it's like the entire weekend they've won every game with 1 goal. So when they're up 1 goal, they can play pretty calmly and see out the game. And so it's going to be a tough game against Fnatic, obviously with Tex and Diogo. They are going to show them how it's done, I think.
And then we're looking into the lower bracket. Obviously, we're waiting on results here. Depending what happens in that upper bracket, we have Ducks waiting and Direwolves waiting. Any surprises here when you're looking at the final 6 teams?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm a bit surprised that Direwolves made it to the final 6. Obviously, I didn't play against them because they are from Australia. But I think when I saw their game, especially the first one against Fnatic, I rewatched that one. And I think they have shown what it takes to be here, and they have every right to do so.
Yeah, totally. I mean, Maker Sweden, of course, are going up against Atlanta United first. I want to get your thoughts on that. But people at home, we want to kind of build your personality as well. Tell us about your name. Dylan Mike, where does it come from? We all know, but you guys might not love this story.
Yeah, so my first name is Dylan, and back in school I was just called Dylan, and I picked that name as my gamer tag for like the entire scene. And when I switched to Xbox like a few years back, the name was already taken, so I had to come up with something to add to it, and then I just added Mike because it was my cat's name.
I mean, what an incredible few years it's been for you. Dylan, obviously we know you as Dylan Mike, that story just there, but I want to go all the way back to Bucharest and that tournament that you won, because I handed you the trophy and it felt like you were so new to the scene. You were the youngest winner of a FUT Champions Cup. Fast forward a few years, 19 now you are, considered a veteran in the scene at 19. I mean, these last 3 years for you, how much have you improved? How much have you learned, not just about the game, but about yourself as a competitive player?
Yeah, I think the main part is that I improved mentally. Back when I won the tournament, it was just because I was in the moment. I was 16. Thank God I wasn't trailing by a few goals in those games, because then I probably would have lost it all. But that's the main part I worked on. It's just my mental game, and obviously the day I won the tournament kind of changed my entire life around, and I'm really glad and happy that I'm in this position.
And you've had that success individually. You've now had 2v2 success as well. What was the biggest shift going from 1v1 to 2v2? Because that's what everybody's here talking about. What do they adjust? How do they change? How do they improve the results?
Yeah, for me it was pretty important to get a good 2v2 partner, and I could choose one before the season, and I knew that Henzo was playing a lot of 2v2 cups back in the days, because he's like an older pro. He played those FIFA 15, 16 tournaments all in 2v2, and he already knew what is important, so he taught me a lot in 2v2, and that's what made it work for us.
Well, it was so great to get Dylan Mite's thoughts. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to have loads of pros coming up and being interrogated by the three of us. That's what we like to do, of course, here. But let's get into our first matchup. They're Makers Sweden taking on Atlanta United. Don't worry, I'm not putting you on the spot. I know you want to keep friends here. We're going to go up to our casting pairing of Brandon Smith, Richard Buckley, and our special guest, Olelito, is joining them for his casting debut.
Thank you very much, guys. And yes, who would have thought a Championship Sunday back again after 2 and a bit years. $100,000 on the line, our final 6. Richard, I don't know about you, I'm buzzing for this one.
Oh, what a time to be alive. What a day to be here, live in London. It's so special and so important for these moments to take place at LAN. We had remote over the course of the last 2 years, but back in person is where everything matters, and I cannot wait to see what happens throughout the day.
And we have to speak about this man who's lifted the FUT Champions Cup before. Olelito joins us on the commentary booth for this weekend. A competitor in this tournament, got himself a top 12 finish. What's it like to be on the commentary booth first and foremost? And also, how has it been being back at LAN after 2 and a bit years?
First of all, guys, very, very happy to be here and seeing you. I mean, as we said in the start, 795 days ago, finally back at LAN and feeling amazing here.
Yeah, amazing. And just on that point, Richard, he's been a FUT Champions Cup winner before, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been there, he's lifted the trophy, knows what that feeling is, and someone's going to be lifting that trophy down on the pitch. We thought it was only right for you to be in the commentary booth as a Swede in what an incredible first game we've got with Makers Sweden. It only makes sense to get Olelito's opinion on these two. You know them very well, your national teammates with them. Talk to me about Oliboli and Optoli and why they could potentially be lifting that trophy.
So, first of all, I think they are great together. I think Optoli is more of like the more skilled player, I would say, in the final third, and I think Oliboli is just good at everything, you know. So I think together they are a perfect duo in this tournament.
And here's just some of their best bits throughout this competition so far. Here's a fact for you. They've bagged 17 goals across the 2 days already so far. One of the best defensive teams, Richard, only conceding 3 goals.
And you can see some of the highlights here, their best moments, that big win against Direwolves that sent them into that winners bracket semi-final. On the other side of the coin, you've got an incredible defensive team here in Atlanta United. These two do not concede goals. They've been there and done it in South America in the EMLS for Paulo Neto, and I'll be honest, they've been a surprise package throughout this weekend. It's been a really, really good performance so far, and they're not wanting to be knocked out here down to the losers bracket.
Yeah, just a question for you, Olelito. What changes when you play against South American players? Because it seems to be a conversational point for a few players. Tom said it yesterday of XL. We'll look at some of their highlights from the competition so far. But what is it about South American players? Are they different in how they play 2v2 FIFA?
I would say so. Unfortunately for us, we didn't really play a lot of South American teams in this tournament. But I think they are not really known for what they are doing in South America. And we or us European teams, I think it's quite hard for us to analyze things. So that's the thing, I think.
No, absolutely. As I said, this is going to be our first upper bracket gamer today. How about this one, gents? Win this game, $50,000 guaranteed. You are 1 game away from a grand final and the FIFAe Club World Cup. That's also on the line today. We have to speak about that.
Yeah, it certainly is. And for a lot of these teams, it's a real big bonus for this team in the Season Cup win, guaranteeing your place at the Club World Cup later in the year. Top 3 is coming up. I cannot wait to see who's going to be guaranteeing a top 3 place.
Absolutely. And just where we got the opportunity, Ollie, so talk to us about your tournament. Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas were involved, the top 12 finish. Overall, you leave yesterday. What was the thoughts after? Of course, disappointment at first.
Of course, very disappointed, especially that game against Fnatic when we were leading 2-0. We had a big chance, missed that. They go on the counter and score. And I think that took us mentally, and then it was hard bouncing back from that in the loser bracket.
Well, here we go then. We're here for Championship Sunday, 795 days later. We're back on LAN, and we're back looking at one team lifting that trophy at the end of play today, along up with $100,000. It's Makers Sweden up against Atlanta United here in our first game. And what a game this one plans to be. A team that's played less games than many in this competition, Makers Sweden. They were top of their group in day one. They don't concede goals, and they also had an 8-0 victory against a fellow South American team yesterday, SBQR. I'm sure SBQR would have had a chat to Atlanta United coming in today saying, come on lads, do one up for us.
Yeah, not just a chat, they'll be having a deep dive conversation about how this Makers Sweden team do play. They've been incredible also outside of this tournament, #1 in North Europe on the consistency rankings in the Club World Cup qualification. They just seem to be a really, really good mix. Both players, both representing the Swedish national side as well. However, Atlanta United, first chance of the game.
Yeah, Pella looking to get the ball into Mbappe. It's punched away by Edwin van der Sar at the end. Henderson volleys around the box. And eventually, the ball will be cleared in the end. In terms of how these teams are setting up, Polilito, is it a way that you and Levy had, a way that you set up throughout this tournament? Was it a 3-5-2 you rock with, or was it always a case of matching up your opponent?
I think for us, we started off with a 5-back actually, the 5-2-1-2. And I know for a fact that MKers are starting with a 3-5-2 here, as we see a 3-back. And I was actually talking a bit to Atlanta before the game started, and I know for a fact that they are starting with a 4-4-2. So a 3-5-2 versus a 4-4-2 formation is what we're starting with today.
Lovely ball into the box. This could be. It's Hullet trying to find the one more onto R9. Interesting, Richard. These two have never played yet. That's in scrims. That's in competition here. Spoke to Atlanta United's Palinetto and Vinny. They just said, look, we haven't played yet. We don't know what to expect from them.
Yeah, I mean, they've not played, so they'll not know what to expect in that regard. But they've known who they're going to be playing since, what, 7 o'clock last night. They'll have had time to digest the information. They'll have had time to sort of analyse their matches to that point. The big difference for me, Makers Sweden have won comfortably in a number of their matches. Atlanta United, is it 3 out of 4, 3 out of 5 penalty shootouts that they've gone to? They've won by 1 goal in pretty much all their matches. Nothing's been comprehensive in their performances so far.
Look, I'll be honest. Other than one result yesterday, it hasn't been convincing from Atlanta United. They got that own goal win against XL, where no one, let's be honest, no team really created a chance in that game. Palinetto will tell you that, I'm sure Tom will too. Could be a build-up for Makers Sweden. It's defended well by Marquinhos. But yeah, group stage, Rich, 2 penalty shootouts, a 5-4 win. It's a very different bracket run to what Makers Sweden have had. We caught you, Olilito, having a chat too. The 2 Makers players coming into today. You were just sitting behind them, watching them in a few scrims against Direwolves. What was the overall atmosphere like in that pod?
I can tell you one thing. They played good against Direwolves. They were beating them with a quite big score, if I'm being honest. And I think they are super confident, you know. And as you said, they haven't suffered a loss yet, which I think is boosting your confidence very, very high as well.
What is to be mentioned is that just last week in the Champions League, Optole was in that tournament. Who was coaching him, Richard? Ollie Bolly was there. They've got a chemistry that not many teams have. Nice build-up for Atlanta United. It's R9! And it's the first breakthrough in this one to Atlanta United.
And that could be a huge goal. We've seen Atlanta United see out 1-0s. We saw it against XL. They got that first goal, and then they saw out that result for the remainder of the 2 legs. It was CR7, Lacriqueta into R9. I didn't know if we were going to maybe play an extra pass. He rifled it in at the near post. I think they predicted the extra pass, but Palinetto and Vinny take a very quick 1-0 lead here.
And when I was speaking to Tom of XL yesterday and Gorilla that lost 1-0, they said what you don't do, Brandon, is go down a goal to 0 against Brazilians. They will not give you back the ball, let alone give you a chance. Ollie, what's your first thoughts on that one?
To be honest, I thought Van der Sar was going to save that shot. Though it was R9, we know his finishing is super, super good, that player item of R9. And I think overall we've seen a quite standard the first 25 minutes into this game.
Oh my God! Oh my God! What is going on there? It's an absolute gift for Makers Sweden.
A gift back into the game. Someone's looking down from up above. What on earth is that? Edwin van der Sar, he's flicked it on the back of his heel into his own net. That has to be user inputted. No?
I don't have any idea what just happened there, Rich.
I don't think Atlantic United have any idea what's happened there. But we've seen a lot of FIFA these last 3 days on this broadcast live. We've not seen a mistake like that. I mean, Rich, what's your verdict on that? What could have happened?
It's such a weird touch. To me, it looks maybe like a right stick. Do you know when you flick the right stick and you sort of you move the ball onwards? I really, really don't know. Mentally, I want to see what happens now, because if I concede that goal, my head is spinning. Have you ever been in a position like that, Olilito?
I can tell you for a fact, I've been seeing a lot of FIFA games, but that never happened to me or my opponents.
Well. Makers Sweden with a gift of an own goal from Van der Sar. Someone who's always so reliable in that. Has somehow put the ball into his own goal. 1-1 here, 30 minutes played in our upper bracket. First matchup here on Championship Sunday, the Team of the Season Cup. You win this, you're guaranteed a top 3 finish with a continued run in the winners bracket. $50,000 also guaranteed right now. Just an interesting pick there. Let's say Maximin finds R9 just wide off the right-hand post. Just looking at the team of team makers, they start Alan Say Maximin, they start Prime Michael Moments Maldini. There's not many teams that have done that, other than I think Kawasaki Frontal that have started Maldini at the back.
Could be right. I think us in practice didn't really play against Maldini either, but I know for a fact that Optol and Oli Boli, when I'm playing with them in E-Nations for Sweden, they love to play with Saint Maximin, and I was asking them before they started the game today as well. They love Saint Maximin, and to them it's their most important player out of the whole squad, that foot player item.
I'm still reeling over that own goal, I'll be honest with you.
I think it caught us all off guard here in the Team of the Season Cup. Here's Hakimi. Finds Prime Michael Moments. Pele looking to build up. It's a poor touch. Out it goes for a goal kick.
I just think if you concede a goal like that, it's so hard. You've scored a nice finish. You go 1-0 up. We just talked about South Americans not conceding goals, not conceding chances.
They're giving goals, apparently.
And then you concede a goal like that. Mentally, how does that impact you?
Mentally, I would say a lot. Now, lucky for Atlanta, I think they have 2 very experienced players, so I don't really think that they will get to them in a hard way. And at the same time, they were actually scoring their first goal as well. So now it's equal, back to the same drawing board at the start, and I think they should be doing good still.
Well, here we go. Here's half time. Let's jump into the stats between these two at the halfway point. It is 1-1. Half-time leg one in this upper bracket. It was an early start from Atlanta United and an absolute shambles at the back from Edwin van der Sar that allowed Makers Sweden back into this game. They are being coached by Zachary, aren't they? A former Allsvenskan winner with Malmo. What does he give to that team?
I think as a pro player you can bring a lot of stuff. Of course, Oli Boli and Optolen knows what they are doing, but I think that kind of mental side of thing is helping a lot when they're having a coach behind them. And I know for a fact Saki is one good friend of mine, and Oli Boli and Optole as well. So I think he will bring in a lot of like that mental kind of stuff that they need for the last hurdle.
Oh, absolutely. Again, a fellow pro player there. There's the stats at half-time. I mean, this has been the storyline of the weekend, gents, isn't it? Games where there's not really too much between the two. Why do you think that's been the case, where there's been such a small skill gap, it feels, in 2v2 FIFA this time round?
I think especially now, when we are seeing the first game, I think you want to feel your opponents more out. And we see this first leg, as we saw on that, not a lot of expected goals, not a lot of shots coming in, but I'm hoping for a bit more of attacking FIFA now in this second half.
Back on the way for the second half here, Atlanta United back in possession. Kicking from left to right. Team that had their most convincing win in the tournament in the last round. It was an impressive 3-0 win over Crew Esports. Yago and Valen, the Argentine duo. That was enough to send them into Championship Sunday for one of the longest serving players for a football club. Atlanta United's Paolo Neto, a recent MLS Cup winner, has served 3 years at the club. Back to goal, could be a chance. Oh, 9! Oh! Did so well just to drop the shoulder, pull away on the right boot. You'd like to say that should be on target.
Yeah, the driven passing side as well. Absolutely fired it in to R9 Ronaldo. He's already had one where maybe the goalkeeper should have saved it at the near post. That opportunity blazed it over the crossbar. Ronaldo Nazario, but promising signs for Atlanta United.
Has to be the danger man, R9. It's a nice break of play. Finds Cristiano Ronaldo. Sort of is the danger man when you're playing with R9 in your team, or I mean there's so much quality there. Is it always the idea of we have to get that ball into R9's feet?
Especially now when we are playing with these unlocked accounts, when you have access to all the players on the game. I don't think that's really necessary, because you still have these player items of Pele moments, for example. You have Saint Maximin, who I think is a great finisher. So I don't really necessarily would say feeding into R9, but of course R9 is your main man when it comes to finishing.
Well, in that moment there, unfortunately couldn't find the back of the net for Atlanta United. But bearing in mind of the goal they have just conceded, they are back on the money. They haven't been too emotional this weekend, Atlanta United, Rich. They haven't really got caught up in the emotions.
Well, I also think a number of these teams maybe came into it thinking we want to get top 8, top 6, top 4, for example. I think the teams who maybe aren't getting as emotional know that there's still games to be won. There's a title right there on the middle of the pitch to be held aloft.
Oh, that's a good turn from Akers Sweden. Here's R9 now looking for the cutback. He tried to play it to Alan St-Max, one of their favourite players in this team. How hard was it for you this weekend with Levy just to keep emotions together? Because especially for a player like Levy, who is so new to, I mean, everyone's new to LAN FIFA that have just come in the scene over the last couple of years.
For me and Levy, I think it was, for me especially, I think it was a bit easier. I've been to a lot of events and a lot of LAN tournaments, and for him, I think he was fired up a lot. I was hearing him screaming, you know, emotions all over the place, and I'm liking that, you know, because I'm a very emotional guy when it comes to FIFA as well.
And do you think it helped him having that tournament last weekend in the Champions League, just to get him on LAN? He was on main stage quite a few times, so was Optole. We're speaking, these guys are young, 17, both of them. Does it give them just that bit of experience of playing offline?
For sure. I can only tell you, when I went to my first LAN tournament, I was very nervous going into these kind of games, and building up on that, you know, going to more LAN tournaments and qualifying for different events, it's a chance. Well, again. But as I was saying, I think building up to these kind of LAN tournaments, being here, knowing a lot of players and feeling comfortable is a very important task when it comes to these kind of games. So for Levy, I think it's just about for him just trying to qualify for as much LAN events as possible. So he still has playoffs, probably a World Cup spot in the end of the day. So a very bright future ahead of him.
So for everybody watching at home, I've got the perfect opportunity. You see a pause come in like this, no subs, no tactical changes. What is being said between coach, player, and yourself right now, just in your predicament, when you've been down there? Because you can see both POVs, there's nothing really happening in the substitutions. It's more just a tactical pause to reassess yourself and get ready for the game.
Yeah, I think it is a tactical pause. As we see here, Vini talking to Paolo and actually Hjelte Golbach in the background, a coach for Tim Hullet, coaching Atlanta in this tournament. So I think it's more of like maybe calming your nerves a bit, taking a bit of water, air, and focusing back on the game.
What's more interesting, Rich, is that this man next to us played Makers Sweden in the opening game of your tournament. It's a 2-2 game that went to penalties in the end. We'll talk more about that one as it's a chance does come in. Jude Bellingham stings the hands of Edwin van der Sar. 80 minutes left to play here. Was it difficult to sort of put aside those friendships in that game because you are national teammates?
I would say so. This was actually one of my first tournaments that I'm actually facing them. I mean, me and Oli Boli went to a few LANs, but luckily then he was playing on PS and I was on Xbox. So for us, we didn't really face each other. Now it was the first time. Felt a bit more nerves, not gonna lie, playing these kind of games. But in the end of the day, I think it's fun, you know.
Penalties as well, Richard. It was an interesting ending, wasn't it, to the opening game?
I mean, we had about 10 penalty shootouts in that first round of fixtures. Everyone was going to penalties.
Big switch of play finds Ousmane Dembele, who have just come on to the field. Is for fantasy in-game item, looking to cause havoc in the final third is Makers Sweden, a team that have been renowned for scoring plenty of goals in this tournament. 8-0 winners yesterday against fellow South Americans. SPQR, one of our other Masters teams. They've had to fight their way to get here, haven't they, Rich? They qualified back in December. It was against Tricked Esports, where they picked up a result via coming through the lower bracket, wasn't it?
Yeah, Tricked Esports already beat them in the qualifier, and then they had to go down to the lower bracket, beating them twice in the grand final. A really good performance from Makers Sweden. But look, I would have been surprised if we were approaching the Team of the Season Cup, Makers Sweden wouldn't have been here. I mean, they're so good as a duo, they're so good individually. Optolly and Oliboli, I would have been shocked if we'd had a tournament and they weren't in it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. What has happened in the last few years for Sweden, Olilito? Because we always allude to it that Boris Legend has done a lot for this scene. I know he coaches the national team. We'll speak more about it after this chance. Now building up nicely, Kante. Fine Tulip from distance, stings the hands and should be dealt with by Hakimi. Why has there been so much development in Sweden as a nation, bringing through these new names such as Optolite?
I think it was actually one of these few tournaments that we're often talking about when we're talking about Swedish FIFA, that tournament in Atlanta. Especially for me, it was a fantastic tournament. You know, I managed to win the whole competition, and then we had Ole Bowley coming very far, and I think that opened up a bit more for Sweden, you know, seeing that you can really go far in tournaments if you're grinding, if you keep on pushing and believing in yourself.
What's the last chance of this first leg? Are we going to see one more chance to Makers Sweden? Maybe Usman Dembele. Is there a comeback? Yes, there is! And there's a late last-minute goal! The perfect way to end the first leg, heading into the second. Oh, a really, really important finish.
And that's a perfect example of why you play for the last chance of the game. They held the ball at the back with Maldini, they moved it up, they got a throw-in quite high up on that right-hand side. Usman Dembele just burst into the penalty area. He's got too much pace off the bench. Simple cutback for CR7, and it's a guaranteed goal from 6 yards out.
I mean, how do you even try to defend the cutback? You know it's coming. It's a case of just trying to delay and delay and delay and delay, and on that occasion, there was no opportunity for Atlanta United to do that. At the halfway point, it is a 2-1 lead to Makers Sweden. An interesting first leg, I think you'd agree there, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's such a tightly contested game. Slight advantage to Makers Sweden, and I'd expect them to build on that going into the second leg.
Yeah, incredible scenes. We are going to go to a quick break now between these two legs. In our first matchup, it's the Swedes that lead against the South Americans by just 1 goal. When we get back from the break, we'll find out our first team in the upper bracket final.
What's up, guys? How are you guys doing? My name is Dani Visser, professional FIFA player for Team Gullit and AZ, and today I'm going to show you how to use the player look as a pro. Okay, so the first topic is from your fullback to your winger. Okay, so let's break down this first clip. At first, you want to learn how to use the player lock, of course. You need to press L3 and R3 at the same time. You want to switch to one of your other players, in this case the winger, and you do that by flicking your right stick to your winger. Let's look at it. We get the ball with the right back. We player lock Mbappe, and then of course the important thing is not to pass it immediately, but to make a run first, because the AI will control the right back, so you don't have to worry about that. Walk into the little space in the middle, because that creates a lot of space for the other players as well. Look at who has a lot of space. In this case, it's the striker. Pass it to your other striker, because that's the easy choice to score a goal and finish it. So the second topic I want to talk about is how to use the player lock in the box. We send our striker on a run, we run with our center mid, and then the second player lock happens. And in this case, our striker is completely covered. The defender is standing in front of him, no space whatsoever, but because of the player lock, we can create the space and score a goal. I hope you guys enjoyed that one. This was Dani Visser with how to use the player lock as a pro. See you soon.
The FIFA Global Series Team of the Season Cup is presented by PlayStation Tournaments. We have 16 FGS Masters teams and 16 qualifiers from the FGS Open, meaning 32 of the best FIFA pairings on the planet are here live in London.
Messi finds This is Direwolves, Van to go, Mbappe, Elastico! Oh, it's beautiful! Jude Bellingham stops up. Team Heretics are on their way to an upper bracket run.
They lay it off across. They are Composure, Eusebio, Fnatic, Tex, and Diogo advance through to the next round.
Oh, we might have broke a camera.
Potential winning moment. Kylian Mbappe from 12 yards. Saved! Ducks Gaming are in Championship Sunday.
What an incredible last 2 days it's been here at the Team of the Season Cup. You join us now for Championship Sunday. And what a first leg it was for that team on your screen. They are leading this by 2-1 against Atlanta United. It was a game that had a bit of everything in it and an absolute disaster class from Van der Sar. I mean, I'd love to hear in a post-match interview what exactly happened there between Palanetto and Vinny.
Get Edwin in. I want Edwin Van der Sar to be telling me what happened, because that was horrific. Michael Sweden find themselves 2-1 up after that late goal from Cristiano Ronaldo on the cutback. The question now is, do Atlanta United go into that second leg have enough in the tank to turn this game around?
Yeah, I mean, it won't be the end of the tournament if they do lose in this moment of time. They will fall down to the lower bracket. Atlanta United, though, took an early lead. It was a really nice finish from R9. Did have a couple of chances, just wasn't able to convert. An all-important chance. Have to keep in mind there is more than just money on the line today. The FIFAe Club World Cup, the FIFAe Club World Cup does come in to play here. 2 spots available for a grand final.
It's big, that as well, because it means that you don't have that extra stress of trying to qualify with the Club World Cup being such a competitive tournament.
A long competitive tournament as well. It does go on for quite a few months, that one, yeah. Because to get it done over a weekend, you'll be over the moon. Marcelo cut back. Oh, 9, that's nice! Mbappe! Liquids! Football from the Brazilian duo, Vili and Paulo Neto. They've also been scoring plenty of goals this weekend. It's goal number 19 for them, and what a goal it was.
Yeah, beautiful play down that right-hand side. Marcelo got involved with the attack. Little reverse pass into R9 Ronaldo. Then with Mbappe, you thought he was going to shoot across the goalkeeper. He turned his body and angled it into that near post. Fist bumps all around for Atlanta United. Don't leave him hanging. There you go. And they find themselves back in the game. They've attacked really well, have Atlanta United.
I think Vinny was just in the zone there.
He's locked in
this upper bracket semi-final. They've never played Makers Sweden in scrims or at all in this tournament so far. They're in different groups. Group C, Atlanta United. Well, they didn't actually top the group, Atlanta United. They weren't the top seeds, but that didn't matter for them coming in today to a 1-0 win and a 3-0 win. Taking down XL and Crew Esports was enough to get them to this stage here on Championship Sunday. Win this game, you're guaranteed a top 3 and $50,000. We have to say as well that we've actually got a bit of data on Atlanta United. They won our FGS Masters Cup. That was our 4th week of those tournaments. They beat Inter Esports in the grand final of that one.
Yep.
The duo of Tor and Resende.
Good game as well. They were good value for money, where Atlanta United in the FGS Masters week 4. Obviously, Makers Sweden went through the Stockholm regional qualifier back in December. They've had a long time to prepare for this. Qualified for the Team of the Year Cup originally. Obviously, that tournament was pushed back, and now the Team of the Season Cup. They've had, what, 3 months, 4 months to prepare?
And look, this scoreline is no surprise to us, Richard. Every game has honestly been so tightly contested. I mean, especially for Atlanta United. They've just been involved in really tight games. 2 penalty shootouts they played in the group stages. They were on the receiving end of one, and they were able to win their second one in the tournament. That one coming against Complexity Gaming. Maxi VIP and Joxan, who unfortunately got eliminated. What's more interesting, Richard, you look behind you right now, there's 4 teams that are Masters teams that got their invites here, which has proved, I guess, against the average that they've earned their place to be it. But there are 2 teams that came through the Open.
There's 3 teams in, I think it's Ducks, Heretics, obviously you've got Fnatic down there as well, all in a row. They're all next to each other. Like, there's probably 1 booth between them.
Yeah. And they'll be hearing everything that's going on down there. It's been emotional scenes here in London across the last 3 days as players have found their way through the knockout play. Back to goal. This could be a reverse. Elastico! Deflection! So wicked deflection off the leg of Ruben Diaz. And Atlanta United must now be sitting there thinking, are we just a bit unlucky?
Yeah, they're certainly getting unfortunate, aren't they? It was great build-up play, though. And N'Golo Kante squeezing the ball through to R9 Ronaldo. It was nice play. The reverse Elastico created the space, but Ruben Diaz, a wicked deflection. I think the goalkeeper probably saves that, Edwin van der Sar. It looks like he was getting down to his left-hand side. The deflection speared it in a completely different direction, changing the path of the ball into the top corner and Makers Sweden back in front.
Well, Makers Sweden were obviously one of 2 teams that Makers had in this tournament. They had their own Masters team. So Principe and Cosimo Guarneri in it. Then they were able to qualify by a very competitive Stockholm Open bracket back in December. Well, they had to stay down a fellow Scandinavian side in Tricked Esports via a bracket reset, lower bracket run.
Probably one of the most competitive regions there was at that Stockholm. When obviously you've got all the Scandinavian countries.
There's a lot of nations in there, isn't there? Alan Saint-Maximin now, a player that Olilito said in the last match was one of their favourites to use, pumped into the feet of Mbappe. One more on nine, just couldn't quite twist his body, defended well regardless by Hakimi. This is nice. Makers Sweden steal with R9 Elastico. It's just relentless in the attack. They have been known for how good they are attacking and going forward.
Again, a really nice attack, just looking to create the space with R9 Ronaldo. The Elastico trying to maybe create a diversion. There was a shot cancelling there as well for Atlanta United. Bodies in the way to get the blocks and make sure that they had no clear route to goal for Makers Sweden.
Pele into his feet. R9, it could be a guessing game. Oh, wow. He thought about one more pass, but he didn't need it. And look at that, no reaction at all from Atlanta United. They have been ice cold all weekend long. They know it is still, even on Championship Sunday, a really long road. Look, could have went left, could have went right, just simple. Slowed it down and kept Makers Sweden guessing.
They've still got work to do Atlanta United. They want to have their hands on that trophy at the end of play today. End-to-end FIFA action here. This is what you signed up for on Championship Sunday.
Up to this point, Makers Sweden have only conceded 3 goals across the 4 matches they've played. Just in this two-legged game, they've conceded 3 goals. Maybe not so invincible at the back are the Swedes. Remember, you win this game, you move into the upper finals. You'll be 1 game away from the grand finals here in the Team of the Season Cup. Alan Saint-Maximin, last chance off the first 45, cuts it back. So another deflection, Ruben Diaz, right place, right time.
Yeah, making sure that this block didn't go goalwards.
Nicely done by Saint-Maximin. Runs out of play, unfortunately. The idea was there, but unfortunately, the touch wasn't.
Yeah, I have to say as well, you win this game, you're going to be taking on Fnatic or Heretics in the winners bracket final. Guaranteed top 3 finish if you are successful to one of these 2 teams here at the FGS Team of the Season Cup. 45 minutes left to play in this upper bracket. Oli Bolli up Tole, Vinny and Paolo Neto, absolutely nothing to separate them at the moment. 3-3. You see the stats there from that first 45 minutes. Slight XG and sort of chance creation advantage and edge to Makers Sweden, but the goal line is all even.
I mean, look, that's been the way. You know that Maker Sweden are going to create more. They're going to create more. They are more relentless going forward. But I've been impressed by Atlanta United's offensive style and how clinical they've been. 2 chances, 2 goals. That's how they're playing this one. Ensuring that every chance they get, the 95+% chances of flying into the back of the net. Back underway now. It's Maker Sweden with his first chance of the second half. R9 down that dangerous area in the byline. He's trying to find the cutback. He finds Mbappe. That finds Marquinhos' left leg. Ball forward, finds Mbappe, nice ball roll, gets past the fullback, now he's in the danger area. And Maldini just about getting it clear.
It was a really well-timed ball roll by that Kylian Mbappe down that right-hand side, looking to create a bit of danger inside the penalty area.
Pele recycles that one carefully with the help of R9. As he looks to rebuild the perfect attack again. Kante finds R9. Can't find the one more pass into Alain Saint-Maximin. Just looking at that, Alain Saint-Maximin coming into this team, Richard. Whose spot does he take compared to your normal sort of starting 11? Mbappe's in there. So's R9.
Oh, he's up top. It's one of probably Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldinho. That sort of extra player.
We spoke to Olita about this earlier, about that pause, just to take a break in the game. It's great to have all players on the same communication line. Thanks to our partner in Astro for their help providing headsets to all of our competitors here at the Team of the Season Cup.
Just having a look over the rest of the studio here. I can see Fnatic getting down into their booth. They're getting ready to take on Team Heretics in our other winners bracket semi-final. That's going to be an incredible game here at the Team of the Season Cup.
Back underway, last 30 minutes to play in this one right now. No changes to talk about, just a chance to talk tactically about this game. Fizzed into the thing, Alain Saint-Maximin! Olilito warned us that the French midfielder's in this team for a reason. And maybe, just maybe, he could be the star of the show that could be the all-important difference to send them in to the upper bracket finals.
What a strike that is from Alain Saint-Maximin. One touch to settle it and then just rifles that like a bullet onto his left foot. Wasn't even really in the corner, it just had so much power on it. Straight past the goalkeeper.
No stopping that one at all. They've been able to reply so many times in this game. Have Atlanta United. They have to try and find a way to reply one more time. Looks like Ousmane Dembele will be making his way onto the field. His FUT Fantasy in-game item, looking just to inject that bit of pace and hopefully the all-important difference to get back a 4th goal.
Yeah, you're talking about the teams. Ousmane Dembele coming on, he was really good in that last game. In the first leg, he was the reason that Maker Sweden went into the second leg with an advantage. Jude Bellingham, Ruud Gullit as the 2 central defensive midfielders. Jude Bellingham, I don't think, is involved for Maker Sweden. It looks like Gullit and Kante are the 2 holding midfielders in that 3-5-2. Substitutions being adjusted and modified here for Atlanta United. They know how important it is to stay in that upper bracket here. Even now, in these late stages, you don't want to go down to the lower bracket.
No, you do not want to go down to that lower bracket at all. Loser of this one.
Is it Ducks Gaming?
We're playing Ducks Gaming, Richard, which is not an enjoyable tie. Nevertheless, for whoever loses this one, the duo of Daniel Aguilar and Gravison, we caught up with them earlier today. They said they're over the moon with their performance yesterday I mean, we spoke to Gravison last weekend at the Champions League, and he was saying, you know, we've got a feeling we could go far in this tournament.
Yeah, I think the resounding sort of message that we got when we were speaking to them this morning was, yes, we're so happy with the performance yesterday, but we've still got work to do. We can still win this tournament. Just look at the centre-back there going forward. He's going all the way. I think it's Ruben Diaz. He's almost at central striker now, starting to jog back into centre-back. Set him off on a run, Atlanta United, to maybe try and whip across into the box.
Bellingham finds R9. Atlanta United, good save, Van der Sar. This time it's the Dutch goalkeeper doing something right. Not putting the ball into his own goal. 25 minutes left to play. As it stands, Makers Sweden are on their way to a top 3 guaranteed and into our upper bracket final. Atlanta. I've got other ideas though. Tease the run of Valente Maxim in there in the corner of your screen. There's loads of space out on this far hand side. Keep an eye on that mini-map. And the bottom of your screen, you can see the little white dots there of how wide this team is. Look how high forward João Cancelo is. This what they're going to do, look to stretch the pitch as big as they can. I mean, we've all been there casually, even in foot champs, how difficult it is to get the ball when it's just being switched back and forth.
Oh, it's so annoying. Because the frustration builds and then you start to come forward. They'll just knock a ball in behind. They'll play a quick 1-2, get in behind your defence, and then you find yourself in an even worse position, trailing by 2 goals or 3.
Turns well, Mbappe can't find the extra pass into Ousmane Dembele. It's another pause by Atlanta United as they look to change probably to a plan C now. Time not on their side.
They'll get a chance though. They'll get a really good chance to equalise this game. 15 minutes left to play. It will go quick though.
CR7 finesses from distance. Just over the right-hand corner of Edwin van der Sar's goal, but they're happy to take that risk, aren't they, Atlanta United?
Absolutely. I mean, it's a good opportunity, really, when you consider the player taking the shot, CR7, he wasn't really challenged. So he went for that finesse shot, arcing it over the top of the goalkeeper to drop it in the far post. You see the live camera shots there of both teams, Optoli and Ollie Bolly. Know how important it is to be defensively sound here, because Atlanta United will be like a tsunami. Wave after wave of pressure.
It's going to be non-stop, isn't it?
On this Swedish defence.
Everybody forward. But will they crack? The team that have one of the best defensive records left in the Team of the Season Cup. Makers Sweden.
Oh,
that is poor from Ullet. Didn't latch on to that one. Now it all looks a bit too dangerous. Atlanta United on the counter-attack. Can they make the most of this one? No,
bad pass. I think it's a really bad pass. He had space, Ousmane Dembele, to work another opportunity. There was men over and they could be punished.
This could be job done. This could be an upper bracket grand final for Ousmane Dembele. Chance squandered. Chance wasted, you could argue. Caught in two minds there. They look for the cutback. Credit where it's due to Atlanta United, just to make them second think and to delay the chance.
They made it awkward, and now Makers Sweden maybe reeling from that missed chance. Give the ball away from the corner.
Look at the numbers. Oh, the one more pass again, rushed. It was meant to be R9 into Mbappe, just could not be completed though, that pass.
This game's getting very, very frantic. All of a sudden, there's misplaced passes all over the place.
Look at the space available. Look at the chance. Surely, what a save, Van der Sar. And we're going back down the other end again for Atlanta United to find an all-important equaliser. Ronaldo cut back into it. Could be a chance for Atlanta United, defended well. This is their game to lose now. This is Makers Sweden's possession.
He's run it out
to give away.
He's run it out of play.
Ousmane Dembele. Last chance, this is it. Atlanta United. Ronaldo, what a tackle, Paolo Maldini. It's not still done though. R9, Maldini again, he's the hero at the back. And he might be the difference between Team Makers Sweden or not getting in to an upper bracket final. We go again. This is it now. Last chance. Have they got the key to unlock the door to this Team Makers defence that has been so good this weekend? What a save, Van der Sar.
What an incredible end to this game we're seeing. Team Makers Sweden, the composure that they had for 85 minutes has completely gone out the window. They were running the ball out of play. They were giving it away at every chance. Atlanta United will get one more opportunity.
I hope that the FIFA gods are looking down on them right now to give them one chance. Ousmane Dembele,
it's
in
open.
it goes! What a save, Van der Sar again! They'll get one more opportunity. We've overplayed any time here. They just need to win the header. A tactical masterclass. And all the luck in the world for Atlanta United. Ousmane Dembele pushed off the ball. Makers Sweden are into an upper bracket grand final.
They erupt behind us. Top 3 guaranteed for Makers Sweden. It was not simple in the slightest, though. It was so nervy at the end of that game. I'll be honest with you, Mbappe has to score. He's got a free header from 3 yards.
Incredible scenes. That is part 1 of the upper bracket completed. It's a 4-3 win for Makers Sweden. Atlanta United will drop down to play Dux Gaming. But when we get back from this break, we've got an even bigger game. Team Heretics against Fnatic in your second semi-final. Commentary coming from Alex, the FIFA analyst, Ryan Pessoa, and XL Thomas Lees. It's going to be a cracker. We'll see you in a few seconds.
Hey guys, this is Leffy again. I'm a professional FIFA esports player for the team Gullit, and today I'm gonna do my second masterclass about skill moves. A lot of people use the reverse elastico to dribble past the opponent, but in this case I use the reverse elastico to create space and get an easy chance on goal. I get a cutback to my center mid. Here I could have chosen for the finesse shot, but obviously that's not a 100% chance, so I try to reach my striker. And when I reach my striker, most of the times I'm thinking about performing the reverse elastico. The way you perform it in this case is, because I dribble upwards, you put your right stick from the left side, halfway to the right side, then it will perform you the reverse elastico, and as you can see here, an easy chance on goal. The second skill move I want to show you guys is the McKinney cancel. In this case, I have some space with my right winger. I managed to get inside the box and I watched my opponent, and as you can see he was very aggressive with the center back. So I want to get the ball to my left winger, striker or cam, because they are in a 3 versus 1 situation in this case. So I chose to do the McKinney cancel. It opens up a lot of space for my striker and my cam. A very good pass into the box, and unfortunately no finish, but I get a pen from it. I've been Leffy, player from the team Gullit. I hope you guys enjoyed my second masterclass on skill moves. See you soon on the pitch.
The FIFA Global Series Team of the Season Cup is presented by PlayStation Tournaments and by Astro Headsets.
Yes, hello and welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup here in London. We are here for Championship Sunday. We started with 32 teams and we are now left with 6. You are joined by myself, the FIFA analyst Ryan Pessoa, and a special guest for the commentary review, making his debut, Thomas Lees for Excel. Welcome in. Tom, how are you doing?
Yes, I'm very well, thank you. Looking forward to my debut and a great game to start with.
Yes, we have a very exciting game coming up, but we are going to take a look at the bracket in case you have missed anything to let you know exactly who is still in this tournament and how it is looking. Ryan, take it away.
Yes, we just saw Makers Sweden victorious 4-3 up against Atlanta United, so they are in the upper finals. But the game we are focusing on in this stream is Team Heretics up against Fnatic. It's a big game. Two of the favorites coming into this tournament, so it's nervy.
Yeah, it is going to be a very exciting game. As we said, we have already got Makers Sweden making their way through into the upper finals, but over to the lower bracket, we have just seen it is going to be Atlanta United up against Dux Gaming in that semi-final 5. Direwolves will be playing the loser of this game that we have between Team Heretics and Fnatic. Now, both of these teams have had a very solid run coming into it, topping off their group and making it all the way through to the upper bracket. But it is Fnatic really that are looking maybe a little bit stronger. Team Heretics only have that +1 goal difference across all the games that have been played, and Fnatic have managed to have that +8. Let's move over to the bio of the players. Ryan, take it away.
Yes, of course. We know who Tex is, representing Fnatic, the 5-time FUT Champions Cup winner. Of course, winning the E-Champions League 2020 invitation, also qualifying for the final 8 of this year's E-Champions League as well. He's also won the E-Premier League. He's won the E-Club World Cup. He's qualified for the World Cup. And Diogo, of course, his birthday yesterday. He's a top 4 E-Premier League finalist and, of course, top 4 at the FUT 20 Champions Cup as well. So he's got some experience under his belt.
Yeah, that they do. And moving over to Team Heretics as well in just a second. When you're looking at a team like Fnatic, as we take a look at some highlights, they have absolutely everything in their locker, don't they, Tom?
Yeah, I think, you know, Tech's understanding of the game is something that we've seen for years now, and I think the way Diogo's managed to get involved with that and help him through has been massive for him. And yeah, I think there's a reason they've gone so far, and I can see him doing very well today as well.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at Team Heretics' bio. Matthias Bonanno, moving over from the South America region into Europe. He's a 2-times FGS South American qualifier winner. He's also won the E Libertadores 2021, qualifying for the E Champions League Final 8 as well, and for Hidalgo, 3rd place at the E La Liga 2021 as we take a look at the progress into Championship Sunday.
And tell me, Ryan, what is it that makes Team Heretics so good?
For me, it's defensively. They're unbelievable defensively in a 1v1 format, but the 2v2, they've gelled instantly, but they've also got the attacking sequences as well. As we see the goal here, that gave them the equalizer up against Dux Gaming. But again, I spoke about Matthias being fantastic in the 1v1 format. I don't know what it is or how they've done it so quickly, but they've synchronized extremely well defensively.
Yeah, and we spoke yesterday about how Team Heretics, they're all together in that house. They've got themselves and the coach as well, and they're constantly looking to improve and do better. So it'll be a very exciting matchup. But as we have got one of the best FIFA players in the world with us up here on the booth, I just want to ask Tom, how did this weekend go for you?
We managed to get top 9 to top 12. I think we were a little bit disappointed with our performance because we've been playing really, really well going into it, but a lot to learn, you know. The first 2v2 land, this was a brand new experience for us, something that caught me off guard a little bit at the start, you know, the reactions, how crazy it was at land. It just felt really good to be back. But yeah, we're a little bit disappointed, but I know we come away with a lot to learn. Obviously, a few big more tournaments of the season still to go.
Yeah, that there is. And that's the thing as well, being back at LAN after such a long time. You can really feel the emotion in the arena. That has been great. One thing that me and Ryan were talking about yesterday, Tom, was kind of saying that how individually, it's not always the best players that work together in that 2v2 side of things. How does it match up? Maybe when you could look at some teams and go, this player likes to attack, really dominant in that area, but some people like to hold the ball more. How does that kind of gel together?
I think the first thing you have to do in a 2v2 environment is say, okay, we're going to play like this in twos. We're going to match our styles. Obviously, it's the thing with me and Gorilla, right? Gorilla loves attacking, loves scoring goals. I'm more of a controlling player, more of a, I think about my attacks a bit more, don't go as forward as quickly. So you have to kind of mesh them together and accept that in 2v2, you can't just play your 1v1 style. You know, everyone's adapting to each other. We don't all have the same ideas going forward. I think everyone here will say they score different goals, but then it's all about who can synchronize that in 2v2 and master it. So it's just poetry in motion when they play, you know, they're not thinking about it and straight into it.
And for Fnatic as well, Tex and Diogo, we know how good Tex is. Do you think there is much communication going on between them two when they're playing, or do you think it's silent and they just kind of trust their instincts?
I think it's just little triggers sometimes. I think sometimes they'll give each other a shout, oh, come feet or through ball. But I think this is now at this big stage, just about trusting your practice from what you've done previous days and weeks of practice. Going forward, you don't really need to communicate too much. You're kind of just on the same page. It's just a trigger every now and then, just oh, we'll do this call, no, we'll do that. Not much to it.
Yeah, now we've got the privilege of you having or being here with us, Tom. I'm going to put you on the spot. Prediction, who do you think is going to come out victorious?
In this game?
Yeah, this game.
I'm going to have to go for Fnatic. You know, I've played a lot of them this week. We've been practicing against them a lot, and they've just got that star quality going forward that I think will get them over the line here.
Yeah.
As we go ahead and take a look at that cup, only one team will be lifting it at the end of play today. $100,000 for the winning team. Let's go ahead and jump in. We're going to go ahead and jump over to a quick break just as the players get set up and ready for what is going to be a huge, huge matchup between these teams. We shall be back with you very shortly as we will go ahead and find out who will become victorious and advance through to the next round. Will it be Fnatic or Team Heretics?
What's going on, guys? Olelito here, I'm back. Now, in this masterclass, I will be showing you the attacking abilities that comes with the 4-5-1 second variation. We're starting with the wing here. We're getting the ball into the middle, and we have the ball with our right CM, and then turning it on to our central CM. And as you see here, we have the perfect triangle. So if I were to pass it to my left CM here, I can go for a direct pass to my other CM again, because I have this triangle, and the centimeter that he is selecting, he can't do anything because he can't put pressure when he basically is defending against 3 midfielders in the middle. The thing I do here though, with my central center mid, I'm passing it to my left center mid, and as I showed you on the tactics before, my left center mid is always unbalanced. And why? That's because I want him to make a run in behind to be able to maybe get the ball in a later stage of the attack. And the thing that happens then is that I'm doing an L1 pass with my left center mid, which makes him create a run in behind afterwards. And we find the pass back to our center mid, as you see here, finding it to the right center mid. The thing that happens here is that I see that my striker is in the middle. And why is he? Yeah, because I used him on stay central in my instructions. So he's staying central, he is the target man. I found my left center mid, and he's almost scoring because of it. Thank you so much for watching my masterclass. I appreciate that a lot. And yeah, see you on the pitch.
Hello and welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup here in London. Our next matchup is Fnatic versus Team Heretics as the players are getting ready, getting set in their seats, warming up for that match. We are also joined by a special guest up here in the commentary booth making his debut. That is XL Tom. And Tom, you've played a lot of twos with Fnatic TOTS, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been teammates with him for 3 years with England, so I've had a lot of experience with him. Obviously, I went to play for Fnatic at some stage in FIFA 20 as well. So, yeah, I've a lot of experience with Tex. I know how he plays the 2v2 game.
What would you say is, of course, he has the technical ability in-game, but what is it that separates him from the rest? Of course, there's only so far you can go with ability, in my opinion. Do you think it's his mental game approaching every game he takes part in?
Yeah, in 2v2, I'd say there's two main things about Tex. One is his composure, the ability to make decisions under pressure. You know, Championship Sunday seems to bring the best out of him. And also, when you're playing with him, he keeps it very lighthearted and fun. He's always just making jokes and always like, you know, it keeps you fairly composed between you. And then I think it has a good effect on the teammate as well. You see it with Diogo. They're always smiling, just chilling there. They haven't been too loud this weekend. They're fairly calm, fairly comfortable, and definitely plays a massive part going into the game.
And that is something that we have noticed when watching Fnatic TOTS and Diogo. But we're going to go ahead and kick things off. Fnatic versus Team Heretics. I'm going to ask you both that question. We saw earlier on Tom saying that Fnatic, he thinks he's going to be the one to advance through. Ryan, who do you think?
Oh, it's tough because I think it's two countering styles. I think Heretics are very defensive, but Fnatic are a team that press high. I'm kind of tempted to sit on the fence because I'll be honest, coming into this, I said Heretics were the team to watch just from what we saw for the Masters Cup. And I have to stick by that. I just have to.
That is the easy way to go about it. Always sit on the fence in these tight games. But you let us know in the chat, wherever you are watching. Are you Team Heretics or are you Team Fnatic? As we kick things off, Team Heretics in left to right in the black kit and Fnatic in the typical red Liverpool kit that we see from Tex himself. Question for you, Tom, as we start things off slowly into this game. Tex, what's his mentality like at the start of the game? Does he like to be conservative or start aggressive?
Always start aggressive, you know, that's the only way he knows.
R9 in at the near post, manages to get that shot off straight away. Team Heretics starting things off. Aggressive, strong R9 on the little volley, managing to find that one past as easy as you like.
Let's take a look at the highlights here. It was a ball played in, and it was Kylian Mbappe with a little dink pass into Arne and Ronaldo, and it's Hidalgo that finds the back of the net off the inside of the post there to give Team Heretics a very early one goal lead.
And we saw that switch of play there coming out towards that right wing and the defender not winning that header. How crucial was that?
Yeah, I think it's massive in this FIFA, you know, when the right back overlaps and the left back can't get there just in time, it always leads to an overload, and Heretics use that perfectly there.
Team Heretics with the absolute dream start against Fnatic TOTS and Diogo. Marcelo not coming up and winning that header. Ryan spoke about it yesterday, giving praise to Tex and Diogo on how they use their fullbacks, that Marcelo coming up. But it is a disadvantage at times when you have a fullback that isn't great in that aerial battle. Yeah,
I feel for the way Fnatic started that game, they were trying to press intently from the get-go, but it left a few gaps there. But again, that happens sometimes when transitioning into the favoured formation that they want to go into as that pass goes out for a goal kick. But I want to ask you, Tom, when it comes to player selection in terms of personnel in-game, you see Fnatic, they used Ronaldinho quite a lot. Who do you think is the main dictator of that? For example, for you and Gorilla, who chose the team?
For me and Gorilla, it's a very mixed input. We are very, we have a lot of conversation about it, you know, there's no one decider.
The ball comes down across R9 again, slotting that one down. Team Heretics, 12 minutes in, finding that pass into CR7 with a simple tap in. The goalkeeper caught in no man's land for Mateus Pinona and Hidalgo right now. They are absolutely loving this start.
Wow, it's a ball in here. I felt as if the goalkeeper was going to claim that. The ball in whipped in from Hidalgo, and it was a header down from Matias. Back to Hidalgo. Cristiano Ronaldo finds the back of the net. 2 goals within the first 15 minutes of hit the ground running.
The crazy thing there, Tom, as well, is that we're talking, the ball was in the middle of the pitch, nice and patient. Next thing you know, they're in the back, in the 18-yard box, finding the back of the net.
Yeah, I think, again, Heretics used their right back there. I think Hakimi was the one going forward. And I think it's clearly a tactic we're seeing early on here, right? I think we see their coach behind them there. He's probably told them to use that overlapping right back, start the attacks from there, and then work our way in. And it's worked so far.
The players just having a few technical issues, so just sorting out what they need to. But Fnatic right now, Tex and Diogo, not having the start that they want. Team Heretics, though, absolute dream start, Ryan.
Yeah, they would have had yesterday, of course, they would have known who they were playing overnight. They would have had time to delve into the tactical depths of it, watch the gameplay over the last couple of days, and even beforehand, just to see how Fnatic set up, if there's any weaknesses, deficiencies that they can exploit. And again, we see with the build-up from the fullbacks, it seems to be working.
That it does. Team Heretics as well. One thing that we noted going into this, they are so good defensively, but it is actually Fnatic that come in with that better defensive record. They kept clean sheets throughout this tournament so far. You prepare for Championship Sunday, you can do everything that you can, but going 2-0 down in the first 15 minutes, how do you pick yourself back up from that?
I think that's something that's not in the script, right? I don't think Fnatic are ready for that. I think what we're seeing here is Heretics come in very prepared. I'd imagine they've had their game plan overnight. It seems something they're executing. But yeah, obviously this is now on Tex and Diogo. I think we saw them do it yesterday against TG and NIP, where they come from 2 goals down. So they're open to changing things. They're used to the comeback, and I think they're going to have to try something here.
And there's one thing that Ryan says at times. You can practice as much as you want, but when it comes to the big stage and that LAN event, sometimes that practice doesn't always do it that way. But let's find out if Fnatic can do a repeat of yesterday. They came from 2-0 down versus Team Hullet. Ninja in pyjamas. Oli Ito and Levy managing to fumble on that one. And Fnatic with a great comeback in that game. They need to find that way to do that again. And if there is anyone that can do it, though, it is Tex and Diogo.
Exactly that. They're proving it yesterday. They're proving it over the years as well at the highest of levels. When the stakes are this high, it's tough. They don't want to make any costly errors and push too many bodies forward. They're just going to probably treat this game as if it's still a 0-0 and just try and just win the half and just try and progress further up the field, creating chances, because when they get here, they're very dangerous.
Mbappe on that 18-yard box. Tex just laying it back off to Diogo with Kante. Manages to find that pass off across to R9. Looking for that extra pass, but not finding that way through. Team Heretics, one of the teams that, if you do give them a goal or 2 lead, though, it is very difficult to come back against.
It really is, especially even in a... Speak about how well they are structurally in a 1v1 format. And I spoke about how in sync they are to do it in a 2v2 as well. They're very calm and composed. They're happy to just run the clock down and make you make mistakes and then try and capitalize. As you see across here.
Coming into that back stick to Cristiano Ronaldo. João Cancelo just doing enough for Fnatic to get that one away. Cristiano Ronaldo looking to be utilised at that back stick already from Team Heretics. Ball out on that left-hand side and a little bit of patience in the middle. R9 looking for that drive, finds that pass into Mbappe. Marquinhos just does enough again to step there. A big interception. Tom, when you're in these situations, 27th minute, do you take a minute or 2 just to breathe and try and get your foothold back in the game?
Yeah, definitely a tactical pause that we saw earlier. I think they would have had a look at the formations the players are using and kind of just regain, you know. You've been preparing all morning for this, and I don't think you can prepare for being 2-0 down this early. So I think they probably just have a word with each other, say, look, take it slow, get back into the game.
R9 now here trying to find that pass into the 18-yard box again, but just coming very short. Marquinhos happy to take that one away. And for Tex and Diogo right now, just not clicking, not getting things together against what is a very strong Team Heretics side. Pele with some fancy footwork. Hullet is equal to it though. Ricochet's back. Jude Bellingham. Kante doing what Kante does best for Fnatic. Patience and time on the ball. Tex and Diogo known for how good they can be in the attack, but can also appreciate how good they are on the ball just in that build-up play.
Yeah, that build-up play is essential in FIFA. You know, you have to get this area of the pitch right in order to get in the creative spaces that they're getting now, but you have to do that first thing right.
R9 with it, Elastico trying to take pass into that 18-yard box. Drives through, lays the ball back to Mbappe. A big chance. Marquinhos again with the 3rd block of the game already. But we can start to see Fnatic questioning a little bit more.
Yeah, that was special there from Tex. So we always speak about how dangerous he is when he's square on with the defender. The Elastico and the extra pass, but it was blocked there from Diogo. They could have got a lifeline back into this, but again, it's promising signs from them.
That it is. Tex and Diogo starting to get a little bit more control. After going 2-0 down inside 15 minutes, R9 inside that 18-yard box, tries to force that way through with the heel-to-heel. Ruben Diaz this time to break away. 41 minutes gone, an opportunity to break. Team Heretics looking for that 3rd goal, which really would make this tie done and dusted, arguably. Mbappe now in towards that byline. Marcelo equal to it, puts that one behind for the goal kick. Now, we were talking earlier on about these two teams and how they were going to come into this match. Did you think there was going to be 2 early goals in it, Ryan?
I'll be honest, I predicted the penalties 0-0 before this, just because, again, with the way Heretics are structured, I just felt as if they'd be content to try and run this game for a 50-50 if there's the ball over the top there. There still could be a chance here.
Messi on that 18-yard box, Tex looking to find that way through, but Hullet comes away for Team Heretics, and it is going to be Hidalgo that takes that one away, puts it out of play for that first half whistle. The referee says that is that. 2-0 up to Team Heretics that came out so quickly, so aggressive. We saw 2 lofted balls coming in, utilising that height and getting the 2 goals from it.
Yeah, it was a blistering start. I don't think they could have even dreamed of starting that well, in all honesty. You don't really prepare for a start as quick as they did. But again, you have to take it as it comes. 2 goals up in the first 45 minutes. But for Fnatic, we saw them again. They were 2-0 down yesterday, and they bounced back from it. And they responded really well, especially in that second leg. So for them, they'd be hoping that they can just bide their time, create a few more chances, as they did towards the latter stages of that first half.
And is that something, Tom, that they'll be talking about right now, saying, look, we did it yesterday against a very strong team, Hullet Ninja in pyjamas. There's no reason why we can't do this again.
Yeah, 100%. I can imagine the conversation will be about not panicking yet. You know, I don't think they need to change anything until the second leg. Until later in the second leg, it'll just be a case of not conceding again. I know Tex likes that. You don't want to be too far behind. He always says, right, just play our normal game, make sure we don't concede, and then we'll get back into it. And I think they'll trust themselves. You know, we saw a couple of half chances starting to open up. And yeah, I think it's just about trusting themselves in the second half to try and get one into it. And 2-1, if they go in 2-1 for the second leg, it's not that bad a result considering the start it was.
Yeah, I always think about this as well, Tom. Of course, we both play, but coming into the next day, they would be, of course, prior to that, in a good run of form, a good rich vein of form, winning games after game, and then you go home, you come back the next day, and sometimes you don't kick into gear as soon as you'd like. It's a common thing amongst FIFA pros, but yeah.
Yeah, I have that all the time, right? I'll be honest, I'm a slow starter. I normally need 2 or 3 games to really get in my rhythm.
Yeah.
And I think that is the challenge of the first game. You can see Fnatic starting to create.
Pele now on that left-hand side already. Tex and Diogo looking to start on the front foot in this second half. Some fancy footwork, finds the Mbappe inside the 18-yard box. It's going to be Rude Hullet. 1 too many. And again, the defender is just there to take that one away. Team Heretics looking to break. Marcelo making that overlapping run, chooses to go for the Mbappe. Patrick Vieira doing enough. Marcelo lays that ball into R9. He's going to take the shot first time. Green time. And Schmeichel there to parry it away. A big chance.
Felt as if time froze there when the ball was lofted over the top there. Green time, wasn't enough power or elevation behind it to really trouble the goalkeeper, but I was initially going to say promising signs there from Diogo and Tex creating that chance there, but again, you can see just one end to the other. To counter-attack seems to be a huge option there for Hidalgo and Matthias to break through with.
Mbappe to break now again into that 18-yard box, and it is going to be Hidalgo takes that one away very simply and easily, using that strength of Marquinhos. And that is the thing for Fnatic right now, Tex and Diogo. They have to find that way back into the game, but as you commit more men forward, you leave more men behind open to that counter. João Cancelo whipping it in again. Cristiano Ronaldo not finding that way.
I think that cross was whipped in a slightly prematurely. They could have waited or gone towards the byline a little bit more before trying to play the pass in, but we're going to see Diogo break through here.
Ronaldinho looking for that cross into the back stick. It is going to be Pele. Manages to find that one past, and what a header that is from Pele. The fist bump from Tex and Diogo, finding their way back into the game.
Yeah, just as I said, just one goal can change the game very quickly. You know, they did their build-up, good chance, another cross as well. We've seen a couple of them happen this game, and yeah, Fnatic now straight back into this.
It's funny because crossing in FIFA 22, not everyone utilises it, but when it does come, it can work an absolute treat.
Absolutely, you see there with Pele, with the heading accuracy in the front of goal, it's always going to be a target that will trouble the goalkeeper. I was just speaking there, we just saw on the other end of it, Heretics had the chance there. If they went towards the byline, they could have had a similar situation there with Cristiano Ronaldo at the back stick, waiting aerially. We know how dominant he can be, but again, straight down the other end, and it was Fnatic's Diogo and Tex to respond.
Team Heretics not utilising that cross to their advantage. And then down at the other end, Fnatic managed to find that Pele with a very calm header. Tex and Diogo going to be very happy to start off this second half this way. The question is, can they find that second goal to take it all level going into that second leg? A reminder, $100,000 for the winner of this tournament, a Team of the Season Cup in London. By the end of play today, we will have that champion.
I'll be honest, guys, I can sense the nerves here from Team Heretics. The way they're building up, they seem to be giving the ball away in ways they would, well, regularly you'd never see them give away possession so easily. I think it's just they're sort of worrying about playing the likes of Fnatic, TOTS and Diogo. They know that there's going to be chances created, so they're not really resting on their laurels with a 1-goal advantage. But in a normal game or a different scenario where the stakes aren't as high, well, I would also always associate them with being a lot more disciplined as a pause comes in.
What do you make, Tom, of this matchup? The 5 at the back, the 5-2-1-2, up against the 4-4-2, which TOTS loves to play. How does that play into each other?
I think it's about discipline for the people using the back four, because you can get dragged out to the wing back very quickly. I think that switch can be frustrating if you feel like you're not getting the ball. And I think TOTS and Diogo have just got to be careful of how they pull their fullback out, because, you know, they're very aggressive, aren't they? They're always flying forward. And I think they're probably going to be trying to go with the winger instead and keep that back four compact. But yeah, it's a very interesting tactical matchup, and it can go either way. It depends on how you play it. Sometimes the 5 can triumph the 4. Sometimes the 4 can triumph the 5. Depends on how it's played.
That it does. There will be some tactical changes coming through, possibly from the side of both teams, as Team Heretics on that back foot right now, having to defend. Fnatic having the better of the second half. R9 takes that long-range shot. The finish shot going across the face of goal. Donnarumma catching that one with ease.
Notice a little tactical adjustment there from Team Heretics. I don't know what formation they've gone to, but they've changed it on the D-pad tactics as that pass doesn't go to the destined target. But again, I noticed that they're just giving away possession a lot more than they would in a normal game.
The thing is as well, though, Ryan, is that they started off so strong, 2 goals, but then Fnatic since then have had the ball. Team Heretics haven't really settled in to be holding that ball. They've been defending, trying to hit on that counter, as we see Hullet finding that way again. The pass into Mbappe inside the 18-yard box, lays that one off across, and Marquinhos again doing enough. A huge, huge chance for that pass off.
That's a huge step across there from Matthias to make sure that he puts Marquinhos in between the goalkeeper and TOTS when he's on the ball. Potentially could have pulled the trigger there, but again, it was just a slice of fortune that could have fell their way, and unlucky for Fnatic that it didn't.
As we said, Ryan, about the tactical change, I think we've seen Heretics going to a back 4 here, so they're obviously not happy with something that's gone on in the second half, and trying to adjust and change the way they play now.
Yeah, I'll say it was necessary, though, with the way the game was going, especially since they went 2-0 up. They haven't had well, they've had a couple of chances, but nothing clear-cut. And they haven't retained possession as well as they did in the first 20 minutes.
And as the people at home are watching this and seeing this tactical battle, how do they get used to that if they want to start to implement that into the game? We'll answer that in just a second. As we see Cristiano Ronaldo driving forward, going all the way to the byline, lays that one off, Mbappe not getting that touch. Going back to that point, how do people get used to these matchups and change themselves?
I think you've got to be prepared to change. I think this is the first FIFA in a while where we've seen so many different formations that can be used. You know, I think what you can do is obviously practice 3 or 4 different formations. They all have different ways of playing. And it is just mainly being comfortable with the formation. You just need to keep practicing over weekend league or any rivals games you're playing, and make sure you can be tactically flexible at any time.
Fnatic on that attack. 83rd minute. Ronaldinho, TOTS and Diogo linking up, trying to find that way past the fullback. João Cancelo there. A bit of time and a bit of patience. And that one thing, Ryan, is composure in that area.
Oh, it really is. Matthias there, not rushing, not trying to make a mistake this late on in a game to give away possession so needlessly. And they know that the clock's ticking down for this first leg. They will opt to keep possession for the last attack, just to make sure that if they do give possession away, there won't be enough time for Fnatic, Diogo and TOTS to respond. But they're happy just to keep the ball in this situation, and for Fnatic, they'll be happy to not press too high up the pitch and leave any gaps.
Given the start of this game, Tom, Fnatic right now will be happy going into the second leg at 2-1.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. It could have been a lot worse. After 2 goals in 15 minutes, they did well to remain composed and keep themselves in it. And yeah, 2-1, they'll take that scoreline going into the second leg.
Can Team Heretics get one more attack in this first leg? Or are they happy taking the 2-1 lead? If it is, it's going to be now, and they are not going to get a chance as the referee blows that whistle. Team Heretics 2, Fnatic 1. TOTS and Diogo needing to do a little bit more in that second leg. Do you think they're going to change anything?
I don't think so. I think they're very, very regimented in their system. They trust the way they can build up and create chances. And we've seen that. Although they've only scored 1 goal, they still had a few opportunities.
that it will. But we are going to go ahead to a little break. When we come back, we'll find out who is going to be victorious in this second leg.
Hey guys, my name is Max. I'm a professional FIFA player for Complexity Gaming, and today I'm going to teach you how to use the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow second variation. So for our first pattern here, we're going to be looking at how we use fullbacks to create space when attacking. Once we win the ball back, the first thing that I do is I trigger my fullback on a run manually. So now you see my fullback at the top of the screen. He's running down the right side, and so is my striker. That leaves 2 attackers down the right side, and he only has 1 left back. Once I recognize this, I have the ball with my center mid and we just play the ball. Now here in this position, you can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys running, darting into the box, and he has 5 defenders that can cope with it. So I look into the box, I see there's no one there initially, so I have to recycle the play and go backwards. An open pass comes back, my center mid drops back, and then we're going to just keep passing. There's an open guy almost always in the narrow around the box. As we mentioned earlier, we got tackled, but the key thing is that we managed to advance the ball into his box off of like a 5-second attack. Hey guys, thank you for watching my 4-1-2-1-2 Masterclass video. See you on the pitch.
The FIFA Global Series Team of the Season Cup is presented by PlayStation Tournaments and by Astro Headsets.
Yes, hello and welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup here in London. Let us know where you are watching. Get involved with the conversation on Instagram, Twitter, Twitch and YouTube. Tell us, who do you think is going to win the Team of the Season Cup in the FGS 2022? Come and get involved. We have just seen the first leg between Team Heretics and Fnatic. Team Heretics starting off very strongly with a 2-0 lead early on, 15 minutes, but Fnatic, Tex and Diogo finding an answer back with that 1 goal. Meaning it is all to play for in this second leg. The winner will advance through and play against Makers Sweden, and the loser will drop down into that lower bracket and will be matching up against Direwolves.
Yeah, but it's going to be an important start to the game for Fnatic. They, of course, want to start a lot better than they did in the first leg. Of course, gifting 2 goals to Hidalgo and Matias very early on. They want to make sure they can rectify those mistakes, and if not rectify it, attack very, very quickly, which they've started off with.
Ronaldinho find that ball back into Kante. The pass into Mbappe. Donnarumma quick off his line, coming out, and Fnatic already starting on that front foot. R9, Tex and Diogo linking up nicely together. You can't give R9 too much space on the 18-yard box as he comes through. He's trying to find that pass, the Elastico is perfect timing. He's dancing, he's weaving, he finds that pass into Messi as easy as you like. That is why Tex and Diogo, they turn up.
That build up there from Tex was absolutely outstanding. The skill moves, wow, unbelievable that he stops with an elastico, he's baiting it, he's building up the time, the twist, the turns, and he plays it to Diogo, an easy finish there. Wow.
What do you even do in that scenario when someone can move with a player like that?
Nothing. You can't do anything. I've been there many a times trying to defend that, and I think it is impossible. You know, it's what I said earlier, right? Tex on a big stage just seems to go up a level, and he's shown his quality there. Great goal.
Fnatic came from behind yesterday, 2-0. They were losing against Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas. They found a way, and they have pulled this one back to 2-2. And if you could have any start, similar to the first leg, if you'd have any start that you wanted, that is exactly it.
Yep, they responded very early on, which I said is essential for them to do. They'll be hoping that they can continue that for their sake, as we see Team Heretics building up towards the ball, and it goes out though for a throw-on. But, oh, potentially a mistake.
Giving that ball away straight away from the throw-in. R9 to drive. Vieira coming off across and taking that one away. The player item of Vieira so strong at the back for Fnatic. Using him very well. Strong defensively. As that physicality starts to just take it away. There is going to be a corner coming in though for Team Heretics, looking for something from the training ground. Unfortunately not winning that one. Bellingham plays it back out wide to Cristiano Ronaldo, whipping that one in. It is going to be Marquinhos running up and jumping for that, but unfortunately losing out to the battle. Cristiano Ronaldo, interestingly, the one whipping that one in.
Yeah, I think maybe a slight oversight there with that corner. Of course, they tried the play-a-lot corner, whipping it to the edge and trying to get that pass back in. We saw it, a very familiar setup with Neo, as we see Tex building up here with Ronaldinho, playing it back to Diogo.
And we spoke earlier on, Tom, about Tex and Diogo, what they've won and what they've done in their years of playing professional FIFA. They went 2-0 down 15 minutes in, but they looked calm. They weren't frustrated. They just said, you know what, if we play our game, get back into this, we'll be fine.
Yeah, I think the key word is trust between them. They know that at 2 goals or 3 goals, they trust their own game so much. They know what they're capable of, and it's proven here that they don't panic, they stay composed, and they deservedly are back in the game now.
Yeah, they do have that composure in the game. Composure in FIFA, we talk about it in the game and outside of the game. What does it actually mean for a professional FIFA player to have composure at a LAN event?
I believe it's everything. I think it's such tight margins in FIFA at times, and it normally is the most mentally composed that goes and win. The guys that can stay calm, it's just about decision making. Like, we all know the decision we want to make, but when push comes to shove and you're playing for big trophies like this, not everyone can replicate that, you know. So it's normally the person that's most composed that will go and win the tournament, or the team that's most composed in this situation.
And the team that is most composed, would you say, for the majority of players, that's players that have been here, done it, won trophies, clawing back on the past time that they've done it?
Absolutely, of course, you associate the players that have gone the distance before at LAN events to be the ones that are the most composed. But for Hidalgo and Matthias, we saw him at his first LAN event last year. As we see a run triggered here with Root that potentially could have been played over the top. But as I was saying, it's, of course, having that experience at LAN events helps a lot. But for some players, they trust their game so much, and naturally they're just very, very composed and assured that they can do it when the lights are on, when the stage is set, and when the trophy is there to be won.
That it is. Fnatic now, again, knocking on that door. Little throw-in just coming back. And for you, Tom, is there anything right now that you're noticing that Fnatic are doing differently that they didn't do in the first half, or vice versa for Team Heretics?
I think mainly for Fnatic, they're just building from their defence, right? They're not being as erratic as they were at the start. They're not giving away free chances, and as a result, they get the ball back and they get to create the chances that they like. We know what Tex is like, right? Very slow on the build-up. Diogo complements it very well together, and they're managing to build that up. Now they can defend a little bit better.
So you've played against Team Heretics before. What would you say makes them so special in the way they play, especially with Matthias in 1v1 and the success he's had?
It's the defending, Ryan. I can't break them down. You know, every time in practice I play Hidalgo and Matthias, first thing I say is I can't believe how well they defend. We can see here, keep defenders in position. And when you score, you feel like you've really worked to score the goal, you know. It's not just a free goal, it's not cheap. It's a lot of hard work goes into scoring against them because they just know how to defend so well.
R9 now for Fnatic, driving through. It is Tex on that ball. Fancy footwork again. R9, can he find that pass off across? He cannot. Lost for words there to see how Tex can dribble with R9 at his feet. It is absolutely out of this world.
He's hitting into gears now. He's leveling up slowly but surely. He's becoming more and more dangerous as a pass over the top goes straight into Tex's hands with Schmeichel there. But again, we saw him in those situations I said yesterday, when he's square on with the defender, with someone that has 5-star skill moves, and especially even a 5-star weak foot, you never know which way he's going to turn, what he's going to do next, what skill move he's going to pull out, and his repertoire seems endless, honestly. He chooses the right option every single time.
Fnatic now still having a lot of control of this ball, taking their time in that build-up. Looking to utilise the little 1-2s, the skill moves that Tex and Diogo can pull off. For Team Heretics right now, though, Tom, what have they got to do to try and get a control on this game?
I think the main thing for them is to try and just get back on the ball a little bit more. You know, I think we're seeing them defend a lot more than they were in the first half.
Pele now looking to lay that into Hullet. CR7 on the edge of the 18 is going to drive forward, looking towards that byline, whips that one into Mbappe, lays that down, and Hullet there, kind of a header down, unfortunately not finding the player that they wanted. An opportunity to break now in the 43rd minute for Fnatic.
It seems rushed there from Team Heretics. I know that in that situation there weren't many options there, but again, it just seems as if they're lost for options going forward. I think for Fnatic, they'll be definitely content with the way this game's going. They feel like they're in control, especially with the chances they've created. I may have jinxed it there, because there could be a chance at the end of the half if Heretics can get the ball higher up the pitch in time, but there isn't enough. And of course, we go into the second half now.
2-2 on aggregate. Tex and Diogo looking as calm as you like, laughing, joking with each other. That is Tex, right?
Yeah, you know, he loves the big occasion. I think this half-time break will be massive. I think with the Heretics, with their coach there, will be obviously making a lot of changes, and I think that's where this game's going to be won and lost. You know, we've seen a lot of formation changes over the leg and a half, and I think whoever makes the right call here will be able to go and win this game from here on out.
So when you are wanting to make those formation and tactical changes, what actually is the conversation that you have with each other?
I think for me, it's more just, okay, what are their advantages and why are they making chances and how do we stop that? I think a lot of the time when we play narrow, we realise we have to match it, because in midfield they have an overload, or when we play 5 at the back or 3 at the back, you have to be more conscious of the wingers. For me, it's more just, can we stop their advantages? As soon as we do that, we can just play our own game again. Because going forward, you're not going to change too much. You kind of have your plans and your patterns that are built up over a few weeks or a few months of practice. It's more just stopping them from doing what they love doing best, and then make the other team uncomfortable. As soon as Heretics can't do what they want, then Fnatic then have the advantage, same for the other way. So yeah, it's mainly just stopping your opponent from doing what they like and force them into doing something that they're not really used to as much.
Yeah, would you say, as crazy as this sounds for Team Heretics, that it's probably the worst thing they could have done is go up with that margin that early on, because you have basically 180 minutes now to make a choice. Do they sit back and defend? Do they play the same way? Do they try and get another goal? And it's tough. I find that very, very difficult to make that choice.
Yeah, it's definitely a cliche in football and FIFA, isn't it, right? You go ahead too early and it changes the way you think, and suddenly you don't play the same way, and it can change a lot. Sometimes that 2-goal lead, it seems great on paper, but it's not as good as it seems.
Fnatic now picking up that loose ball. Tex and Diogo looking to drive, utilising the wing with Ronaldinho. We spoke about how good Tex can be with that man on the ball. We've seen some fantastic dribbling to set up chances, goals, you name it. Tex and Diogo knocking on that door. João Cancelo just getting that ball back again from the ricochet. Team Heretics looking to do what they do best, defend in numbers. R9 back, pressing that ball holder. Mbappe doing his job. Everyone is disciplined. Fnatic taking their time and patience, trying that driven into R9, but Hakimi taking it away, nice and simple. A reminder that when this team advance, whoever wins this one will go through and play against Makers Sweden, and that is going to be a game and a half, whichever one of these teams it will be.
Yeah, Makers Sweden have been flying this weekend. You know, I haven't been able to practice against them too much. Wasn't quite sure what they can offer, but them two have really stepped up at the LAN, and that'll be a tough game for whoever wins this.
Yeah, they're in our Club World Cup group for the competition. Of course, next week is the final week of that to get into the final stages, and they've been phenomenal. They've been running riot. They're very, very composed as a duo, and they've done really well as we see a chance here.
R9 coming back in, using that fancy footwork. A sloppy pass from Bellingham. Fnatic right now happy to see that going that way, and time and patience again coming through.
I think when it's the 60th minute onwards as well, it's when the nerves start to kick in, right? You start thinking at the end of the game, start thinking next goal could really decide it, and yeah, it's a real test of composure for both players.
With it being such a tight affair as well, possibly looking at extra time. If you're Direwolves right now and you're thinking on playing either one of these, are you saying go all the way to extra time and possibly even penalties? Drain them as much as you can.
Yeah, I think Dire will be fearless whoever they play here, because obviously they had the experience of playing Fnatic earlier. Nearly through there. They had the experience of playing Fnatic in the first game, and I've been speaking to them quite a lot this week, and they're just completely fearless, right?
Yeah,
They're not scared of anyone around here. So, yeah, they'll be watching this and trusting themselves that whoever does lose, they'll be able to go and beat.
I was speaking to you earlier on, Tom, when you were saying that they came over, they spent time practicing against you, are absolutely fearless, playing their own game, and even you yourself, you and Gorilla, both came out of those scrim games and said, they're a team to watch.
Yeah, they caught us off guard at the start of the week. You know, we were just find as many games as we can. And I've been speaking to Mike for a couple of years and said, let's get a few games in this week. And now you're over in the UK. And yeah, they were incredible. The way they played, they were just in sync all the time, and they trust in each other. You know, they play fairly attacking, but they always trust each other to make the right pass. And I'm not surprised they've done so well.
Mbappe now for Team Heretics. They haven't had too many chances in that final third. Pele on the defensive duties.
One thing I noticed now with Fnatic, they're anticipating that switch across. So they're trying to manually run across to cut it as early as possible. As a player lock corner, they almost fell in their favor. But Fnatic, they'll be content with the way this game has gone so far. I feel as if they're in control of possession and have had their fair share of chances, especially when Tex gets into the area. I think that's probably the game plan, especially building up in a four at the back formation, just going down the wings, playing it back across towards the inside of the box and looking for the extra pass or the right skill move with Tex, as we saw the first goal in this game.
João Cancelo looking for that ball into Ronaldinho. Tex looking to find that way through, chooses to go back to Mbappe. A quick pass off to Kante. Rude Hullet on the edge of the 18, drives in, but his equal partner is there. Team Heretics coming away again and looking to break. Possession handed over in the middle of that pitch. For everyone at home, they're used to 1v1, Tom. How does 2v2 really play that difference when if you make a mistake, with 10 minutes remaining right now, neither one of these teams will want to make that mistake? How does that impact when you know you're playing for not yourself, but also your partner?
Yeah, the pressure's definitely cranked up in your head. You know, in 1v1 you can accept it's your mistake, but in 2v2 you don't want to let someone else down. You know, you don't want to be the reason you lost.
Mbappe now finding that ball out to Cristiano Ronaldo. Again, defensively, both of these teams just doing enough to keep their counterpart away from that 18-yard box. No clear-cut chances to speak about in the last 15. 7 minutes remaining. Will there be a winner, or will we go to extra time? Pele. Tex saying to Diogo, come and give me an option. Come and give me some space. The patience to go back, recycle, and spread that play wide.
Build up for last attack here. I think you do, don't you, in the 86th?
That you normally tend to. 4 minutes remaining. Fnatic just taking their time. And this, Tom, is purely just to say you are not getting another chance in this 90.
Yeah, you don't want to concede 90th minute. Oh, they're giving it away.
It is going to be the last attack then to Team Heretics. Fnatic, curse of the commentator. We'll blame Tom for that one. Giving that ball away. 1 minute remaining.
For their sake, you hope it doesn't prove to be costly, because again, it'd be a heartbreaking way to concede a goal. 1 minute added on here. Team Heretics, they need to go forward.
Looking for that switch of play over to the right back. Pele just doing enough again to say you are not going to get a clear header down to Mbappe. Driving past Marcelo with ease. He's got Cristiano Ronaldo in at the back stick. Chooses to drive through. Uses the cross to Cristiano Ronaldo. He finds the back of the net with the header. Ryan, you said, I hope it doesn't come back to haunt them. And it has done exactly that.
I genuinely, I can feel that celebration deep through my mouth. You feel that, Tom, right? That was like... Wow. Heartbreaking stuff for Fnatic, but huge celebrations from Matthias and Hidalgo and their coach behind them. Devastating for Fnatic, Tex and Diogo. They gave possession away very late on, and that was it. You knew it was coming. Cristiano Ronaldo at the back post, the ball whipped in. You know what's going to come.
That you do. Team Heretics taking that victory in the final minute of the match. getting down the line and looking for the cross to the back stick, finding Cristiano Ronaldo. And we said earlier on that Cristiano Ronaldo was whipping the ball in. You don't want him there. You want him at the back stick. And that's exactly where he was.
Yep, exactly. You can see that chance coming from when Pele missed the header or didn't manage to get possession and retain it from that challenging with Hakimi. You knew that Matias and Hidalgo were going to build up and aim for that cross, but Fnatic, they couldn't do enough to stop it. And it's, again, we know, Tom, how heartbreaking it is to concede late on and lose. Let alone lose in any moment of the game. The last kick is devastating.
Yeah, I think we've seen the Heretics special there. I've played Hidalgo and Matthias a lot, and they really know that back post cross angle. They know exactly when to do it.
Yep.
And that goal is a result of weeks and weeks of practice. They know exactly. They knew that cross was going to work, right? They trusted their plan. And as I mentioned, the last attack was the thing that cost them there, and that's what happens in the tightest games. You see the best teams playing each other. It comes down to something as tight as that.
So it's going to be Team Heretics going through and advancing and playing against Makers Sweden, but also it will be Fnatic dropping down into the lower bracket, and they will be up against Direwolves. Direwolves have already played Fnatic in the first game of this tournament. It went all the way to penalties. How, Tom, after that game, losing in that last minute, to Fnatic regroup themselves for that?
I think it's now just what you said about regrouping, staying composed. They're not out the tournament, right? It's a bad loss. You don't want to be losing 90th minute, but you have to get out of the system, get back to it, and be aware of what Direwolves can do now. They know what to expect. They played them first game. They know how it goes from there. So yeah, it's just keeping composed, staying calm, get that out of the system, and then get straight back into it for the losers bracket.
And for Makers Sweden, they would have been watching that game closely, saying it's going to be Fnatic or Team Heretics that they're going to be playing against. Do you think they would have had a preference on who they wanted to play?
I don't think so. You know, two teams like that.
Tough,
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to play either of them. You know, in a big occasion. So yeah, I think either way, Makers would just say that it is what it is. In a final, a winners' final, you know you're going to have to play someone unbelievable. So I don't think they'll be too fast, whoever it is.
Yeah.
No, that they won't. But it will be a very interesting game very, very soon. But also, it's a credit to how good these teams are and these players that no matter who you're up against at this stage of the game, you will just not want to face anyone.
Yep. Again, even in this stage, from the beginning, the teams involved, the Masters teams, the teams that have won their open series to reach this stage, they've done it on merit. And they're tough teams to get past. So to even reach this stage is a huge accomplishment. But as you said, for Fnatic, they need to wipe the slate clean and move on. It's tough, though. It's easier said than done. We know how hard it is.
Tom, you've been there plenty of times where you've had those games and you've lost in that last minute and you've got to go ahead and have a regroup. What do you do in that sort of situation? Do you just go sit aside for a little bit, or do you get back, get practicing? What exactly would you do?
For me, I love the break. I love having like an hour or two to myself. You know, that first half an hour now, they'll probably just go out, just go and maybe sit outside or sit away from the booth for a little bit, and then kind of just take that time to, okay, when we go back in, the loss is done with now. We're now focusing on Direwolves, get out of the system. I know what Tex and Diogo like. They don't like playing in between games. So if they play, they won't practice. No matter when they play later in the day, they will not practice. So all they'll really be doing is just VOD reviewing. I think they'll be watching the goals. Okay, how do we stop that? Particularly the start. Don't think Fnatic would be happy with the way they started that first leg, so they'll probably just have an eye on that, make sure it doesn't happen again, and be as prepared as possible for their game against Direwolves.
Well, thank you very much, Tom, for that. We are going to pass it over to Rachel and Mike, who'll bring us more of the analysis.
Yeah, thanks, guys, and thanks to Tom for joining in with the commentary as well. Love to see some of the pros getting heavily involved with the broadcast. That's what makes LAN so special. We can just kind of pluck them out of their booth and say, can you join in and make our job a little bit easier, Mike Labelle? Let's just talk about that matchup then. Heretics taking on Fnatic. What a last-minute winner for Team Heretics there.
And that might have been the record for longest celebration. That Vamos just continued on. It was seconds. I saw the reaction up there. They kind of jumped a little bit. If you can't see this, Heretics is right below the commentary booth, so you're definitely going to feel every bit of that energy between them.
Totally, their booth was absolutely shaking. Well, we mentioned we're going to get a lot of our pros involved. We have another one to introduce you to right now, Dr. Nightwatch. There he is of Team Falcons, top 20 in FIFA 19, and of course runner-up in our first ever E-Champions League back in 2019 in Madrid. Absolute scenes there. I remember your celebrations. You like to get heavily involved with the celebrations as well. Obviously, with Team Falcons this time out, and MS Dasari, of course. Nice to be back at LAN. Firstly, my question for you, though, is how did that partnership come about? It was a big partnership.
I mean, it came about because of the format change this year, 1v1 and 2v2. So they were looking for a teammate for Dasari for the competition, and a few names dropped out, a few names weren't available. So just pecking order came down to me. I think it was a possibility that we click well together. We did, but unfortunately, it eventually didn't come down to what we expected.
Is he team captain?
100%.
You have to just sit back and be quite quiet there, but.
Nah, I'm not quite quiet, but he is the team captain.
And you just saw both those matches, of course. Yeah. What are your major takeaways? Both games had late goals. Obviously, the 90th there. The other one was the 70th. It really came down to the endings. I just wanted to hear like kind of what your takeaways were, because I know you're known for analyzing and really dissecting everything from a gameplay perspective as well.
I mean, when you watch the last game, out of the 5 goals, I believe 4 were crosses. So that's something to take into account for the 2v2 as a kind of a meta. It's been kind of a meta even for 1v1, but it's harder to get in these spots, in these positions. But for 2v2, you get in that spot, you whip in the crosshair, 7 back posts, gonna win it more often than not. Whereas the first game, it was kind of end-to-end, more end-to-end than people expected, especially with the funny own goal at the start of the first leg, which, if people have played South American teams, you know they're good in defense. So getting that gift to get back in the game is not only good to be equal, but it's also mentally. It gives you an advantage, and the team that scores an own goal, you're down for half a leg unless you bring each other back up.
That's the kind of answer as well we expected from Dr. Nightwatch. He's a master of FIFA, by the way, if you guys didn't know. So expect more analysis like that from him. But right now, we're going to go over to Carl Walker, who's got Makers Sweden, who just got the W, the big W, in that game against Atlanta United.
Thank you, Rachel. Yes, I am, Optoli and Ollie Bolly. Great to have you here in the middle of the stage, right next to the trophy, which I'm sure you'll be hoping to get your hands on by the end of today. Ollie Bolly, I'll start with you, just about your performance so far as a duo. We summed it up last night when we had our debrief that you've just been going about your business. You've been getting the results and just making sure that you get the wins when needed.
Yeah, I think we started off with a very tough game against NIP, against 2 good friends as well. But then after that, I think we played better, especially yesterday. We scored like 11 goals and conceded only 1. So yeah, we keep on going.
And Optoli, coming into Championship Sunday, I did mention the trophy that is there. $100,000 on the line as well. I can see your face, it lights up with a huge smile when I mention those things. I'm sure that for yourselves, that's what you're here for. You just want to get the win, you want to ensure that you're the champions.
Yeah, we want to win the tournament and to become the best 2v2 team in the world.
What has it been like being back at Lando? Because it's very different to all the remote tournaments. You can hear, you can see, you're sat next to some of your opponents as well. How's that been for you?
This is my second LAN event I've ever played, so it's a bit different from playing at home, but it's funny to hear everyone's emotions and to see everyone here.
Definitely, indeed, and I can see that you're enjoying yourself when we are doing that. Now let's have a quick look at some of your highlights from your last game, and you can talk us through this one just here. The first leg in this one, I mean, for yourselves, Ollie Bolly, I'll start with you. Obviously, Atlanta United, some incredible players. They've got lots of experience. How did you prepare for that game?
I don't know. I think we wanted to play as usual, to play Free Fight 2 as we have played all weekend. But I think they started off a bit better than us, maybe. But we got lucky with our first goal there, and we come back in the game.
So going into the second leg, as I said, Atlanta have got plenty of experience. They managed to pull that one back just there, very early on in the game as well. How did you keep your head and ensure that you were to go on to get the win?
I don't know, we just played our game and it went good this time. We are always just trying to stay calm and to play our own game and yeah.
I mean, looking at that, looking at your celebrations, you can tell that you are definitely enjoying yourself. Looking forward, though, to your next game, another difficult one.
Yeah, it is.
How are you feeling about that? Have you prepared? Have you spoke about what you're going to do? You've not got much time to practice, especially when you're talking to me.
I don't know, we are just going to play our game and hopefully we can win.
Hopefully you can win indeed. That's all. Well, maybe you'll be getting your hands on this trophy right here. Guys, I'll let you go off and I'll give you plenty of time. Really good to chat to you. That's the beauty of these things. And, well, we can welcome in Team Heretics into the mix as well. Incredible to have you here. Take a step forward for me. I mean, what a game, what a performance, what an ending it was. You must be feeling incredible right now, Matthias.
Partidazo, ¿no? Cómo terminar un partido, sensaciones ahora increíbles, ¿no?
Bueno, la verdad que, bueno, sensaciones encontradas, muy contento por cómo se terminó dando al final. Un partido muy complicado, felicitar a los rivales por el gran partido que hicieron y nada, muy contentos.
No, we're really overjoyed at the moment. It was a fantastic game, really happy how it turned out. We've got to give big, massive respect to our opponents. They did really well, gave us a great game, but it's just fantastic. We feel great.
Fnatic, your opponents, they would arguably be said that they are the favourites coming into this tournament. However, it's yourselves that remains in the winner's side of the bracket. How important is it on Championship Sunday to remain on that winner's side?
Y ellos igual antes de esto se consideraron como candidatos, ¿no? Favoritos, pero ahora habéis ganado, mantuvieron, ¿no? Ahora en el bracket ganador. Es importante, ¿no? El día de final.
Sí, al final, como se pueden ver todos los partidos que van por Winner Bracket, el que va siempre por ahí tiene la doble oportunidad de ganar en caso de perder con el que viene de loser. Entonces siempre es bueno, ¿no? Porque además va con la confianza, no ha perdido ningún partido y siempre tiene más chance al final de ganar, y el 80% yo creo de los torneos siempre gana el que viene de Winner Bracket.
I think it's really important, and we came into this game high on confidence, the fact we've not lost a game up to now, but being in that winners bracket section, I think it's really, really important. If you look back at previous finals, you find that 80% of the winners eventually come from the winners side. So yeah, I think the fact that you get two chances, two bites at the cherry, and I think that helps when you're going into the final stages, definitely.
It definitely does. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then from your game. I mean, what a game it was. We talked about the ending, but we had plenty of action before that one. Watching it just here, I mean, we talked about how difficult it would be coming up against Fnatic. However, you guys, you got off to a great start. Talk to me about that start.
Gran comienzo al partido, ¿no? Un desafío muy grande, importante frente a ellos, pero dos goles nada más comenzar el partido. Háblame un poco de eso.
Sí, la verdad que arrancamos muy bien. Yo creo que tácticamente entramos muy bien. Cuando íbamos 2-0, cambiamos de formación. Yo creo que fue un error. Nos terminan empatando y nada, después volvimos a lo que empezamos y bueno, por suerte pudimos ganar.
No, it was a fantastic start to the game for us, and 2-0 up was a great beginning. I think then we switched tactically slightly, and I think maybe it was a mistake looking back, but then when they got back into it, two each, and then we switched back to how we'd started, the same formation, and I think that's when things started to go well for us again.
Look at the smile on your face just there. Well, thank you for coming to talk to us. Hopefully, you'll be able to get your hands on this trophy later on today and $100,000. You guys can make your way. Go and practice. Go and relax after that incredible win just there. I mean, Rachel, Mike, Dr. Nightwatch, what a performance from them. But also, I mean, just look at the smiles on their faces. You can see how much it means to them, and getting a win the way they did against Fnatic, the favourites. I'm going to come out and say it. Wow.
Yeah, it was amazing, of course, and Dr. Nightwatch knows exactly what it means to play those guys. You remember Masters Cup a couple of weeks ago? What happened in the final?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they maybe got defeated as well. He doesn't,
That wasn't very nice. That was unnecessary.
Right.
You didn't have to do
Let's
that.
go to the bracket then, guys, so you can cover all our faces so you don't get to see what we look like here. Just sold Nightwatch under that big bus. Okay, let's have a look at exactly
Rachel is not your
what
friend.
that means.
I just want you to know
I
that.
do. Me and Nightwatch are great friends, FYI. He can't look at me right now. Anyway, let's go back to the bracket, Mike Lavelle, and tell everyone what's coming up.
We have our upper finals now with, of course, Maker Sweden and Heretics. You just heard from both of them. Neither of them really gave you a lot of information about their secrets either. They didn't give us those breakdowns. But what's coming up next is we're going to have Direwolves and Fnatic, and then, of course, you have Ducks Gaming and Atlanta United. I'm looking forward to both these matchups. I know that you're buzzing for both of them, Nightwatch. Maybe walk us through these semis.
So, in case of the lower bracket, Direwolves, Fnatic, they've already played. Obviously, first game of the day of Friday, they went to pens. I wouldn't say Direwolves played better. They played a lot better than people expected. Underdogs, like the good surprise of the tournament. I think a lot of neutrals are rooting for them. So that's definitely a game to watch. Ducks Gaming and Atlanta, Spanish against Brazilian, very passionate communities in general. So I think these two matchups specifically are some of the most interesting ones, because one is a rematch and the other one is two kind of clashing communities. You know how Spanish, Portuguese, Spanish, Argentinian, Brazilian, the whole mixture. It's very, very passionate, so I'm curious how that turns out. And the winner bracket, you have a second chance, it's a final, so even if you lose, you're already top 3, secured good money. You're obviously fighting for that Club World Cup spot, so all to play for.
Dr. Nightwatch, out of all those teams that we've just seen just there, any of them that are real shocks, real surprises? There's one that jumps out to me, and a few people have mentioned them, but for you, any that are the big surprise of the weekend?
I mean, one thing that you notice is that all 6 teams are duos of players from the same country. So there's no mixture. It's players that play together at club level, some at national team level. They play often, rivals, friendlies, they just play together a lot. So no specific surprise, I wouldn't say. Maybe Direwolves, the pleasant surprise of the tournament, maybe Fnatic being in the lower bracket. But in general, it's a 2v2 format. It's something that's never been seen before so far in competitive FIFA except Club World Cup, but even then, it's not, the focus is not on 2v2. So yeah, as you can see, the Direwolves cheering there. I think they're the good surprise of the tournament.
Mark Levin was looking at me then and cheering. He's confident.
Hey guys, they're up next, of course. It's Direwolves taking on Atlanta United. This is a massive story here. No one particularly at the beginning of Friday expected the Wolves to be here, but they are. They go again after break, trying to get their hands on that trophy. They're up against Atlanta United, and it'll be brought to you by Samantha Miller and Lisa Manley. We'll catch you in a second.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jamie here, professional FIFA player for Team Footwiz, and today I am back with another EA Masterclass. I'll be focusing on my 2 attacking presets in-game that help you get a goal back when you need to get a win. So in this situation here, as you can see, 2-1 down with about 20 minutes to go in the game. So it's not quite last chance saloon yet. I switched to my attacking tactic, which is press after possession loss. I want to win it back as soon as I lose it in attack. As you can see here, we unfortunately lose the ball and turn it over, but however, our players straight away pressing after we lose our possession to win the ball back in an attacking position, which then means we have an easy shot on target we wouldn't normally have. And now I want to talk to you guys about my ultra attacking tactic, which is my high risk and high reward last chance saloon tactic on FIFA 22. So as you can see here with our ultra attacking tactic setup, we do lose the ball in our opponent's box late on in the game. However, the importance straight away, as you can see on the mini-map in this freeze frame of having 90 depth on our team. The only 2 players that are back are our center backs, and that's all you want. Every single other player on the pitch is high up and obviously constant pressure on as well. It means they're suffocating my opponent, and as we progress the clip, we're able to win the ball back in a position like this where we're swarming my opponent's defense and we're able to win the ball back quickly. So that was my attacking and ultra attacking masterclass for you guys. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you on the pitch.
The FIFA Global Series Team of the Season Cup is presented by PlayStation Tournaments and by Astro Headsets.
And welcome back to Team of the Season Cup. I'm excited to be here alongside Samantha Miller. I mean, what a game we have here.
what a game we have here. Myself and Lisa were on the B stream yesterday. We've been upgraded to the A stream. It's like we're in a suite. We've got the balcony views of Rachel and Kyle. It's been an amazing tournament so far. I am delighted to be alongside Lisa for this match, and what a matchup we have too. We will be talking about it in a bit, but firstly, Lisa, how's the tournament been so far?
I mean, there's been a lot of upsets, obviously, in this tournament so far. Fnatic now going, obviously, to the loser bracket. And, I mean, in your opinion, who's going to win? I think potentially Ducks for me.
Ducks for me as well. I think I've actually commentated on Ducks throughout this tournament. I've been highly impressed with them. It's almost as if they've been underdogs that have really shown their quality.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, coming into today, everyone watching is definitely a fan of Gravison. He's like the legend in the scene. For me, one of the best players. I actually did end up playing him in the FIFA face-off, and we ended up drawing, and he's a great player going forward, defensively as well. And now we can see the Ducks bio coming up for you guys shortly. As you can see here, we can see Daniel Aguilar, top 4, La Liga 2021 Grand Final. Also, he ended up getting top 8 in the FIFAe Club World Cup 2021 Europe.
And then you've got Gravison, second place in the FGS 21 Europe PS4 qualifier and La Liga 2019 winner. So he has that winning mentality and that experience. It'll be interesting to see how these two play together today.
Yeah, exactly. 2v2 is a completely different tournament to playing solo. And as you can see here, the bio of Atlanta, you've got Vinny, FGS 22 Masters Cup, round 4 winner, second place in the FIFAe Club World Cup 2021, and then a top 4 FIFA 20 Summer Cup SA.
And then you have Paolo Neto, FGS 22 Masters Cup round 4 winner, third place FGS 21 SAPS4 qualifier and FIFA 20 Summer Cup SA winner. So there you have it. That is how the two teams are looking for today. All their accolades, very strong opponents. And how do you think these two might face each other today?
I think it'll be definitely a very close game. They're both obviously great players defensively and going forward. We obviously see Neto winning recently. So coming into this, I'm sure he'll be one of the favourites, but Gravison, we've got to talk about him. He's a very emotional player. We saw yesterday how much it meant to him to win. So today, going into today, if he ends up winning, I mean, we can see a lot of roars and emotions from behind us, I'm sure.
And having played against Gravison yourself, when things aren't quite working out for him, how does he react?
I think obviously he's got a lot of experience playing the game, so I think for him, he doesn't let it get to him. He's been playing for years upon years. You know, he's had tournaments where he's gone out early, he's had tournaments where he's won. So I think going forward, coming into this game, there's a lot on the line for him, so maybe nerves might get to him, but I'm sure having a teammate next to you will definitely help you with them nerves.
Well, here's the countdown, and there's 5 seconds to go. We are very hyped for this match. It's going to be a cracking game. I can feel it. And look at the trophy there. It's up for grabs today. One of these teams will be eliminated. Will it be Atlanta or will it be Ducks Gaming? We will find out very shortly. Ducks Gaming looking composed right now. And Atlanta, it was a tough game for them to get to this bracket, but it will be interesting to see how they face against a tough Ducks Gaming.
I think they're both going to be arguably going forward a lot, getting maybe a lot of opportunities in this game, but we saw how good they were in the upper bracket yesterday and playing so well in the tournament. I think coming into it, the early goal will definitely set this game, in my opinion.
Well, we are underway here. We are about to kick off. It's a huge match, and it is Ducks Gaming that will start with the ball at their feet. Mbappe into Hullet. Going out wide to Hakimi. Plays it back into Marquinhos. Just a bright start here from Ducks Gaming. They're trying to keep possession and not lose the ball. And they are playing it along the back line so far. Are they just trying to move the opposition?
Yeah, they're trying to just wait for the chances to appear, the gaps to appear, and trying to work out how their opponent is going to play. We obviously do see Vieira in centre-back for them this game. Obviously, physically, he's very, very strong. A decent amount of pace, the great body type to play centre-back. He can either play centre-back or midfield, and obviously they're opting in this game to play him in that centre-back spot.
Well, I was just about to say that Ducks Gaming haven't lost the ball yet. And just before I said it, they lose the ball to Atlanta United. A lovely switch of play here. It's Mbappe who loses out to Vieira. That icon card, how good is Vieira in this game?
Yeah, he's very good. We talk about versatile players in the game. You can play so many different players in different positions. For example, we see a little Marcelo's playing left back, right back, centre mid, and for Vieira, you know, he can play centre mid role, he can play that centre back role, and he's been chosen a lot this weekend to play that centre back spot because of his physicality and being able to barge players off the ball. And we might potentially see it here with him getting no, it was unfortunate there, obviously not to get the ball from Mbappe, but he's just very, very strong.
Well, Atlanta United do still have possession as they look to go forward, but it's been intercepted by Pele, and Marcelo manages to win it back. That could have been a dangerous attack there for Ducks Gaming, but it is still with Atlanta United.
We're seeing a lot of meta players in both of these teams. A lot of them decide to go for the same players because of how good they are physically, because of their strengths. Obviously, 5-star skill moves, 5-star weak foot. Somehow we see him Bellingham in the team for Ducks Gaming, and he's another great player to add into your team with his body type. He's tall, being able to get his foot on the ball, and for me, him and Hullet is just an unbreakable midfield to use.
Ducks Gaming have the ball with Hullet right now, who sprays it out to Messi, goes out wide to Marcelo in that left back position, into Hullet. Hullet looking for a space to open up, finds Pele. Will Pele get a shot off or square it in the box? It is Pele! And nothing comes of it in the end, but that was a chance, Lisa.
That was a massive chance indeed. We do obviously see the red time shot there. I mean, dead stop in and around the box. Reverse Elastico's just patiently trying to build up there. And I mean, if he green times that, it's going in. Even if he doesn't even necessarily in that position need to green time it. He tried to green time it and it went wide. That is a big mistake and probably a chance to actually go 1-0 up in this game.
Well, Ducks Gaming started off with possession, playing it around the back line, and it was almost as if they were waiting for the high press.
Yeah, I mean, some of these teams do like to press really high. Sometimes players go press after possession loss, constant pressure. Not this early in the game. That's just down to their player switching, the way they both player switch players to get into a better position. You see in this high level, players have 3-4 players around them. As soon as they get in and around the box, they're just swarmed by players, and that's because defensively they are sound, solid.
And how have Atlanta approached this game? What playing style were they going for today?
Obviously, it just depends on the formation they're playing. This weekend we've seen a lot of 3-5-2s, 4-4-2s, 4-2-2s, 5 at the back when they're in a winning position. So it obviously does depend on the formation they're playing. Haven't actually seen yet the formation they're playing, but for me, they're both very good going forward and defensively. So it'll be interesting to see who can get that goal. I think the first goal will be the person that can obviously do the flare goal, who can do the combinations of skill moves, because it's going to be hard to break either of these two down, and that's why they're in this position. They're just great players, both of them.
Well, Atlanta did play extremely well against Maker Sweden. It was a close match. And Atlanta, we looked at the possession stats. They had 2 shots and 2 goals. That shows that they have that clinical edge to them.
Yeah, and they're consistent as well, in and around the box. They make sure that they take that shot and make sure it's like 100% chance of scoring. We do also talk about the extra pass in FIFA, making it a 95% chance of scoring. We've seen that a lot this weekend. We've actually seen people overdo it. Sometimes you just have a shot on goal. There's more, obviously, if you shoot, there's a chance of it going in. Might be a mistake from the goalkeeper, but when you're doing an extra pass, obviously it does make a 95% chance, but these players do read it because it's predictable as such.
And Ducks Gaming, we spoke about them being emotional. Do they channel their emotions well?
I mean, obviously, we've seen them get to this position because of, I guess, them using their emotions well. Sometimes too much emotions can cause a lot of pressure in the game, and you can make big mistakes doing that. But so far, neither of these teams have made any mistakes.
And in terms of 2v2, out of these two sides, who do you think has adapted well in terms of working as a team?
To be fair, I feel like they both have. Obviously, it just depends on the two that you have. Some players are more attacking, some players like to defend. I feel like in the two, you need to have a player that can defend and also a player that can attack. So you need to work well together. You need to outplay each other's strengths within the two, and they're doing that well here, obviously. There's not really been many chances in this game, but I'm sure as soon as we get one, there's a potential it could be a goal.
Well, there's not been many chances. There was a long pause there, but it is Atlanta that are going forward now. Hakimi into Bellingham. Forced to go backwards into Hakimi again, and it's Pele on this right-hand side looking for the crossing option. It's been cut out. Will he get one in now? He gets the ball to the byline, and he goes back into Hakimi, into Bellingham. Ducks Gaming defending well. Will they defend well here? And yes, they do. They manage to clear the danger, and they will start again from the back line.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of reverse Elasticos in and around the box, trying to get into that additional space to try and take that chance, but very unfortunate and very great defending from Ducks. They do seem defensively very, very strong. They seem like they're going to be very hard to break down. As soon as Atlanta are getting around the box, they've got 3-4 players around them, and that's why it's really, really hard to get these opportunities. And that's why sometimes we do see them pop shots from distance, especially with Messi in the team, the left foot, potential chance there, but defended well. That's why you have the likes of Messi, from distance. We know that he's got a great left foot. If you green time it from the edge of the box at the perfect angle, it's going to go flying in the back of the net.
Well, Ducks Gaming just went forward there and they had so much space on the right-hand side, but now it will be Atlanta. The break on the counter-attack with Hakimi. What a save! Van der Sar to clear the danger, and it will be an Atlanta corner now.
I mean, what a chance that was there with Hakimi. Interesting to obviously shoot with a fullback, a right back, but I mean, he green timed it, still chance of it going in if you're able to get it on target and worry the goalkeeper, but a great save there.
Well, they were on the attack there and they decided to go all the way back, and that's credit to Ducks Gaming in terms of their defensive discipline. Very compact, and again they'll go back into Marcelo. Plays it to Ruben Diaz. Once again we can see Atlanta looking for the space to open up. They put a ball into the box and it's cleared, and Ducks Gaming will now try and go forward as quickly as possible into Bellingham. Goes to Mbappe. Mbappe with the through ball. Will Ronaldo convert? Ronaldo over the bar.
I mean, what a chance that was there. He was through on goal, and we talk about potentially green timing the shot. If he green times it there, I'm sure it's going to go in the back of the net. But Van der Sar has been key for all these players this week in league. He's been in every single game we've commentated on. A potential shout for Schmeichel every so often, but it's predominantly been Van der Sar, and what a save that was.
Van der Sar had to knock it over the bar to make sure it didn't go 1-0 up, and thanks to Van der Sar. And the corner hasn't been made use of, but it will be Atlanta that go forward now, and a timely challenge there from Hakimi. That could have gone wrong, but he timed it well. It's Marquinhos for Atlanta United. Goes out to Marcelo. Will Marcelo find a teammate? Looks inside, no options, so has to go back to Marquinhos. Has been a common theme in this game, going backwards a lot, and you could see that means that both teams just don't want to lose the ball.
Yeah, especially this is if you lose this game, you're out of the competition. There's a lot of stake online in this game, so you really don't want to go forward, make a mistake, lose the ball. And a potential chance here for Mbappe.
Mbappe squared it to R9, and R9's chance is blocked. And it will be Ducks Gaming now in possession. Marquinhos, what a crucial block that could be. Marquinhos plays it into Bellingham, into Messi. Messi with a messy pass there, and it's Vieira. We'll go to Bellingham again, utilising the middle of the pitch. And there it is, the half-time whistle. It's 0-0, it's goalless. Who's been the team on top for you so far?
To be honest with you, I think it's just been a level game. They both sort of had decent chances within this game. For me, they've both been sort of making passes that they shouldn't do in certain positions and losing the ball. Obviously, we see there Messi giving away the ball cheaply, and if there was press there, could have potentially made a big mistake. But I think for me, Atlanta's been really good going forward. They've had a couple of chances, same with Ducks, but it's been actually quite an entertaining game considering it's only 0-0 in this game.
You don't often see Messi giving the ball away, but he was in a really deep position. Is that something you would do with the Messi card, or would you keep him much higher up the pitch?
Yeah, I think it was just a transition from obviously having a goal kick there, but, you know, when these players do play a 3-5-2, you have sort of, depending on where you want to play them, but Messi does play that cam role, so he is slightly up, especially for me. You can get him on that left foot. You can either play him cam, you can play him right mid to sort of cut in with him. So it just depends on your play style and where you want to play him. I'm sure they're going to be playing him in that cam role or the right mid role.
Well, it is still goalless here. It's the first half of the first leg, and now we will kick things off with the second half. And will we see a goal anytime soon? I hope so, Lisa.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely see a goal before the end of this game. I don't actually know who it's going to go to, but there'll definitely be at least one goal in this game.
Well, it's Ducks Gaming coming forward now. Messi twisting and turning into Bellingham. Bellingham finds Hakimi in space. Pele down this right-hand side now, finds R9. R9 looking for the gap in the box, can't find it, so goes up to Hullet. Messi tries his luck, goes for the shot, and it's blocked once again. Atlanta defending really well here, and they will break forward now. R9, 1v1. Mbappe squares it to Ronaldo, and it's Ronaldo that opens the scoring for Atlanta. Clinical finish in the box.
I mean, what a counter that was. Defensively solid. They get a counter. They get into that area. What a pass that was that we just saw there. We can see the highlights here. Ronaldo, ball roll into Mbappe. And what a pass that was. Potentially, you could say, maybe offside, but into Ronaldo. CR7, zoo!
I actually almost thought it was offside for a second. But it was the perfect run into space and no one was able to pick him up.
Yeah, that ball roll was just so great in that position, opening up the space, passing it into Mbappe, and what a run that was from Ronaldo, and I mean, what a finish. I mean, we talked about potentially an early goal in this half, and we definitely got that there.
Well, that was the goal we were waiting for, the opening goal of this game in the second half. 54 minutes played, and now will be Ducks Gaming that will try their luck, and Bellingham loses out to Bellingham, and Atlanta go forward with Mbappe, and Mbappe just tries to thread the ball through there to the right-hand side to Pele. Can't quite make it, but Mbappe has the ball now, and what a challenge into Pele. Mbappe, and there it is, the second goal for Atlanta. They lost the ball, they won it back, and Mbappe absolutely blasted it into the back of the net.
I mean, a mistake you could say, but they're going to capitalise on that. And I mean, what a finish that was, the extra pass across the goal. We talk about making it a 95% chance of a goal, and I mean, unfortunate there with the challenge. A pass across the box into Mbappe, and in and around the box there, he's going to finish on that left foot.
Well, we waited for a goal and two came. It's like waiting for buses and they all come at once. And Atlanta have taken the lead with 2-0. And Atlanta will be absolutely delighted. They will have to stay composed as they try again now. It's out to Ronaldo. Ronaldo looking for a teammate. Just about finds one in Marcelo. Marquinhos switches the play to Hakimi. Hakimi will go for the long ball. And in the end, Van der Sar gets the ball at his feet with a pass back, and now Ducks Gaming will go forward.
Yeah, I mean, definitely been a different side, two sides of this game. Obviously, the first half, not many chances, 2-0 up. At the moment, a potential chance for Ducks right now.
Well, it's Mbappe in the box, can't find a teammate. Was that disappointing there from Ducks Gaming? A chance to try and get another goal?
Yeah, they definitely needed to try and get a goal there to come back into this tie, but to be honest with you, Atlanta have been great defensively, and a massive mistake there.
The Ducks haven't managed to get a goal yet, but we do want to see another in this game, and it will be Atlanta now with Ronaldo to Hullet. Ronaldo looks to play the ball to that left-hand side, but it's intercepted by Hakimi, who plays it out to Pele. And Ducks Gaming will just have some patient build-up play here. They do desperately need a goal. Nearly 70 minutes played. Once again, they can't quite find that pass, but they will start again from the back. And Bellingham plays it out to Vieira. Back into Bellingham. Ducks Gaming, they're playing very patiently here.
Yeah, they're playing very patiently, considering they're in a 2-0 deficit. But in general, you can still come back from that. We see that yesterday with Tex coming back from a 2-0 deficit and potentially almost came back today, but was unfortunate to lose last minute.
Well, it's Mbappe in the box. Will he get a goal? And it's well defended there. Ducks Gaming, another close chance. They need to finish it in order to get themselves a goal back. Disappointing, but they've made 2 quick chances, and that's positives to take.
Yeah, exactly. They've had a couple of chances, in my opinion, very unfortunate not to score, but you just need to try and get in and around that area, just take that snapshot, because if you can green it from a certain position or any position and it troubles the goalkeeper, it could deflect in and get fortunate. So they just need to try and take that one more opportunity in this game, because going into the next game, if they can get that early goal, 2-1 is huge to come back from.
Well, Atlanta have the ball at the moment, looking to go forward. If they get the third, it will be really difficult. And will they get the third? Oh, 9. A crucial block there from Ducks Gaming. And now Ducks Gaming will try and quickly counter-attack. Mbappe into Messi, finds Bellingham. Will Bellingham find a teammate? Yes, he will. He finds Marcelo. And they're just playing the ball about, looking for a space to open up top. And Hakimi, they're trying the central areas, they're trying the wide areas. Nothing's quite coming off for them at the moment. But Messi, will this be a chance? Mbappe just holds the ball up, tries to drag defenders out. He doesn't, and the defence of Atlanta win it back. And now it will be their opportunity. Out wide to Pele. Pele just heads the ball down, close control. Pele goes to the byline, crosses it in, and a comfortable save there for Van der Sar.
Yeah, a comfortable save. You can see how well they're defending Atlanta. You know, you can see Ducks trying to wait for them to drag out a player there, just standing still on the edge of the box, and they stepped at the perfect time. and won the ball, but I don't think that they'll be very happy with how they're playing at the moment, Ducks. I mean, they need to try and get a goal coming into the next leg.
Well, it is Ducks Gaming that will just try and get a late attack, but it's looking like Atlanta will be the team to do it. Not long left, a few minutes remaining, and you could just see they're waiting for that last attack now. They can be patient in their play because they are leading the way 2-0 in this first leg, which is nearly over. Can Atlanta get a last attack, Lisa?
They are allowed to at the moment, and obviously as they're in a forward position, they will be able to get it off, but the ref has given a foul here, so they'll definitely get the last attack. We may see them cross it in. Obviously, we see the likes of Hullet in and around the box, and if he can get his head on this, there's a potential chance for a goal.
Atlanta just taking their time with this set piece. Set pieces, we know how crucial they can prove in FIFA. And Pele will whip the ball into the box. Will we see it go? And it's Hullet! It's the last attack, and it's 3-0 to Atlanta. Hullet with the goal.
I mean, it fell very kindly there to him, but they will not care about that. What a finish that was. We see Pele whipping it into the box. Marquinhos with a gift, in my opinion, and Pele wasn't going to miss from there.
Fantastic goal. And from a set piece, I just spoke about how crucial set pieces can be, and they certainly capitalise. And it's Atlanta that have the 3-0 advantage in the first leg, lower bracket. Ducks Gaming 0 and Atlanta 3. And thank you for joining us for that first leg. We will be taking you to a break shortly, but just quickly, Lisa, one word to sum up that game.
I mean, what a game it was. I think probably against the run of play, but yeah, I mean, what a way that was. And we will be going to a quick break. So when we come back, we will see if Ducks can come back.
Mental health in gaming is a really important topic that should be discussed.
Es importante estar bien de salud y de mente.
긍정적인 부분과 부정적인 부분이 그렇게 차이가 좀 있는 것 같습니다.
For me, mental health is the most underrated thing.
A way for me to stay positive is to really appreciate everything else that goes on in my life.
It's good to talk to your family, friends.
Y en veranito pues ir a lo típico, a la piscina o a la playa. Y a mí es algo que me viene muy bien.
Just walking, getting some fresh air, going out there and just having time to think to yourself.
저도 잘 실천하지 못하는 좋은 습관 중에 운동을 규칙적으로 정해서 매일 꾸준히 하는 게 굉장히 좋다고 합니다.
Practice makes perfect into kind of breaking bad habits and building good ones.
Confía en que tú puedes hacerlo.
Stay strong, keep yourself motivated.
Que no pasa nada por pedir ayuda y que los profesionales para algo están.
I promote.
나는 긍정적인.
Yo promuevo.
나는 긍정적인.
I promote and practice positive mental health.
leg coming up for you. Ducks Gaming against Atlanta. Atlanta did have the advantage from the first leg 3-0, and make sure you are following us on socials at EA Sports FUT, and we have a very exciting second leg for you. Can Atlanta carry on their fine form, or will Ducks Gaming make a comeback?
I mean, coming into this, I feel like people wouldn't have expected the scoreline that we see, especially with Atlanta dominating in this game, but potentially talk to their coach, work out what they need to change, and if they can get the first goal in this game, it's game on.
Do Atlanta just do more of the same, or do they have to become unpredictable and change things around now?
For me, they're playing really well as they are. For me, I wouldn't change formation. Maybe coming into the 50th, 60th minute, you might see a 5 at the back formation if they've still got that 3-0 lead. Even if they do concede a goal, for me, go to that defensive formation, try and make sure to see out the win, because if you do lose this game, you've got to remember, they are out of the competition.
Well, we have kicked things off here in the second leg, and it's Atlanta that have the ball. Ronaldo on this left-hand side, driving into the space, eating it up. Ronaldo, can he find a cross? And he is intercepted. And that's lovely defending there from Ducks Gaming. Made it look easy. Ronaldo tried to get the cross in, was unable to, and now Ducks Gaming will break forward here. Hullet into Pele. Atlanta intercept. We might see a very transitional second leg here. And Atlanta go all the way back to Van der Sar.
Yeah, we will see them in this game try and kill out a bit of time. They are winning position. They don't need to go forward. They're going to try and make mistakes from Ducks, obviously needing to drag players out of position to get this ball, to get a couple of goals. So they're going to try and just keep the ball as much as possible. And if they do, I can see them winning this game.
Marcelo loses out to Hakimi. Into Bellingham again. Vieira finds Hullet. And you can see now Ducks Gaming, well, they've just lost the ball to Ronaldo. Ronaldo into Mbappe, who's crowded out by Ducks Gaming.
Interesting, obviously, to see the Vieira at centre-back. We talk about it over and over again. He's a great player, good physical, got the body type, and Marcelo next to him. Leah's favourite player of yesterday. She was always talking about him, and solely right she should be. He's 5-star, good dribbling. He's just a great player to use.
Well, it's Hakimi, nearly gets himself a goal. Plays it into the box, but it is well defended by Atlanta. And Lisa was just saying about Leah yesterday. Those two were working together, and I was working with Fully, pro FIFA player, and he actually picked Ducks Gaming and Direwolves as two of his favourite teams. So we'll see how both of those two get on today. And it is Hullet with the ball for Atlanta. Both teams losing possession very sloppily in this second leg. And it's Pele for Ducks Gaming. Once again, loses it. Hakimi going forward now on this right-hand side. Pele making a run. Will he find him? And Marcelo will intercept. And the ball has gone off for an Atlanta throw. Into Bellingham. Very quickly taken there by Atlanta. Switching the play. Atlanta, they can be very calm in possession at the moment.
Yeah, we will see them calm in possession. They're in a winning position. They don't need to go forward, but we do see them potentially go forward.
And it's R9 on the rebound. Hullet tried his luck, hit the post, and R9 finished it off.
But it was offside, and very unfortunate there. But, I mean, potentially you could say that Hullet chance should have gone in, especially green time in it, but very, very unfortunate. But I'm sure Ducks will be very relieved for that not to go in there.
I think I get a bit too excited when there's a goal. I thought it might be offside. I thought I'll take it anyway. And this could be a goal here with Hullet. And it's Van der Sar manages to keep the ball from going into the back of the net.
Yeah, we talk about the extra pass across the box, making it a 95% chance of scoring. But in that position, in my opinion, he has to shoot.
And it's Ducks Gaming now. They do need to get themselves a goal in this game. Pele into Bellingham. Bellingham passes it out wide to Messi. Messi trying to come towards the goal. It is Marquinhos that clears the danger. Mbappe out to Ronaldo. Back into Mbappe. Mbappe will look for Ronaldo to make a run. Ronaldo beats a player easily. Ronaldo into R9, and there it is, into the back of the net. R9 with a clinical finish, linking up well with his teammate. And there is another goal for Atlanta.
I mean, what a finish there. We see obviously here with Ronaldo, that 95 dribbling, and what a finish when you get R9 in that position. Van der Sar will not get anywhere near it. And 97 shooting obviously there from R9, and I mean, they're in the driving seat right now, aren't they?
They really are. 4-0 on aggregate is a very tough scoreline to bounce back from. Ducks Gaming need to keep their heads in the game. There's always a chance, but it is very difficult now for Ducks Gaming. Now Atlanta have added another goal to the tally. It will be Marcelo for Ducks Gaming. Oh, nearly finds R9, and it's just, they keep coming so close, and it's that final pass, Lisa.
Yeah, every time they go forward, they look very dangerous, but they always go for the extra pass, and they seem to be reading it really well. But a potential chance here, ball roll scoop!
So R9 loses out to Hakimi. That looked like another chance, and again, they come so close when they're in the box, and I think that might be the brilliant defending by Atlanta at the moment.
Yeah, they're very good defensively. Their player switching is phenomenal, and defensively, every time they get in and around the box, they've got 3-4 players on their toes, and they just can't find the gaps they need to get the likes of R9, CR7, Mbappe in and around the box, and that's why they haven't had the opportunities in this game, because every time they get into that box, they're just shut down instantly.
Well, it's Pele on the attack for Atlanta. Pele, a nice turn there. Tricks the defence of Ducks Gaming. And Ducks Gaming will need to find a goal in this game if they have any chance of not being eliminated. It is a difficult ask, but it will be Atlanta here that go forward to try and add another. Hullet into Ruben Diaz, finds Marcelo. Atlanta will just take their time here with this attack. They're not in any rush, but they will potentially get another attack with Hullet here. Hullet looks to go to the byline, turns back the other way. Hullet just twisting and turning, and it is a Ducks throw-in.
They're playing obviously very composed here, Atlanta, and that does come from obviously having a lot of goals in their locker, but they don't need to go forward. They're in a winning position, and a potential through ball here, and greatly defended there by Ruben Diaz.
Ducks just can't seem to catch themselves a break. They haven't managed to score in this game yet, and Atlanta have played exceptionally well. And there it is at the moment as it stands. Atlanta in this match, 1-0 up.
I mean, Ducks haven't actually had a shot at all in this game, and they are 4-0 down. They need to get the next goal, the next 2 goals, if they want to have a chance of getting back into this. And Vinny and Paulo Neto are playing really, really well. Obviously, Paulo Neto coming back from that MLS win recently as well. So coming into this, I'm sure he would have been raring to go, and we can see that in this game, especially with how he is playing with his teammate. You can see that in a moment, talking to the coach, working out, do they need to change anything? For me, they're in a winning position. They don't really need to change anything, but they can obviously go to the 5 at the back to give them that additional help defensively, but they're defending really well at the moment anyway.
And Daniel Aguilar and Gravison, are they just not playing well as a team in this 2v2 in this particular matchup?
To be honest with you, I feel like they're actually getting outclassed by Atlanta. I mean, they're both great players, but at the moment, defensively, they're solid. When they go forward, every time they go forward, I feel like it's going to be a goal, and that's what we see here. But they can still come back into this game. They just need to get their next 2 opportunities and score. They need to be clinical in and around the box now, because they can't be missing chances or giving away the ball cheaply in certain positions. But because they need to get a lot of goals, we can see them going constant pressure, press after possession loss. And when they do that, there's a chance that they leave loads of gaps in behind and therefore concede from it. So it's going to be a mountain to climb in this game.
Atlanta seem to be doing all the talking as a pair, and they are in a comfortable lead. What would they be saying to each other?
They'll just be saying to each other, just keep it as it is. Don't need to change anything. You're doing really well. Sort of, I guess, complimenting each other, because when you want to hear by your teammate that you're playing well, and they know they are anyway, but it just helps with having that additional support from your coach and your teammate. And they started really well so far. It seems to be picking off each player, but it's interesting to see the players that they're both using. Obviously, we see Hakimi coming in, and Marquinhos is another option. Obviously, a strong link between each other. We've seen that a lot this weekend. We also see Maldini. We've seen Marcelo. So a lot of defensive options that you can have.
Well, it is Bellingham. Goes forward for Ducks Gaming. Into Messi. Will Mbappe get a shot off? And once again, blocked, but Hulit keeps the ball alive, and it's Pele. Pele loses it to Bellingham, and again, Dutch Gaming wasting their opportunities. They can't break through this Atlanta United defence. It's proving very difficult, and right now it's Atlanta that have the ball again in possession. Marquinhos pressing there from Dutch Gaming. It's not paying off, and Ruben Diaz calmly sprays it out to Bellingham, who goes to Hakimi. Lovely ball over the top there. Pele looks for the cross. It doesn't allude to anything right now, but the ball is still alive. And Hakimi goes to Mbappe. Mbappe just maybe overplays it there. It was a heavy touch.
Yeah, you could say a heavy touch there or a sprint boost, but I mean, very bad touch in general, but gives a chance actually for Ducks to go forward, and a great ball that was.
Well, Hulit spreads out the play to Marcelo. Hulit! What a save by Van der Sar to deny Ducks Gaming, and it will be a corner now. Will they take it short, or will they put it in the box? Well, we're about to find out. And they're just taking their time with this corner. Interested to see the option they root for, and it will be played into the box. And Hulit can't get his head to it. And Mbappe now will go forward with a lofted ball over the top into Hulit for Atlanta United. Oh, cheeky bit of skill there into Pele. Will Pele put it in the back of the net, and it's over. That was another chance to even go another goal up.
I mean, what a chance that was there. We do obviously see them playing a 4-1-2-1-2 formation. Ducks, you can see obviously Bellingham in that CDM role, and that was a massive chance for me. I think they should be scoring that, but they don't really care in their opinion. Obviously, it does help them to be 5-0 up, but they're in a winning position. They're not going to be too annoyed about it. On the other side, Ducks, they haven't even created another chance in this game. They had that one opportunity where it was a great save, but they need 4 more opportunities to come back in this game, and they all need to be goals.
When you look at Ducks in the final third, where it's not quite working for them, is it a case of not being on the same wavelength?
I mean, obviously, for me, I think it's not even the fact they're not on the same wavelength. For me, they're just getting pressed and pressed and pressed. Every time they get the ball in and around the box, they can't twist and turn, because both of them, defensively, Paulo Neto and his teammate, obviously coming up, stepping up, and they seem to be winning the ball very, very easily in this game.
Well, Ducks Gaming do seem to be struggling, and Atlanta have pulled it out the bag today. They are on another level over these 2 legs so far. What do you think has worked so well for them?
I think the communication is very, very key. You know, coming into this tournament, 2v2, you've got to talk to each other throughout the game. Obviously, they do have an Astro headset on, talking to each other, and obviously credit to them for allowing us to have the headsets. But, I mean, for me, I think it's the communication. They work well together defensively. For me, for a 2v2, you have to have someone that's good defensively and also good attackingly, and they're doing really, really well in both aspects of the game. They both shut down, one covers, one presses, and I think that's how they're working really well. They just can't get the ball in and around the box without getting challenged.
Well, Atlanta have proved to be clinical today. Ducks Gaming, on the other hand, is still trying to find the back of the net. Will we see a goal, or is it just too late now, considering how many goals Atlanta have scored past Ducks Gaming?
To be honest, at this stage of the game, I think it is game, set and match. 4-0 against probably one of the best competitors in the tournament is definitely going to be really hard. They need to get the next 2 goals at least to have an opportunity, and we've seen, especially in these 2 legs, they have a lot of opportunities at Atlanta, and when they press players forward, there's going to be a lot of gaps in behind, as we can see here.
Well, it's Mbappe for Atlanta. Will they get another goal with 9? There it is, the clinical edge they've shown all tournament. They've got another goal to their name. It was a fantastic finish. Lisa, talk us through this.
Yeah, obviously Dembele coming on as a super sub, and a great pass into Mbappe, just waiting for the run for R9. Very interesting, obviously, to see him go near post there. For me, the right side for me would have been the better way of scoring, especially with how Van der Sar was coming across his goal, but it went in none of the less. 5-0 to Atlanta. I feel like coming into this, people watching wouldn't have assumed it would have been a dominant performance from them, but they're just playing really, really well. I think coming into this, into the next game they play, I think they're going to be favourites going into the winners' final.
And it is Ducks Gaming that will try again to find the back of the net. Marcelo out to R9, finds Messi. Messi goes back to Bellingham with a close range pass. Bellingham back on the ball once again and loses out. And it's R9 that turns and loses Bellingham. And is that a frustration in terms of that tackle? So Jude Bellingham yellow card. It just looked like frustration kicked in.
You could also say a tactical challenge. I feel like if he didn't do that, there was a potential chance for another goal for them. But also frustration, you know, they're not in a winning position. They are a lot of goals down and they are definitely being dominated in this game. And they've had the chances as well. They've had a couple of chances throughout a couple of legs, but they just haven't been able to get past Van der Sar. What a goalkeeper he is.
70 minutes played, and it's Atlanta that lead 2-0 in this second leg and 5-0 on aggregate. And they break forward again. It's Ronaldo. Nice ball over the top to Dembele, and it's Dembele that hits the post.
What a chance that was from them there. I mean, it should have potentially gone in with Dembele coming on. Obviously, a great player. Very pacey, got good dribbling, got decent shooting as well. So you expect him to score from there, but they're not going to care. They are 5 goals up. They're dominating, and I mean, congratulations to how they're playing. I mean, it's just superb.
Really is, and it's Atlanta that have the ball once again. They haven't stopped scoring in this match over the 2 legs. Ronaldo R9 finds Dembele, but he's offside. Just tried to hold his run, but couldn't.
Yeah, we see him obviously just trying to hold his run there, going back a little bit, but just offside. And I mean, a long-range shot that, in my opinion, was never going to go in unless you potentially green-timed it. And from that angle, I think it was just a shot they thought, we're in a losing position, we've got to try and get a goal, but it wasn't to be.
Well, with 10 minutes left to go, do you just almost try anything, throw everything at it, or do you almost know that it's over?
Yeah, for me, if I'm in a 5-0 deficit in the game that I'm playing, for me, I just know it's over. But congratulations to how Atlanta are playing. And another potential opportunity there, and the frustration kicking in, and we can see a red card for Patrick Vieira. And in my opinion, I think that they're in a given up position at the moment with how they're playing. I mean, it's unfortunate. I think they have been definitely outclassed in this game, though.
It's R9. We can't quite believe that we've seen a red card in this game. It will be Ronaldo for Atlanta. Ronaldo crosses it to Ronaldo. And Hullet. Dangerous play there, risky business. Taking too many touches in his own box. But Ducks Gaming, will they get a chance to get themselves a goal in this game, which could prove to just be a consolation goal at this stage? R9 loses it to Hakimi. Hakimi finds Dembele. You can see that Atlanta are in cruise control. The ball is intercepted there.
Intercepted really well there. Defensively, they have been solid. Going forward, every time they go forward, I think they're going to score. Probably you guys at home think they're going to score. So, I mean, they've just played superb in this game, and a great ball there from Marcelo.
And it's Ronaldo for Atlanta. Ronaldo squares it to Dembele. The link-up play is there, and it's another goal for Atlanta. Brilliant finish, and Atlanta are absolutely dominating this match.
Yeah, exactly, and I mean, Dembele, I mean, super sub of dreams, and we see the goalkeeper movement there, couple of steps to the left, goalkeeper in no man's land because of that, and it was always going to go in the back of the net. A very dominant performance from Atlanta. They've kept Gravison and Daniaga at bay in this game, and they've only had a couple of opportunities, only one in this game. One from distance that was nowhere going to have an opportunity. We can see them here just waiting for that whistle to go because they know it is over.
Well, this is strange, but I guess they've just given up now. They know that they can't do it. They've just stopped. It's Ronaldo over the ball, just doing absolutely nothing. And Ducks know that it is all over, and Atlanta are taking off their headsets. So they know they've done it, and they have been clinical today, and that's it. And it's Ducks Gaming that bow out, and it's Atlanta that take the win over the 2 legs with a dominant display. Lisa, just how good have Atlanta been today?
Defensively, they have been superb, and we can see 6 goals over 2 legs is amazing, especially against the team of Ducks Gaming. Commiserations to them going out of the competition, but congratulations to them.
And Ducks, how disappointed will they be in the manner they lost?
Yeah, I think coming into this, probably the favourite in this game, but it just wasn't to be. But congratulations to Paul Neto in this game.
Well, we will be taking a break very shortly. 2 fantastic legs there for Atlanta. And up next, it is Dull and Mike, who will be joined by Alex and Ryan. And there's a fantastic matchup coming up between Fanatics and Direwolves. And we'll see you very shortly after the break.
Hola a todos, soy Matías Bonano, el jugador de FIFA para Team Heretics y hoy les voy a enseñar las variantes de la 4-4-2 contención. Acá, como ven, salimos de contragolpe y vemos que él no tiene a su extremo acomodado, entonces la situación perfecta para hacer esto. Acá, como vemos, él tiene el lateral solo contra nuestro extremo y contra nuestro lateral. Lo que hacemos es darse al extremo, pivotear, esperar que el lateral termine subiendo y cuando él tenga que agarrar inevitablemente el lateral, porque en algún momento lo va a tener que agarrar, le tiramos a un pase largo al lateral nuestro y bueno, después ya terminamos definiendo con pase al delantero y demás. Bueno, acá, como ven, una situación más parecida. Si bien el extremo está en una posición más aceptable que en el anterior clip, se puede hacer igualmente para saltar líneas. Es muy difícil que te corten ese pase del lateral extremo. No, tampoco se va a pensar que vas a hacer eso. Yo creo que no lo hace tanta gente, entonces es bastante clave hacerlo. Acá, como ven y como decía anteriormente, es inevitable agarrar el lateral en algún momento e irte a presionar, porque si no vas a llegar solo en profundidad a la banda. Acá lo que intenta es cortar el pase de Roberto Carlos, entonces ahí tenía todas las opciones yo de ganar y nada, él se terminó arriesgando y terminó fallando en la marca y terminó haciendo el gol. Bueno, yo soy Matías, esta fue mi Masterclass de 4-4-2 contención y nos estamos viendo.
The FIFA Global Series Team of the Season Cup is presented by PlayStation Tournaments.
Yes, hello and welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup here in London. You are joined by myself, the FIFA analyst, and Ryan Pessoa. We also have a special guest up in the commentary booth for our next match, and it is Dullen Mike, who was competing this weekend for Team Neo. Dullen, are you looking forward to this game versus Direwolves and Fnatic?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this game. I saw the highlights of the first time they played. I think it was on Friday in the group stage, ended in penalties, so I'm really excited what's going on in this game.
Yeah, it will be a very exciting matchup. And Ryan, when you're coming into this and you have Direwolves and Fnatic, they have already played each other in this tournament this weekend. As we go ahead and bring the bracket up for you to let you know exactly how the teams have gone throughout this tournament so far.
Yes, so we saw earlier on today, Maker Sweden defeating Atlanta United to progress into the upper bracket finals, where they will be playing Team Heretics, who defeated Fnatic on the last kick of the game. Of course, Fnatic now in the loser bracket, which is the game we are going to be focusing on today. Fnatic up against Direwolves. It's a big game, of course. The winner will be playing Atlanta United, who rolled out victorious against Ducks Gaming in a very, you'd say, one-sided fashion. 6-0 up against Ducks Gaming. But this game now for Direwolves and Fnatic is huge. As we take a look at the bios for Direwolves, it is, of course, Mark and Mike. They won the Sydney Open to get here, and they've proven a lot of people wrong. They've been the underdogs. They've been our underdogs. We mentioned it from the beginning of what they could accomplish, and I've even said they've exceeded expectations.
Yeah, they have, definitely. As we said, we put them down as our underdogs, and they have performed so well. And they have already played against Fnatic. As we mentioned, they went through and played against them in the first game, taking it all the way through to penalties. But since then, they have come through and just been so dominant across the board. R9 putting that finish in there. And for Direwolves, we've already spoke about this, Ryan. They've played together for such a long time now. That plays a big part when going into this.
Yep, it really does. They have the experience of playing pro clubs together. But we can take a look at the bio for Fnatic. Of course, we've been through it a number of times, and we know what Tex has accomplished. The 5-time FUT Champions Cup winner. And of course, Diogo finishing top 4 at the E-Premier League and top 4 in the FUT Champions Cup as well in FIFA 20. And of course, they just lost out narrowly. It's going to be tough for them to bounce back.
It is. When we take a look at the bio and we see Tex and Diogo, you don't really need to say too much about Fnatic Tex, do you? You know how good he is.
Yeah, of course. When you're a 5-time FUT Champions Cup winner, it says a lot for yourself. I mean, even to win it like once is a huge achievement, and then to go and do it 5 times, especially over multiple years, it's just an incredible achievement.
Yeah, well, you went ahead and won a FUT Champs Cup and became the youngest ever FUT Champions Cup winner, so that already gives you the confidence. But for someone like Tex, who's done that 5 times, going into this matchup, maybe not expecting to go in to that lower bracket, how do they regroup themselves, Tex and Diogo, going ahead into this match?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really difficult for them, especially because they went to the winner bracket for the entire tournament so far. And it's time for them to kind of show that they can even play under pressure, because obviously in loser bracket, if you lose, you're out. And I think Direwolves have the momentum going for them, so it's going to be really interesting.
That's it, Will. And a reminder that this is an elimination game. One of these teams will be leaving the tournament today. Who will be going through into that lower bracket semis? It is time to find out. Ryan, I'm going to ask you predictions.
You know what? I'm going to go against the grain here. I'm actually going to say Direwolves might actually win this game. Coming into this tournament, you would say it's a foregone conclusion anticipating Fnatic would win by quite a clear margin. What we saw, as Dunnan said, the first game, 3-3, they lost on penalties. They performed exceptionally well. You could argue that they deserved to even win. So again, you never know what could happen.
We shall find out. We're going to kick things off. Direwolves kicking from left to right in the red kit. Fnatic in that black kit. Let us know exactly who you're rooting for. Direwolves travelling all the way from Australia, looking to make a name for themselves here against Fnatic for the 2nd time this tournament. Wanting revenge for that penalty loss. Tex and Diogo 2-0 up in their 2-0 down in their previous game, pulling it back, won an aggressive start, but it is going to be Direwolves on that front foot. Dunnan, when you've just played a game and you have to drop down to the lower bracket and you concede in the 90th minute to lose, what does that do for you mentally?
Yeah, obviously it's really tough mentally to kind of get going then when you're playing right afterwards. I mean, they thankfully had a break of like 1 hour so they can regain, talk to each other again, like calm a bit down. But if you're playing right after a loss, it's obviously pretty hard, and I'm excited to see what they can offer.
And we saw Diogo tweet as well, didn't we, Ryan, after that match, saying that he gave the ball away.
Yeah.
It really was the deciding moment in that match.
Yeah, it was, and of course it's a tough thing when playing in 2v2. You don't want to be the player that makes the mistake, and you hope for his sake anyway that Tex obviously wouldn't be too harsh on him. We know the communication they have, as we see there, potentially a mistake which could lead to a corner, but we know the relationship they have outside of FIFA, so you just be patting him on his back to him, just move on now, it's done and dusted. They have to look forward to this game.
Fnatic whipping that ball in, R9 inside the 18-yard box, shot across goal, Van der Sar with a big save, it falls back out to Mbappe, and Marquinhos just doing enough again to put that one behind. We will see another corner taking place. Fnatic starting strong, aggressive. They want that early goal, they want to have that front foot start. Mbappe dancing. Tex was flying so well in that last match with the dribbling on that left stick. And Dolan, when you face against Tex, that is one of the best things that he can do, dancing inside that 18-yard box.
Yeah, definitely. Like, he obviously is capable to do all the skill moves, especially those that you don't expect on a pro level, and that's what really makes a difference. Like, for example, Tex will even pull off a rainbow flick. You won't like think of someone doing that at a pro level, and that's how you can see it really easy goals.
R9 now for Direwolves, finding that pass into Messi, trying to lay that ball off again. But Mike and Mark not managing to link up too well there. 17 minutes gone now. Messi, you don't want to give him room on the edge of the 18. The wonder of the left foot. Hullet linking up with R9, the reverse elastico. Tex and Diogo comfortable in defence there, feeling very happy with that.
You can see the relationship they have with Mark and Mike. With the movement there from the attackers, I always find that you can tell, you can separate the great and the elite level 2v2 players with the way they move off the ball. Of course, in a 1v1 system, you have to rely on the AI or maybe even play a lot to bring an attacker back to try and find the extra pass. But they do it perfectly in controlling the strikers and bringing them into a position.
Bellingham there, just intercepting. For the people at home, Ryan, they might not know as much about Direwolves as they do Fnatic. How do Mike and Mark have that chemistry and the communication between themselves? As we see Mbappe coming through, trying to find R9 again, but Ruben Diaz is there.
Yeah, so of course they've played it for a number of years now in Pro Clubs. I believe they both play up front with each other, so that you can see why they're so synchronized going forward. Because we know how well they perform defensively, but they've done enough to reach this stage. They've beaten some top names. Remember, they beat Falcons as well to eliminate, well, not to eliminate them, but to knock them down into the loser bracket. So they've taken some big names and some big scalps already, and they'll be backing themselves. We saw with Mike, he's very confident, very, very confident.
Tex laying it into Diogo. Messi on that right foot. Good hand from Van der Sar, putting that one behind again for a corner. Can Fnatic find a way to break the deadlock? Corner gets whipped in. Hullet up with Ruben Diaz. Diaz doing more than enough to get that one away. Ball out on that right-hand side now. There's one thing we know about Tex and Diogo. They can change the tempo as and when they like. Calm from Mike on the ball. Mark as well, his first LAN event, just turned 18. For your first LAN event, Dylan, to come through and make it as far as you have, they're going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, definitely. Like, for me, I can remember my first LAN event. I also made the knockouts, and then I lost the Tex in the first round of knockouts, and for me, it was a huge achievement.
Marcelo whipping that one. It is going to be Pele. Schmeichel putting that one over the bar. Kante just doing enough again, making that difficult for Pele. Whipped in from that corner. Pele flicks that one on. Woo! We've seen some interesting corner techniques from teams this weekend.
Yeah, they set it up perfectly there, across from the corner to the edge of the box, playing it back in towards Pele. The header wasn't targeted on target, but again, that's another chance there from a set piece. We've seen a lot of them. You yourself done, and we saw with Neo yesterday, creating a lot of chances between you and Hensu.
Yeah, for us, we do our corners like pretty similar to what Fnatic have been doing, like player locking to Hullet and then sending like the other players going through with the striker.
Ronaldinho now trying to find that way through. Fnatic, Tex and Diogo want to break that deadlock. Hullet taking the time and the patience. Can they find that killer pass? They can. R9 now dancing the elastico. It's going to fall to Mbappe. Marcelo takes that one away ever so slightly.
That was great there from Diogo. We always associate Tex being the silkier player, but you have to give credit to Diogo in that situation. The skill moves, the elastico, didn't fall to Tex there with Mbappe as Marcelo stepped across for Direwolves to intercept there, but they can spring an attack here.
41 minutes gone. Direwolves have got loads of room with Pele at the near post. The goalkeeper movement coming through, and the space just opened up easily.
Yeah, it was a great goal, and for me, it was pretty interesting that they weren't going for the last attack in the 42nd minute. And here you can see like the sprint boost with IR1, and then it's just a simple goal.
We spoke all weekend long about Fnatic choosing to have that Vieira at centre-back, just not coming across quick enough there.
Yeah, I think they anticipated an extra pass across earlier, or as Dylan said, I don't think they thought that Direwolves would push forward so quickly when the last attack, they could have built up for that, but they done the right thing. They got the goalkeeper movement there from Tex to move. It's not the wrong thing. You'd say you have to move him to anticipate the shot across goal, but again, you have to give credit for Mark and Mike there. They chose the right option to shoot at the near post.
Direwolves taking that first goal just before half-time. Confidence will be growing from that. Can Fnatic answer back before the referee blows that whistle? Mbappe Patience, time. Looking to bait, goes for that little rainbow flick. Marcelo puts that one behind for the goal, for the corner kick. I'll correct myself. Tex with Messi, can't give him room. Messi on the other side of things, doing enough in the defensive. Will fall to Ruben Diaz of all people, lays that one off to Mbappe. Time and patience isn't there. And R9 will take that one away, just not falling for Fnatic right there.
That was almost very fortunate there for Fnatic. Good defending there, dragging R9 Ronaldo for Mark to bring him into the lane to cut it manually and clear the ball, to give them that 1-0 lead going into half-time. But again, there haven't been too many clear-cut opportunities. I think it's a really close game.
And now, Dullen, you know, you work with your coach. When you're at half-time, if you're 1-0 up against someone like Fnatic, what is Zachary saying to his players right now?
Yeah, for us, our coach was just saying, to just keep the momentum going, and that we have the lead, so it means the opponents have to push for the next goal, and we can, when we have the ball, we can just chill, kind of take out the pace of the game, because when you're rushing a lot, it obviously leads to easy mistakes, and when both teams are rushing, it's like really easy to score goals and even concede goals. So for us, if we are leading, it's just to kind of hold the ball a bit more and see out the game.
Fnatic now want an answer. We've seen it plenty of times throughout this tournament. Fnatic, when they are down, you cannot write them off. Tex and Diogo find a way. R9, pull it with a big interception. Direwolves will know that as well, Ryan. Knowing that Fnatic have come from behind in multiple games, would they want to be a little bit tighter, knowing that they've got that comeback in them?
Absolutely, and of course it stems back to the fact they played it yesterday, or not yesterday, sorry, on the first day, the first game of the Team of the Season Cup. So they have the experience of having to deal with Fnatic, Tex and Diogo in their build-up play and defensively how they're structured. But again, it's all different on the final day. And I'd say, Dullen, do you find it's sort of a mental task here when you're playing a team that you just played or you played in a previous day in the same tournament? Do you find it a lot harder?
Yeah, for me, it's like always when I had the situation where I played someone in Swiss, for example, and then I played against the same guy in knockouts, it's like always that if you win your first game, you lose your second.
Yeah, it's all the time, honestly.
So it's going to be really tough for them, I think. But if we go by that, I think the Direwolves might take this one.
We will see if your statement there, Dullen and Ryan, will choose to play out. I feel very out of place here up at the commentary booth, surrounded by Ryan and Dullen Mike. Watching Fnatic and Direwolves, much better FIFA players than myself. Marcelo on that left-hand side for Direwolves. Passing the ball around very nicely. Some first-time passes, bit of time, bit of patience as well, as and when required. Trying to force that one through.
They've got their fullbacks really high up here. I believe it's a 4-3-2-1. It looks as if it is, but the fullbacks, it could leave them slightly susceptible for counter-attacks. We know how quick Fnatic like to transition from defense to attack, even though in this case they're taking it slower than normal. But again, it could lead to some gaps to exploit for Fnatic.
Yeah, that 4-3-2-1 that you can see there as the pause comes through. It is going to be Fnatic wanting to make some changes. Tex and Diogo not happy with how things are going right now. Dullen, when you are playing against an opponent that comes from a region where you don't get to match these very often, other than at LAN events, Tex and Diogo faced Direwolves on Friday. How does that play an impact when you don't really know too much about the team going into that tournament?
Yeah, I think it plays a lot of impact because, especially for Fnatic, they probably only played against EU teams to practice going into this tournament. And it's always like other regions have like other play styles. I remember like back in the days when there were LAN events, like the people from NA would just spam long shots for one event, and we have never seen that before.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so it's always a bit different playing someone you have never played before.
And they also had different formations and different play styles, tactics, setup. The 4-3-2-1 coming in for Direwolves. Some teams struggling up against that. And maybe one of the reasons why they have done so well in this tournament so far.
It's always the element of having an unknown quantity or being an unknown quantity. You don't have a lot of gameplay, especially for their first LAN, not a lot of gameplay to analyze for Fnatic Tex. But on the other hand, everyone knows who Tex is, everyone knows who Diogo is. There's gameplay out there that can be, in numbers, you can basically revise them. You can study their game style. But again, for Direwolves, in their perspective, it's the complete opposite.
Bellingham now for Direwolves, forcing that one through. Ronaldinho tracking back all that way in the defensive duties. Direwolves won the Sydney Open to qualify and get here. Mike and Mark proving already that they are a team to fear. Fnatic, Tex and Diogo have 20 minutes remaining in this first leg to find a goal and answer back. The run from R9, just dragging out that defender ever so slightly. Mbappe now goes for the Elastico, finds his way into the 18. It's R9 inside the 18-yard box, finds that goal. As simple as you like. Back in Tex inside that scenario, simple.
It all stems from the skill move combination there with Tex building up there with Mbappe. You can tell he's just dribbling slowly on the ball, just walking, trying to find the space. Diogo plays the pass back into Tex with the Elastico. The cutback, the easy pass there, back to Diogo to put it into the back of the net. 1-1 apiece now.
And the Hullet and the defence just weren't tight enough to R9 right there.
Yeah, the thing is, when Tex did that Elastico, it created a lot of space because Direwolves were panicking. And then it was just an easy pass cross, and that's just like the prime FIFA 22 goal we've seen there.
We do see that a lot throughout the tournament, but nice and composed from R9. There's times this weekend, Ryan, where we have seen players trying to do a little bit too much there.
Yeah. Again, it's something that we always associate with Tex, being smooth and silky in possession. You could argue sometimes, you could argue it's overplayed, but in that situation, he done perfectly there. He looked for the extra pass, and as Dylan said, that's the key in FIFA 22. The extra pass is always open if you can get the right movement, and that's what Diogo does. You have to give credit for Diogo there to getting in the right positions with R9 there to find the back of the net.
We do talk so much about Tex, given what he's done over his years of competing, but Diogo equally as good as a partner as Tex, both offering a lot in different areas of the pitch. 15 minutes remaining, 1-1. This game is looking like it's going to be an absolute beautiful setup going into game 2. Good hustling there from Bellingham, from Direwolves, but we've seen this so many times. Fnatic are really, really happy to take their time in that build-up.
Yeah, they really are. And then now that they're back in the game, we saw even in the game that they lost earlier on, they were in control of the majority of the game, as we see here. Build up again.
Mbappe inside that 18-yard box. He's dancing, he's turning, but Direwolves do enough to take that one away and put it behind for a corner. You can see the changes, the tactical battle from both teams. Ruben Diaz coming short from the corner. It is Vinicius laying it into R9. The fancy footwork, and that is beautiful, but Van der Sar,
oh my goodness,
with a very simple save right in at his centre.
You know what, that skill move there from Tex, again, that's something you don't really see that skill move very often, but he's put that to perfection. He's absolutely sent 3 or 4 defenders there for Mark and Mike. Deserved the goal in all honesty, but it was straight down the keeper.
You would back R9 to do better in that scenario, but Fnatic again showing they can go a goal behind, come back and take control of the fixture. Haven't got that second goal to show for it. Dembele now for Direwolves. 5 minutes remaining. That first time pass into Hullet, can't give him the time or the space. He runs all the way on that weak foot, bangs that into the top of the net, and that is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, that's a crazy goal. You don't see them score that often from that angle with Hullet, and it's just heartbreaking for Fnatic now. They had a great opportunity with the R1 heel-to-heel, and now they concede.
Straight down the other end, rooted it with Mark. What a finish! Oh my goodness.
Crazy finish.
That's absolute. That's pinpoint in the corner there. You're going to get an extra replay. I don't even know if we've done that this weekend. That's how good that finish was. Straight into the corner. They take the lead again, 2-1 now. The dying embers of the first leg. They'll be hoping they can see it out, but wouldn't be shocked there if there's potentially another chance for Fnatic.
Direwolves just showing that chemistry that they have together. Few first-time passes, Hullet drives, puts it past the goalkeeper and says, you know what, Fnatic, you grab that goal back. We're going to go down the other end and take the lead again. Tex and Diogo work so hard to find the way back into this first leg. Can they get one more chance? One more stab at goal. Bellingham goes on that run, he looks for that cross, he finds Bellingham, he goes for the header, and that is absolutely beautiful. I said there'd be one more chance, and they took it.
They really did. It's a cross from deep into Jude Bellingham. You saw the run off of the ball. You knew one thing was coming. They had to push forward. And it was Tex with the ball into Diogo. A header past Van der Sar. That's a big goal.
And neither one of the centre-backs wanting to take ownership of Bellingham then. They just let him go.
Yeah, it's kind of like these crosses like in Germany in the pro scene.
We call that the German cross. That's
like we do them probably since like the start of the year, and to see that they're still working even at pro level just shows how good they are.
And that, as I said earlier on, it has come in to be a perfect lineup going into this second leg. 2-2 in the first game. Is it going to be Fnatic which will advance through, or will it be Direwolves that will be exiting the tournament today? Let us know in the chat. Come back shortly after this break as we go ahead and we find out.
Yes guys, it's Tom here. I'm a professional FIFA player for XL and I'm here today to teach you how to attack in the 4-4-2. So tip number 1 is going to be the player lock. We can see in this clip here, I have the ball with my left midfielder and I press L1 to trigger his run. However, I'm not happy with where he's running, so I use the player lock effectively to control my striker. You press the left and right analog stick in at the same time and then press the right stick to who you want to receive the ball with. So now what I want to do with my striker is bend my run round the centre back. So when I receive the through ball, I'm going to be bearing down on goal, which is exactly what we do here. It now means I'm in a very dangerous position and we apply the finishing touch using a chipped finish. So tip number 2 is how to effectively use the driven pass. So as we can see in this clip, I pick the ball up out wide my left midfielder and I'm looking to create the angle of passing to one of my 2 strikers. So I managed to recycle the ball. I go back to my midfielder, and as we can see, I've triggered my striker's run, and I have 2 strikers to hit now, which I want to hit with the driven pass. To perform the driven pass, we use R1 and X at the same time, and we can see here, as I use it, it comes perfectly into the space, and I get my shot off before the centre-back can get there. I've been Tom. I hope you've all enjoyed my 4-4-2 masterclass, and I'll see you all on the pitch.
Join us back here at the Team of Season Cup in London. Let us know where you are watching and get involved on socials, on Instagram, Twitter, Twitch and YouTube. EA Sports Foot on Instagram and EA FIFA Sports on Twitter. Come and get involved in the conversation and let us know who you think is going to win between Fnatic and Direwolves. It was 2-2 in that first leg, and it was an absolutely incredible first game, wasn't it, Dylan?
Yeah, definitely. Especially at the end, we saw Direwolves going for the second goal in the 87th minute, and then even Fnatic replying with a goal in the 90th minute.
Yeah, it has absolutely been an incredible match, and I'm so excited to see how Tex and Diogo and Mike and Mark are going to battle this one out in this second leg. We will see how both teams want to start out. If it's Fnatic, it's do more of the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they'll, of course, be delighted scoring that late on to get the equalizer is huge for them. It changes the whole dynamic of the second leg because, of course, being one goal down, your approach is going to be a little bit different. But being on equal terms now, they can just treat this game as a best of one, in essence. Just win the game, and they are through into the next stage. But it's easier said than done.
Mbappe now for Fnatic. Some fancy footwork. It will fall to Hullet. Bellingham jumping and winning that one, taking it away. Time and composure for Direwolves.
Yeah, we've seen some variations in midfield choices. For you, Dylan, with you and Hensley, who was the person that basically chose the tactics, the personnel, the players? Who was it?
Yeah, the thing is, on the first day, I said we were going to play 3-5-2 because we were playing it online and it was working. And then on the first day we struggled, only finishing third in the group. And then he said to me, we have to play 4-3-2-1 the next day because he feels more comfortable with it. And for me, it was basically the same, so I can play both. And then we switched to 4-3-2-1, practiced it a lot, and then kind of started playing way better.
And is that right in Lands that you can have practice going into it saying, we're going to play this, but when you get there on that day, things just don't work the way you want it to, so that's when you change stuff?
Yeah, definitely. Because the thing is, nobody plays in practice like they play in the actual tournament because they maybe are more nervous, they play more safe, don't rush forward that hard.
Mbappe going for that shot. Van der Sar popping that one behind again for a corner. Sorry to interrupt you there, Dullen, but a big chance for Fnatic. Finesse from the edge. R9 going for that one again across goal. We do see those finesse shots going across goal quite often, don't we?
Yeah, we've seen them hit the back of the net a few times, especially from those corner angles. It's sort of mesmerizing, though, when Tex is in possession of the ball in the area, especially when he's got R9 Ronaldo with the 5-star skills and 5-star weak foot. You never know what he's going to do. He's going to turn on the left, Elastico. You don't know what skill he's going to pull out, but it's very, very difficult to defend. And for Direwolves, they've done well so far in trying to nullify him.
Tex and Diogo looking to find that way. Winning that ball high in the press on the centre circle, something that they do so well. The Direwolves right now just wanting to track every runner that they can, keep things tight at the back, but Fnatic, it's about finding that way through. Ronaldinho finds that into Mbappe. One more to R9 and one more again to Messi. Van der Sar gets quickly across his line, and that is a big chance.
Yeah, it was a great chance and an even better save, I think. Those, like when you lay the cross again and when the goalkeeper saves it, just kind of shows in which way the game is going.
João Cancelo. Fnatic still with possession. Tex and Diogo a bit of time. How have you found Dullen? It's been 795 days since the last LAN event. How have you found being here in London at the Team of the Season Cup?
Yeah, thankfully I was part of the last offline tournament before it happened.
Hullet at the near post. Again, as simple as that. I was going to let you finish there because I didn't think that was going to find its way through. Tex and Diogo, right now, they're spotting that they can go for these crosses and they're exploiting that.
The runs are being tracked there as we see the pass from Rudolph with Tex into Diogo, back to Tex with Lionel Messi, and it's a whipped-in ball there, a tight angle. You'd expect the goalkeeper to do slightly better there, but again, you have to take it as it comes. It's a huge goal, but we didn't expect it at all.
Not at all. As I said, Dullen, I was letting you finish because I thought Van der Sar was going to come out and claim that. For Direwolves right now, they need to be doing better in that area.
Yeah, the thing is, as I said, they are playing against like an EU team, and in EU, everybody knows these crosses, especially because like we Germans spam them so hard. And then the thing is, like, probably when you're from the Oceania region, you don't play against that at all. And if you see it the first time, you maybe think it's only luck that it went through, and then maybe you don't pay that close of an attention to it.
Quite possibly. For Direwolves, after such a good start in this game, they now find themselves trailing for the first time. 3-2 on aggregate. Tex and Diogo finding the response again. And the key thing here, Ryan, is that this time they found those goals earlier, not leaving them as left late to chase.
Exactly, they're in control now. Even the first 25 minutes before they got the first goal in this leg, they've been in control, they've been in the ascendancy, and they've got Tex in possession there. It was a great tackle there from Marco Mack to retrieve possession and try and break forward as a pass, again, intercepted from Tex.
Possibly looking for that cross again. R9 makes that run. Trying to force that one through to Lionel Messi. Direwolves to break away. Poor pass there from Hullet. An opportunity now for Fnatic, Tex and Diogo. They choose to play it safe. Have that time. Kante's gone, Mbappe's gone. And that's the key thing now. They can keep using that as bait, giving themselves more time on the wing to work their way through, back out into the middle. 35 minutes gone in this first half. R9 bullying that way through. He is going to be offside.
Yeah, as you said, they're using it as bait. They don't necessarily have to play the pass over the top. But again, Direwolves are starting to become slightly more aware. So they're tracking the run, but it leaves more space for the possession carrier and more space to try and find the extra pass across goal.
For you, Dullen, are we seeing right now Tex and Diogo, been at LAN events before, got that experience, got that composure? Are we starting to see that show through? Mike and Mark maybe just feeling the nerve slightly?
Yeah, that could very possibly be true, especially because it's the first LAN event for them. And maybe kind of yesterday they didn't feel anything because they were just in a moment.
Pull it inside that 18-yard box, trying to find that one off across. Bellingham again finds Messi. You cannot give him room on the edge of the 18. Pele dancing. Messi on that finesse, goes for it. Schmeichel palms it away for another corner. There's 4 minutes remaining in this first half. Can Direwolves find a way back into this match? Marcelo. Mike into Mark. R9 drives forward. He can't give him room in that. Green time power shot. Very similar to the Rude Hullet goal we saw earlier on, but instead they say, you know what? I'm going to green time it just to be sure.
Oh my good. What is it with Direwolves and that top corner? Across goal again. Green time there. Fantastic play there. I believe you can see the build up here with Mark twisting and turning back into R9 Ronaldo, and a green timed across goal there into the top corner. Great time to score to level the terms just before half time.
Yeah, the thing I find really interesting about Direwolves so far is that like when Henzo and I were playing and it was the 42nd minute, we had the ball, we would always go for the last attack. And Direwolves now have scored in both, like I think 43rd and 44th, and as well in the 87th minute. So
yeah,
maybe Fnatic aren't ready for them, are just waiting for the last attack, and that's what caught them off guard.
Is there going to be one more chance though for Fnatic? No, the referee blows that whistle and takes that one in at half-time. We saw penalties between these teams on Friday. Will we see it again? 3-3 half-time in leg 2. We had XL Tom up here earlier on with us, Dullen, and he was saying they were getting practice games in against Direwolves and they were fearless. Is that exactly what you mean there by the fact of 43rd minute, I'm not going to hold the ball, we're just going to go and get another goal?
Yeah, definitely. That's one of those things that kind of speaks for them. And as well that they aren't afraid to kind of just hold on to like maybe a 1-goal difference to going into halftime, and they are really pushing for the equalizer.
Direwolves happy to bring that one back. Both young players. Sometimes teams can fear a little bit of Fnatic, Tex and Diogo. Right now, Direwolves aren't showing that. They're happy to go out and play football.
Not at all. And again, just speaking to Mike yesterday, genuinely, not a single ounce of fear. He's confident. He backs their ability. He knows what they're capable of. And they're willing to show it. And they already have shown it as we see them push forward almost instantly.
Into Pele. Pele on that left foot. As simple as you like. Finds the back of the net. And if they wanted to start that second half anyway, it is going to be just like that. You thought for a minute there, that little dink over the top through ball, and the chance was gone.
Yeah, we saw that in another game earlier today. The ball played over the top there. Great chest down there from Mark with Pele. His left foot over the onrushing goalkeeper. And it puts them, they've turned it around in a space of what? How many in-game minutes would that be? 5, 6 minutes? It's been 2 goals in quick succession, but they've made them count.
And again, Dullen, you said fearless. They're just showing that right there.
Yeah, especially with those chip passes, it's like high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
Because you kind of have to pray that your player does the perfect animation, and we just saw Pele do that with the chest touch, and that kind of led to the goal.
It is end-to-end stuff here in London. Fnatic looking for that answer. R9 with that green time. It is going to be blocked, though.
So always high-scoring games between these two. We already saw a 3-3 on day 1 in game 1. It's already 4-3 now with some time left to go in this second leg now. But I think for Direwolves, maybe... For you, Dullen, would you start to be a bit more reserved in your build-up play, maybe change formations, or is it too early?
I wouldn't change formation, but definitely when kind of I get the ball back on defense, I would definitely chill for a bit, maybe like hold the ball, few crosses down the side, and just kind of wait, because when you give them the ball back right away, then they just get really easy chances.
Yeah.
Fnatic now building up into that final third. Tex and Diogo love a comeback. Direwolves showing their resilience though. R9 now, 18-yard box. Goes to that Elastico. It is going to fall to him again. And Hullet with a big, big interception.
Oh, that was huge there. It was Diogo with the Elastico and the build-up there with R9 Ronaldo. Couldn't get the space to manipulate and get the extra pass across there to Tex. But they've retrieved possession here. 30 minutes left to go. It's going to be an extremely nervy end to the game for both of these teams.
Ronaldinho. Into Mbappe. 25 yards out now with Ruud Hullet. Tex looking to drive. Can he do what Direwolves have been doing and find that drive into the 18-yard box? Messi with a poor pass into R9. Direwolves grateful to see that one in their possession.
Dylan, do you ever have like a game plan where one player in 1v1 is a lot more skillful than the other, but then in a 2v2 situation, do you try and pass the ball to that player instead and just let them do the magic and try and look for the extra pass?
Yeah, I think it's a bit the case in our team because when we are like around the box, then obviously the goal is to get me to control R9 and get the ball to me.
Yeah.
And kind of just try to bait the opponent, like few elasticos, and the other player, in this case Henzo, is kind of just trying to get open and to look for the easy goal.
Yeah.
Tactical changes coming in now for Fnatic. Tex and Diogo not used to leaving tournaments even at this stage.
Yeah, they've of course made it to Championship Sunday. They've done fantastic to get here. They've had some very close games. And of course, some narrow losses, some narrow wins, and likewise for Direwolves. But again, this is where Tex thrives in. These moments now where it's crunch time. Last 25 minutes, he knows what's at stake. He's going to be telling Diogo, just keep it calm, let's be composed. There's still time to get back into it. They've proven they can score late on, but they've also proven that they can concede late on as well.
Ronaldinho driving into that 18-yard box. He's got a massive chance to put this game to bed.
Wow.
Goes for the near post. Mike and Mark are going to be so disappointed with that. Corner to show for it though. Dembele looking for that cross into the backstick. Ruud Hullet just... Oh, he's given a penalty. Wow. Ruud Hullet coming through. Patrick Vieira blocking the man. Wow. Penalty given.
It's hard, I'll be honest, it's harsh because it's off the ball, but it's a huge penalty.
A chance for Mark and Mike to put possibly this game to bed. Goes into the mud corner, hits the post. It falls to Ronaldinho. Tex and Diogo will be so heartbroken by that, but for Direwolves, Mark and Mike, you can see the relief on their face. Vieira coming through. Is it a penalty?
You know, I don't think so. You can't really do anything. I don't think he's pressed tackle there when he's off the... It's hard to say, but the rebound's fallen. I'd be more upset at that, I'll be completely honest there.
What do you do, Dylan, in that scenario? If you're Tex and Diogo, right, the penalty's missed, it falls to Ronaldinho, how do they find a way to pick themselves back up in this match?
Yeah, it's obviously heartbreaking, especially kind of the cross. I mean, in real football, you would say it's a penalty.
Yeah,
he got pushed off the ball, but in FIFA,
you can't.
You can't do anything. Like, when I saw the replay, I wasn't sure whether he pressed tackle, but in the replay you saw that he didn't press it, so it's kind of a really unlucky penalty, and it gets even more unlucky with the result.
Direwolves, one step closer to staying in the Team of the Season Cup. Fnatic, Tex, Diogo, on their way out as it stands.
They're throwing the kitchen sink. We've seen with some of the personnel changes, it's genuinely attackers galore all over the pitch now. They're going to try and get as many bodies forward, but again, I always say that leaves you susceptible to a counter-attack. There's going to be space in behind for Direwolves. They didn't take it that time with Ronaldinho, but they scored from the penalty. They're going to hope now, if they do get possession back from Fnatic, that they can make it count.
And you saw the look of relief on Mike's face. Might have been himself that missed that one-on-one, then had the penalty, missed that. You feel very, very happy to find the back of the net eventually. Fnatic into Mbappe, a big chance, manages to come back with that straight away. Answers back, one goal back in it. I keep saying it, but they just keep living up to these comebacks.
You honestly can't count them out here. The build-up with Diogo here, passing it into Tex. The first time pass is wonderful. There was a lot of bodies around there on the edge of the box, but it's Diogo with a great finish with Mbappe. I've lost count of the score. Is it 5-4 now?
5-4.
5-4.
Yes,
a lot of goals between these two teams, and we've still got a little bit left now. It's going to be tense situations now.
For you, Dylan, how important is getting that first goal? Yes, there's still one to get for Fnatic, but how important is that to get with 15 minutes still remaining. Because if they do that with 5 minutes remaining, it's almost still done and dusted.
Yeah, that's what I thought in that situation as well, is like you have time to score, like maybe up until 85, because then you still have the team press, the opponent will lose the ball like almost certainly once more. But if you score like right away from the kickoff, it's obviously a big mental boost.
That it is.
They've got it back now as well. This is because, again, we spoke about if they don't score straight away from kickoff, they have to throw the kitchen sink at it. They have to put so many bodies forward, again, so many gaps in behind for them on the defensive side. But because they've scored now, they don't necessarily have to push straight forward now. They can wait a little bit, play the same way for maybe 5-7 minutes maybe in game. Then they can just throw everything at it and see if they can get a goal again.
The 3-5-2 coming in. Tactical changes for Fnatic. 15 minutes remaining, 1 goal in it. If you are Mike and Mark's parents right now who'll be watching this all the way from Australia, your heart is going to be racing.
I'm not watching, I'll be honest. There's no chance. No, I'll be too nervous to watch. But again, they back themselves. They're confident. They need to keep calm and composed and try and see out the last 15 minutes to book themselves a place in the next round and give them an extra chance to try and put their hands on the trophy for the Team of the Season Cup. Again, just winning this round will give them extra prize money as well, an extra stage in this tournament. But it's definitely going to be nerve-wracking.
And we spoke to Direwolves before this match and said, you've already secured X amount of prize money. They said, yeah, but we don't want that. We want to go all the way. That is their intention here in London. A chance now to put this game to bed. Ronaldinho bringing Diaz out of position. Some fancy footwork. Got the cross into the box. Chooses to just lay that one back with the ball roll scoop. The footwork again from Ronaldinho, keeping Diaz occupied. But for Fnatic, the crucial thing is they have the ball. They have a chance. 8 minutes remaining. Tex Diogo, can they pull something out of the bag to find a way to at least take this to extra time?
Oh, it's rushed. That's a rush pass there. They've given away possession. Fnatic take it again now with Tex.
Ronaldo. Tex is known to always find that way on the big stage. He thrives at land. That pass into Mbappe. A little bit weak, a little bit soft. The ball down the line now, and that is key to beat that press from Fnatic. Direwolves, 86th minute. 1 goal in it as it stands. The cross is there, but time and patience taking numbers off the clock.
Yeah, that's what I would have done in that situation as well. It's just kind of go to the corner flag. Yeah,
I don't think you'd have done that.
To be honest, I feel pretty composed with the ball, especially in like those tight areas at the corner flag, like doing those ball rolls and just creating more space. And obviously the most important part is just to take time off the clock.
Tex and Diogo are less than 1 minute away from leaving this tournament. Offside comes through.
I would be shocked if they give away possession again. I think this could be it, in all honesty.
Fnatic are on their way out of the Team of the Season Cup. Direwolves will be taking it through to the next round. 2 minutes of added time. Can Fnatic get that ball and get it up the other end of the pitch? But R9, the chance to seal the deal. Direwolves, Ronaldinho, and it is going to find its way into the back of the net. The celebrations come through from Mike, Mark, and Zach. Fnatic, Tex and Diogo, they're out.
Wow, they're on their feet, celebrating, of course, in raptures. They're delighted. They know that goal has put them into the next round. And, of course, you can see the despair on Tex and Diogo's face. They know that their tournament has come to an end. They've had a valiant display throughout to reach this stage. But, yeah, commiserations to them.
Composure, laying that one off to Ronaldinho. Chooses to shoot it into the ground, bounces over the defender. And that is game, set, match 1. Direwolves are through to the next round. Fnatic leave the Team of the Season Cup here in London. What a game that was. It had absolutely everything, didn't it, Dylan?
Yeah, definitely. It was like almost the game we expected, obviously after witnessing the first one at day 1. And I think it even was more interesting than going to penalties because there was end-to-end action at the end.
And you said earlier on that if you ever play someone in a bracket and you match them later on again, they always end up getting revenge. That's exactly what happened.
I'm telling you, it's a thing. It has to be. I think it's just it's a mental aspect of it. Of course, beating an opponent in an important game, but then even a more important game, you always just think to yourself, all right, you don't want to overthink it, but there could be a chance here for revenge. So wow, it's tough to take for Fnatic.
And if you are Direwolves right now, you'll go, you know what, we'll happily lose our first round to Fnatic. If that means that we go ahead and beat them in the lower side of things later on in the tournament, they are going to be very, very happy with that. And we saw moments, Dullen, where Mike and Mark maybe showed their inexperience at LAN, but they found that way to overcome it and beat Tex and Diogo.
Yeah, for me, the thing that stood out at the end was the free kick that in the 90th minute. For me, personally, I would just play it short. Go back to the keeper, just chilled. And they rushed a through ball, lobbed through ball to CR7. Kind of got lucky in the end a bit there and scored a goal. But I think in the end, they deserved it.
Yeah, that they did. Well, thank you very much, Dullen, for joining us up here in the commentary booth. I hope you guys enjoyed Dullen Mike giving us his insight. We are going to pass things over to Mike now, who will bring us all of the analysis.
Thank you, fellas, so much. And of course, we have the analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments, and we're going to review some of their ability to be clinical when we're talking about Direwolves and the goalkeeper movement and how they're able to take advantage of goalkeeper movement and really register it well. So as you can see here, Messi finds Pele. Pele takes that step forward, and at the higher level, this is a moment of hesitation, which is perfect. You can bait the goalkeeper to scoot a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, and then you can make that adjustment. That's what you see with the near post finish. They did a great job versus Fnatic, and it looks more baseline when you're seeing it live, but it's so important at this level. And that's the analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments. And I believe we're going back to the pitch with Rachel, Kyle, and Nightwatch.
Yes, indeed we have. Well, that's quite a shock, isn't it? Fnatic going out to Direwolves there, especially after the boys just mentioned. Obviously, this is kind of get their own back, wasn't it? They lost on penalties in the group stages on Friday. For them, Nightwatch, to kind of come back after that loss and kind of find something different this time out, how impressive is that?
I mean, already in the group stages, they played very impressively. First game of the day, they come as bottom seed, quote unquote. They take Fnatic all the way to pens. Then they obviously also play us, quote unquote, one of the favorites, I would say, in the competition. They beat us. They go on a good run in the lower bracket. They replay Fnatic. I think Fnatic have more pressure on them as well. And yeah, before we went on camera, I did steal this from you to pretend to be prepared and be smart. But actually,
it's got nothing on it.
But actually, it has Direwolves and their matchups in the tournament.
I did my homework, guys. I do my homework.
And the penalties they played. So yeah, they did play Fnatic, they played Ajax, they played Falcons, and they played Guild. So
you just took all my notes, and Crew as well. Remember that one?
Yeah, but that's on your notes. You should have written it down. So yeah, they played with some very good teams.
But looking at those results, I mean, people could say maybe it's just momentum, but there's a reason that they're here. It's a reason they've travelled all the way to London. There's a reason why they're managing to perform like this as well. I mean, you can't just say it's all down to just momentum. They're incredible FIFA players.
100%. So one thing we talked about backstage, and it's the case of Levante as well, who are here, is two pro clubs players that would do very good in a format that's 2v2. So from what I understand, both players have been playing pro clubs, both as strikers, for 4 years in a row. So the fact that they have this understanding for 4 years now, and just going into 2v2, and they know how to attack, they know the formation inside out. So I think that's the key to their success so far.
Yeah, totally. We'll get your thoughts as well. I want to get your thoughts on Atlanta after we just see the bracket. Obviously, Atlanta United are still in it as well. They defeated Ducks Gaming, didn't they, before the other semi-final 6-0. That was quite the result for that team. But let's look what we're going to see next. So the upper bracket final. These two teams are still undefeated. It's Maker Sweden. Remember, they're a qualifier team as well from that FGS Open in December. They'll go up against Team Heretics. And then we just saw the semi-finals. Let's see what that means then. The lower bracket finals coming away a little bit later. It's Atlanta United FC taking on the Direwolves there. I mean, quite the matchups, but I'd love, Nightwatch, your thoughts on Atlanta United. It's like not conceding as well up against Ducks Gaming was quite special.
I mean, at some point when you're 3-0 up or 3-0 down respectively, it becomes an end-to-end game where the team that's 3-0 down has to go all-out attack, constant pressure, score goals, and floodgates open. So you either pull a couple back or you just concede 2, 3, 4, what happened with Ducks. Atlanta, very good team, two Brazilians. We know Vini, Paulo Neto, very good defensively, very good communication, again, passionate community. So yeah, very interesting matchup.
Interesting that we did lose Ducks and Fnatic. Let's talk about Fnatic just on that one. I mean, Tex, when he was speaking to me, he believes that he could have gone on to win the entire tournament. He thought that they're the best team out of everyone that was here as well. Just wasn't his day today, or could they have improved?
I think the thing that Heretics surprised them with were the crosses, right? Most of their chances came through crosses, which is one of the ways to play in 2v2. You can go back post with CR7, mostly, bring the players down. We saw Fnatic do this against Direwolves. A couple goals from crosses because they saw hard to break down, easier through the wings. It worked out for them, but previously didn't work out for them against Heretics, and obviously Direwolves, tough opponent. So you get 2 chances, but once you're in the lower bracket, it's not as simple. It's not, oh, I have a second chance. I cannot lose.
I had all that written down on that card as well, just FYI. Quickly, one word, Maker Sweden, Heretics, who's winning?
Heretics.
Heretics, that matchup is coming your way after this break. It's the upper bracket final, guys. This is massive. A qualifying team up against an FGS Masters team. We're going over to Richard Buckley, Ryan Pessoa, and XL Tom after the break.
Hey guys, my name is Jackson, a professional FIFA player, and today I'm going to show you guys some attacking and defensive tips to improve your game. The first thing I'm going to show you guys is how to do a driven cross and where to do it on the pitch. So here I have the ball with my striker, I see my winger is wide, I play him out wide, and then I see my striker and my winger are open, so I play a driven cross and he goes in. Here I have the ball with my striker, I don't want to play my other striker because he has 2 defenders on him, so I decided to play out wide. And then once I have my winger, I know my winger's pretty fast, so I take an extra touch. That extra touch sets me up for a perfect driven cross situation. So I double tap square, and I see my striker and my winger are open. And I want to play the ball in front of them, so that's why I do a driven cross. And you guys can see the winger is open and scores. So here I have the ball with my winger. I see my striker is making a run, so I play him with the through ball. And then I take an extra touch with my striker, and I see my other striker is making a run. And I don't want to play him with the driven pass because it's probably gonna go directly at him, and the defender's too close. So I decided to do a driven cross so I can play in front of him. That sets it up for an easy goal. That was it for my masterclass. I hope these tips help you out, and see you guys on the pitch.
Welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup here live in London. It's the perfect opportunity to tell you about what PlayStation have been developing. They've created an on-console tournament platform that offers a wide variety of gaming titles for participants to choose from. You can compete online for prizes ranging from unique, game-specific dynamic themes and avatars to some in-game currency and even cash prizes. If you want to get involved with that, go to compete.playstation.com and sign in with your PSN ID to play now. You're joined by myself, Richard Buckley, in the commentary booth, Ryan Pessoa to my left, and a very special guest in XL Tom. Fantastic time to be here, and what a time it is. Winners bracket final, $70,000 if you win this game, and a Club World Cup spot guaranteed. Ryan, don't get much bigger than this.
It's a huge match. Of course, the stakes are really high. We can see the players on either side of us. Of course, we've got Tom here with us. Who knows what it is like to be on a championship Sunday? And of course, the prize money is unbelievable.
No, it certainly is. Tom, the pressure, does it start building up now? Do you start to feel the nerves?
Yeah, I think we can feel that it's gone up a level. You know, you can see it in the arena with the players, the way they're looking. Everyone's a bit more over their shoulders, a bit more. You can tell the nerves are definitely coming through, and I think that's why, because obviously the top 2 spot gets you the Club World Cup spot, we know, and gives you the big advantage going through in the winners bracket as well. So yeah, definitely big game here.
A huge advantage going into the winners bracket. Of course, if they do end up winning this game, they're in the grand final. The loser does have that cushion, of course, if they do end up losing. But we're going to take a look at the bio for Makers Sweden with Oli Bolli and Optole. We've seen them throughout the weekend, but we've also seen them in the FGS 22 Open to win the Stockholm qualifier to reach this stage. So they've done a lot to get here. Of course, Oli Bolli, FGS 21 PS4 #1 winner, and second place for Optole as well in FIFA 21 qualifier. We see some of the goals that they've scored throughout, the movement that they've done to cut the lane there with Optole, and the great skill move and shot across goal to get that goal.
And what a tournament they've had so far. Have Makers Sweden, they took on Ninja in Pyjamas in their group, and also All One Esports. Great performances before knocking down SPQR, Direwolves and Atlanta. On the other side of it, Team Heretics. Do they need any further introduction? Mateus Banano, the man who can seemingly do it all. 2-time FGS 21 South American PS4 qualifier winner. He won the E Libertadores. He qualified for the E Champions League last weekend, and they formed a formidable duo here alongside Hidalgo. What a performance they are putting on. Seemingly defensively the best team in the world right now. I don't think there's any debate about that, Ryan Pessoa.
We saw it ourselves, casting over the FGS Masters Cup, another 2v2 competition that they came out victorious in. We even said how well they are structured, especially defensively. They don't let up in many opportunities, let alone many goals, and they've shown that this weekend.
Yeah, they certainly have. Tom, you've played Mateus a couple of times. How good is he defensively?
Yeah, I think best player in the world for me in terms of defending. I mean, I'm going to say it.
I'm
going to say it out loud. Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you the amount of times I've been in practice against him, and I think, geez, I can't get through. No matter what I do, nothing's working. The players are all perfectly in defence. I played him on the big occasion as well. Played him in a FUT Cup this year, and honestly, you work so hard just to score against them, and then obviously he's got the quality going forward as well.
So is this as easy as attack versus defend, or is there a lot more to it? Are we going to start to see a lot more sort of in-game real meta take place?
It's tough. I think we're going to see I'll be honest, I think we can see a lot of mistakes because of the nerves. They know what it is to win this game. But for Makers Sweden, we've played them in Man City in the Club World Cup.
I'll say we. I've not. I've not played them. You have.
But yeah, I played them alongside Shells for City for the Club World Cup, and they've been dominant. They've been running riot. They've been the best 2v2 team in our conference, and again, they've shown it today.
Well, preparation is over. Don't need that anymore. Team of the Season Cup winners final is here. I simply cannot wait. You win this game, you take home $70,000 guaranteed no matter what happens in the grand final. You're guaranteed a spot at the Club World Cup. Team Heretics, Makers Sweden, FGS Open Stockholm winners against the FGS Masters in Team Heretics. This is going to be an absolute cracker. Oli Bolli and Optole on your screen right there. We'll be underway here in this huge matchup. Makers Sweden from left to right in the white, and it's going to be Team Heretics from right to left in the black strip.
We didn't get to put Tom on the spot here. I normally like to ask for a prediction. What are we saying, Tom? What do you think? Who do you think is going to come out victorious here?
Well, after what I watched earlier, Ryan, when I was on commentary, I'm going to have to go to Heretics. You know, I haven't seen too much of Makers this weekend. I'm aware of how good both players are, but for me, I'm going to go for Heretics.
Potential first chance there for Makers Sweden. Doesn't fall to anything in the end right now. And I think when you look at Team Heretics' previous results, a penalty shootout and 4-3-2 wins.
Buckley, we need to talk about the ice. We need to talk about the ice. Mateus and Hidalgo, it seems like the longer the day goes on, the more last-minute chances they have, the more they win, you know? They love it last minute. They love penalty shootouts. They love the drama. They've just got ice flowing through their veins.
Yeah, that's the opportunities there. Religion, there could be 1-0 up here. Reverse Elastico through the legs. See you later. There's Mateus and Hidalgo go 1-0 up.
Straight through the legs there with the reverse Elastico. Sent him for a hot dog. Extra onions, ketchup, everything, the lot. And it's an early start here from Hidalgo and Matias. You see the build-up with Hidalgo here, playing it back. Interception there, but well worked from Matias. The reverse, oh my.
Oh, see you later.
It's unbelievable.
Tom, talk to me about that. Perfect start. That is worst case scenario if you want Makers Sweden to win.
It is. I mean, you know what Heretics are like. They're always a team that know how to defend. We've been bigging them up all day. And if there's one thing you say to each other, don't concede early. And yeah, they had the sauce in the box there. The Elasticos absolutely sold Marquinhos. Not sure if he'll recover from that anytime soon. But yeah, fantastic start of Heretics. Going to be a difficult uphill challenge from here.
Potentially Makers Sweden looking to bounce straight back. Commentated their first game of the day, Makers Sweden, up against Atlanta. 4-3. They were victorious. An end-to-end, back-and-forth game. We know they're good. We know they're creative in and around the box. But it's a different beast trying to do it against Heretics. R9 now, up against Hakimi. Having to go backwards. And is that what you resort to when you can't see a way past that defence?
Yeah, of course. For those at home, just pay attention to the way Heretics are defending with Hidalgo and Matias. They have one person just jockeying, marking the pass across. The other one pressing, but also jockeying either side to try and read which way the player in possession is going to turn. It's really hard to break through, and it seems simple to do it, but again, on the biggest stage of all, it's not as easy.
If I had to hedge my bets, it's Matthias tracking the runs. He'll be watching the passing lanes. He has read every single book FIFA can offer you, I tell you that. He knows every passing lane, every pass you want to do. I'm sure Hidalgo will be pressing.
Chance here for Heretics to go 2-0 up. Pele looking on the edge of the box. He rules it back into Jude Bellingham. Pele extra pass to R9. Twisting, turning in the box. Maybe an opportunity to open up on that right boot, but on this occasion, Makers Sweden defend well.
You know what? We always have been crediting Heretics with their defensive display, but we have to give credit to their attacking. They hit the ground running straight away in every game. They seem to find themselves in an advantageous position. We saw against Fnatic. They were 2-0 up. You have to remember, they did, of course, score in the last minute to reach the upper bracket final, but again, they took the 2-goal lead. They're already 1-0 up here as they try and defend this attack from Makers Sweden.
Kante building up. It's a bad play. I don't know how he's managed to get so much room. I think he could be offside.
Yep, I think the line there was slightly higher there.
I can hear the whistle from the from the ref. Is that an offside trap being pulled out there, or were they just space there?
Yeah. I think a late offside trap. A little bit fortunate there, but yeah, I think that's their plan. You know, you bring the players up. You don't want your players sitting too deep in your box. You need to bring them up, so otherwise people can't just pass around you. And yeah, that's what they're doing there.
Switching the play from right to left are Heretics. They love that ping across the ball, from the ball across the box.
Yeah, I think it's a big thing of their. I think they play 3-5-2 or 5-2-1-2. It's either a 3-back or a 5-back. They play fairly similar in game, and I think they really utilise that very well. I think it's definitely part of Heretics' plan because they're so effective out wide in these kind of positions.
That ball whipped into the box. Van der Sar, Butterfingers, somehow just about keeping it at bay. I do think what you said there about having a plan. I think I would say they've got the best game plan that also plays to their advantages. Yes, it's easy to say, oh, they just defend, or they just... Okay, break them down. They're the best defensive team in the world, but they also play to that. They're not playing a 4-1-2-1-2 narrow and throwing bodies forward. They're going to get people behind the ball. They've got all 11 black shirts inside their box. Everyone's marked up, and they've got a lead, and they're going to keep it now.
Yep, especially we always speak about how important it is at these stages to take the lead, but even in a 0-0 situation, they defend the exact same way. They could be winning it or losing. It's the exact same thing as we see the ball in the box.
Again, just getting a body in the way.
It's a tough wall to break down, Buckley. Very, very tough wall. I think you have to give credit to the coaches as well to set two players up to be able to play like this. It is not as easy as putting two players together and saying defend. This is a skill here.
How important do you think it is now, Tom? Of course, the years of FIFA, the further we progress, the more money up for grabs, the higher stature in tournaments. How important is it to have a coach by your side?
Yeah, you know how it is, Ryan. We've been competing years now. We've 3, 4, 5 years.
I've been commentating years.
We're literally fossils.
Yeah, and coaches were not really that big of a thing.
Potential chance here for Heretics, CR7 with the red time shot. But what's the importance of having that coach behind you?
I think in 2v2 it's more important than 1v1 because you have to have two players singing off the same sheet. It can't work with one person thinking one and one of the other. To get two people to come together and have that chemistry, I credit a coach for that a lot of the time.
And maybe that's why we've seen so many teams flounder here at the Team of the Season Cup. That Direwolves, incredible, but they're on the same page.
Yeah.
Heretics, on the same page. Atlanta, on the same page. Makers Sweden, for my money, probably the best 2 players together as a team at the moment. When you look at the Club World Cup consistency ranking, they're flying in North Europe. They play part of the same Swedish roster as well. They know how each other play. They've been doing it for months and months and months, maybe even years.
Exactly. That's something that's helped them a lot because they've had the experience to play 2v2 with each other. But of course, they do find themselves 1-0 down going into the half-time break. They're looking for answers with their Colts. They seem still to be calm and composed, but of course, with Matias and Hidalgo, they'll be comfortable 1-0 up. They're happy to, genuinely, I don't know what it is, especially with Argentinians, with Matias and Nicholas, they are happy to, they'll see this game out 1-0, perfectly fine.
We talked about the game plan and we talked about them being so good defensively, but this isn't a fluke now that they've come out quick.
Yeah.
2 goals against Fnatic in the first, 30 minutes. They've now gone 1-0 up against Makers Sweden. Clearly there's a game plan being put in place that say, start on the front foot, try and get that goal, maybe even 2 to go to an advantageous position, and then sit bodies behind the ball, frustrate your opponent, and catch them on the counter.
Yeah, I think when I look at FIFA as a pro myself, I'm always analysing other teams, and I think these kind of things aren't a coincidence. You know, people say, oh, well, they're just going up and then they've got a lead to defend. No. It's not a coincidence that that's happening. It's part of the game plan. They're obviously more comfortable with the lead. And it's still the skill to get in the lead and then be able to manage the game and not give up free chances very easily, you know?
Exactly. And I think that's something that they've done well. And even in the game against Fnatic, they conceded 2 goals. You felt as if the game was slipping away from them. They kept calm. They kept composed. They kept singing off of the same hymn sheet. And they made the chance in the last minute to get that goal.
I'm seeing a lot of singing references here. I'm missing something. Is there a little Wednesday night choir going around? FIFA Pro choir? Maybe that's some idea for content.
Next goal, me and Ryan are going to break into a song.
I'm like kittens swinging in a bag.
We're back underway, second half of FIFA. Makers Sweden from right to left here in the white strip. Heretics find themselves in a very good 1-0 position, but Makers Sweden come forward through Kylian Mbappe. Ball roll into the box. Screen time shot just about got a body in the way, but that is where you can get at this Heretics defence. When you get into the box and maybe they've got to step out and they can't just sit back and let the blocks do the work for them, that's where a couple of holes start to appear.
That was the first time we saw a gap in the defence. As Tom mentioned, this switch here is on all the time, of course, with the formation they've used. They also like that little dink pass there to try and get the animation to bring it down, but it didn't work in that favour. But I was just saying about that chance there for Makers Sweden, they just bided their time on the ball. I believe it was Oli Bolly just walking, slowly with Mbappe, just waiting for the gap to open up and try and speed boost into it, and it almost led to a clear chance.
Marcelo picking up the ball from that long switch of play. N'Golo Kante looking for Pele. Rudelik will pick up the pieces, and an opportunity potentially here for Makers Sweden, just looking to burst into the box. Doesn't fall to a white shirt, and once again, Team Heretics hold firm.
Yeah, I think Heretics, the main thing I'm picking up from is their wing play. It's so effective every time, you know, to get here and be patient and be able to use this switch. This is all a game plan. This is something every time. Yeah, this is something they've practiced for weeks and months, and there's a reason it's working. You can see, look, it pulls out the fullback there, and then suddenly you have an option inside.
And this could be a chance here from that switch of play. Kylian Mbappe for Team Heretics into R9 Ronaldo. Reversal, Lastico just about gets it round the corner, but good defending, right place, right time for Makers Sweden.
You can see there, a pause has been queued. I think they have to address something now. I don't know whether they might need to match up in terms of formation to try and get wider players.
Well, they're trying to switch.
Yeah, genuinely. You can see it straight away in the back post. Watch here.
It's into the box for Pele.
Not enough.
Gotta do better.
Yeah, couldn't get it on target there. Couldn't get it green timed either to trouble the goalkeeper, but maybe that's something they're going to have to opt to utilise a lot more. The passes out to the wing, maybe a whip to the back post to try and get towards the band and then play it across, because we know, Tom, how important it is to play that extra pass as well.
I mean, I think it's a massive thing I picked up on that I would tell people at home as well, is these formations such as the 3-5-2 and the 4-3-2-1, if you have a fullback on overlap, and on balanced attack instead of stay back, it creates this overlap outside and then it opens up the passes inside, right? Yeah. The main aim of FIFA 22 is to create the overload in midfield, but you start with it out wide. And I think Heretics do it a lot. We fell victim to it yesterday against Ducks.
Yeah.
They hit us with a game plan where their Marcelo was just free every time. We didn't know whether to press or whether to stay.
Yeah.
And every time it seemed like we made the wrong decision. It's definitely something people can use at home to improve at the gameplay.
And once again, when you go 1, 2, 3 goals down to a really good defensive side, it's almost an impossible task.
Oh yeah, the plan's ripped up. Everything that you prepared for is gone.
You're writing it on the back of the napkin in between the two legs.
That napkin's going to rip.
Well, Team Heretics, 66 minutes on the clock, looking for that big whip into the box. Doesn't fall to a black shirt there. But at 1-0, there's a lot of time left. There's a lot of FIFA left to be played here. Just as I say that, Team Heretics, the Spanish Giants, come forward once again. Cristiano Ronaldo, twisting, turning, plays into Kylian Mbappe, just about gets Hakimi in the way there. It's dangerous every time they come forward.
It really is. Of course, we've always been speaking about Matthias, but I think it's great to mention Hidalgo as well. He's done perfect to match up. It seems like they're in sync with every single thing.
Looks like one player.
Yeah, genuinely. If somebody told me, you take away the curses, and I think it's the computer playing on ultimate difficulty, in all honesty. They're perfectly structured defensively. Maybe I've jinxed it here.
Chance here for Makers Sweden. Ousmane Dembele just tries to get away, but as soon as he picks up the ball, he's got two defenders right on his toes. He can't turn, and there could be a counter-attacking potential here. Dinked over the top for Ronaldo. Is he onside? He is. Ronaldo Nazario gets inside the box. Ball roll, scoop turn. Let McGeady cancel into CR7. Look for him to twist and turn. Offloads it to Hullet on the double tap, and Van der Sar with a great save.
Yeah, Heretics, this is one thing we're probably not giving them enough credit for. In the box, they can do a bit, you know. They're dangerous, they know what they're doing. And as we said, it's like one player. I think I give full credit to Hidalgo as well, because it's not easy when everyone is, you know, raving about Matthias, rightfully so, how good he is. And you have to come and be his partner and match that level. That is not as easy as just stepping in, you know. I've had it a couple of times where if one player feels, I've seen it a lot, like the players feel superior.
Chance here for CR7. I want to get your opinion on that in a little bit. Doesn't fall to anyone in the end. I don't want to throw you under the bus, but you're talking about sort of being the teammate. You've been teammates with Tex for a long old time.
Yes.
Did you feel that a little bit?
Yes, massively. I'll happily admit that. You can't remember in FIFA 19, I wasn't very good, and I came through, and Tex is the best player in the world, and you have to quickly get over that, you know, and say, okay, we're playing together here. This isn't a one-man show. Yeah, you have to really adjust to that. So I give full credit to Hidalgo.
Chance here for Makers Sweden. Alcet Maximin gets inside the box. Can't quite turn into a goal-scoring opportunity.
Couldn't take it in a stride there. The pass in from Oli Boli just didn't work out. He's retrieved possession here.
Very end-to-end this
game. It really
game.
is. They're starting to kick up in tempo.
Final 5 minutes. A long shot coming in from Ousmane Dembele. Maybe a little bit desperate.
Yes, I'm seeing that as well. Long shots in Pro FIFA normally equal desperation. It's a pretty clear and simple sum. Because I do the exact same thing. If I can't break someone down, I'm starting whipping finesses from 30 yards. And it's definitely, as well, to give Heretics something else to think about. They're used to Makers coming to the box and trying to skill move. It's like, if you can hit a long shot, then you give them something else to worry about as well.
Final attack here for Team Heretics. We're going to be going into a break very shortly indeed. Just get your final thoughts, Ryan, as we do come into this final attack. Heretics doing exactly what we thought coming into this winners' final.
There's a reason why we both, anyway, said that they're our favourites coming into this. It wasn't based on anything. It's methodical, because we've seen what they're capable of, and they've shown it already. They're calm and composed. And even here, they've kept the ball for last attack. They don't want to rush it. They're in control here. And that will see out the first leg. 1 goal to Team Heretics up against Makers Sweden.
Incredible performance from Team Heretics there. This is your upper bracket final. You win this match of FIFA, you're taking home guaranteed $70,000 and a Club World Cup qualification spot. Don't go anywhere. Let's see if Team Heretics can seal the deal, or will Makers Sweden pull something out the bag. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, my name is Jackson, a professional FIFAe player, and today I'm going to show you guys some attacking and defensive tips to improve your game. The first thing I'm going to show you guys is how to do a driven cross and where to do it on the pitch. So here I have the ball with my striker, I see my winger is wide, I play him out wide, and then I see my striker and my winger are open, so I play a driven cross and he goes in. Here I have the ball with my striker, I don't want to play my other striker because he has 2 defenders on him, so I decided to play out wide. And then once I have my winger, I know my winger's pretty fast, so I take an extra touch. That extra touch sets me up for a perfect driven cross situation. So I double tap square, and I see my striker and my winger are open. And I want to play the ball in front of them, so that's why I do a driven cross. And you guys can see the winger is open and scores. So here I have the ball with my winger. I see my striker is making a run. So I play him with the through ball, and then I take an extra touch with my striker, and I see my other striker is making a run, and I don't want to play him with the driven pass because it's probably gonna go directly at him, and the defender's too close. So I decided to do a driven cross so I can play in front of him. That sets it up for an easy goal. That was it for our masterclass. I hope these tips help you out. See you guys on the pitch.
Let's go for a little journey. 2 years ago, February 23rd, 2020, FIFA 20 Foot Champions Cup Stage 4 in the lovely city of Paris. Tasari and Tex, sitting just a few feet apart, played one of the most sensational Xbox finals the world has ever seen.
I do not believe what we're seeing. Mendy now. No! Wide!
One last chance for Tasari to win. It's Robertson. He goes right. He scores.
After 795 days, we are back.
To conclude the game, Fnatic have completed the ultimate comeback.
And we managed to turn it around in the second leg, and we bowed them second leg. They just started panicking and giving us the ball, so we scored our fourth, so yeah.
Kylian Mbappe from 12 yards, saved! Ducks Gaming are in Championship Sunday.
Live from London, the FIFA Global Series Team of the Season Cup continues now.
Well, welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup. We're in the final stages here, in the final few hundred meters. What a 3 days of action we have had. 4 teams remain. Team Heretics make us Sweden in our winners bracket final. Down in the losers bracket, Atlanta United currently situated alongside Direwolves. The question is, who will guarantee a grand final spot? We are 90 in-game minutes away from finding out. Team Heretics currently underway.
Good interception there from Tole and Oliboli, but they're clearing the ball out.
Yeah, I think obviously we watched the first leg. Heretics won 1-0 there, so we'll get that game restarted very shortly indeed. Give us an opportunity to have a little chat on the commentary booth. Tom, you've been in many a winner's bracket and loser's bracket for that matter, and a Championship Sunday.
Yes.
When you're getting into these final few matches, does fatigue play a factor?
No. adrenaline does. You are very, very pumped at this point. I think you're so far in your zone as well. Like, you've gone so far, kind of just going through the same things. I think, yeah, tiredness is a factor later on when you get back to the hotel and you get a bit, oh, that's a tiring day. But now, no, way too much adrenaline.
Yeah. Would you say the nerves is probably less in this day than on day one?
Yeah.
I always say,
I always struggle at the start.
Yeah.
First, I'm like, all right, let me get my feet on the table. By day 3, it's just another day at the office, really.
Honestly.
You get used to it, you get more comfort, you're aware the camera's going to be on you, you know what's going on.
Yeah.
And I noticed for me that the longer tournament goes on, the more comfortable I get, less I feel it.
We'll go back to our featured match very shortly indeed. Makers Sweden, Team Heretics. What has been said in that little interval that we had just there? You know what Team Heretics are going to say? Defend well, keep compact, kill them on the counter-attack. For Makers Sweden, is there a game plan change? Because to me, as an outsider looking in, there weren't many clear-cut chances. They didn't look like scoring a goal, Ryan.
Yeah, if I'm being completely honest, I think as a coach, I wouldn't necessarily have to change straight away, but I definitely have a set up to try and nullify that 5 at the back formation. We've seen what the wing-backs are capable of, and we've seen the goal that Heretics scored.
And speaking of that goal, it's a perfect opportunity for our very own Tom Lees to have a look at it again, because it was a magnificent, glorious, a delightful reverse elastico right through the legs of the centre-back.
Take it away. I think arguably the best skill move in the game, the reverse elastico this year. I'm going to go out and say that just because you see the amount of times it's used, how effective it is, and yeah, it's absolutely sold Marquinhos for a hot dog there.
We're back underway. Correct scoreline is inputted down below, and Team Heretics do find themselves 1 goal to the good going into this second leg of action. Makers Sweden will be the side from right to left in that white home strip. Team Heretics from left to right. We've got 4 teams left, chaps. 2 FGS Open teams and 2 FGS Masters teams. I don't know if we'd have predicted that on Friday before a ball had been kicked.
I think a few surprises.
For Team Heretics, Kylian Mbappe looking to kickstart their second leg very quickly as they did the first. But yeah, there were a few surprises, Tom.
Yeah, I think anyone before maybe Monday, if I told you that Direwolves were in this situation, probably would have said, yep, laughed. I'll be honest.
No, honestly, yeah.
First time we played them, we were blown away by it. I think Heretics and Makers probably 2 of the favourites from what we see beforehand. But yeah, a couple of surprises in there.
We got the chance to watch Atlanta during the FGS Masters, and we saw that they were a very, very good side. I watched Palo Neto a lot last year during the South American qualifiers, but even Atlanta United, I don't know if I'd have put them in my top 4.
I don't think I would have put them in my top 4 either, but again, we saw how good they performed as a duo, and I don't know. I'm not just saying this, but I thought they'd make a run. I don't necessarily think they'd make it this far.
He says this all the time.
No. All right.
Sit on the fence, Pessoa.
I know, right? They've done well. I would say they've definitely exceeded expectations to reach this stage.
But we're back at LAN, and we're seeing the South Americans play very, very well again. You know, I don't know what they're being fed, but they're crazy. As soon as they get here, they know what they're doing. They know how to play. They know how to win games of FIFA.
And again, it's that opportunity. They don't get the chance to play against the European players. They don't get a chance really to show themselves on a global scene. Nicholas and Matthias moved from South America to Europe to show everybody that they are regarded as the best players in the world. And now, right now, we're seeing Team Heretics doing just that with the Argentine Matheus Bonano and the Spaniard Hidalgo. They come forward, ball whipped into the box. He got up for it, Hakimi, heads it wide. Early opportunities there, and an exasperated Hidalgo looks to the heavens.
I think that's another aspect of the formation they're using is you still got the width there from the wing backs, but they can still drift inwards and offer that support in the box. We saw there with Hakimi at the back post. Didn't target it, the header perfect to challenge the goalkeeper, but again, he's offering that option there at the back post.
Chance here for Makers Sweden, building up nicely and slow through Pele, and now Ellen St. Maximin back to Pele. No space at all on the edge of the box. They try and work it in, but there's just a black shirt in the way.
I'd love to see Makers throw the dice here, roll the dice, should I say, just because they have the comfort of the losers bracket as well. I'd like to see them go for it a bit earlier than we'd normally see. I know it's going to be tense, I know it's going to be cagey, but
is that with a narrow formation? Is that just putting more bodies forward, maybe a 4-3-2-1, just something different?
Yes, I think a 4-3-2-1 could be a shout. Heretics look pretty comfy in their 5-back. I mean, I'd love to get a count on how many times they've managed that switch as well. Look, they're playing, they love it. Look, every time, and it's working every time. I'd love to see Makers make a change.
I think it's definitely necessary for them to do so. I think now we've seen the first 25 minutes of the second leg now, and it's more of the same from what we saw in the first leg. And again, they need to change something just to defend the wings a little bit more, because the space is gaping every single time the switch is on. And not only is it offering a lot offensively, but it's giving them
the outball.
Yeah, the outball in possession. It's easy for them to retain it.
And there's only so long you can let them do that before you say, okay, we need to get hold of this. Because at the start, you know, it's 1-0 and you're just playing for a long time, but there's going to be a time where makers need to really go for it and try and do something. So, yeah, hopefully they do it earlier. Normally with me, it would take me until about the 65th, but I hope they go a bit earlier than that.
Let's make us Sweden constantly knocking on the door, but finding no response from Team Heretics. It's firmly Shorten again. N'Golo Kante, right-footed finesse shot.
He's a man that could do a lot, but you're asking for too much there.
Chance here for Pele. He's more of a player that you want in that area. And again, it's a long shot, forcing a save from Team Heretics.
Makers trying to win goal of the day here, aren't they?
Corner looks like it might be a short one. Into Alan Saint-Maximin. He bursts into the penalty area. Cancelo comes across. Alan just about does enough into N'Golo Kante. R9 gets the bounce and he's going to rattle it off the post.
Huge chance there. The ball fortunately falling to Oli Bollier. Not enough though to get it past the post. It's very unfortunate there. That was a chance there, but I was just about to speak about the shots from the outside of the box. Some of them are pot shots, more often than not. All of them are pot shots, in fact, but it's maybe going to get, if they can maybe just get one of them green time to challenge the goalkeeper, just to give Heretics something to think about.
Speaking of Heretics, here they come forward through Kylian Mbappe. He plays into Ronaldo. Interesting, CR7 gets a start, but not many players are doing that, and he's right there front and centre in that Heretics team. Kylian Mbappe goes down to ground, referee points to the spot.
I think it is, I'll be honest. I think it's a late challenge there. I'd love to see a replay, but it's tough.
Tom's thinking not.
No, I'm thinking no. I'm thinking we need some VAR there, potentially.
Oh, it is going to be R9 from the spot. Up against Edwin van der Sar, slots it down to the keeper's right, and Heretics find themselves 2-0 to the good.
That is it. That's the goal they needed. They didn't allow any celebration. Silence around the studio. That's how you know they're in the zone. As we take a look at, let's see here.
Ooh, I'm not sure.
Oh, it's tough.
I'm not sure.
It's tough. It's a tough one. It could go either way, but what hasn't gone either way is the finish there from Team Heretics. They made it count. They took it, whether or not they were fortuitous. You have to take it when it comes.
Yeah, absolutely. As we go into the pause here, the two formations on the screen: 5-2-1-2 from Heretics and a 3-5-2 from Makers Sweden. Is this where we're seeing those changes coming in now from Makers Sweden?
Yeah, I think that's it, right? They were using a back four. Now they've switched to a back three to try and nullify the wing backs, because again, the space is. They've got a lot of opportunities to switch
wedge out every time.
Genuinely, every time.
Switch a play.
Having a field day. They're having a field. I would be very shocked if Makers don't come out a different thing. You know, I asked for it earlier. Said, can we roll the dice? Now they have to. You know, their hand has been forced. 2 goals against Heretics is a very difficult task. But Fnatic did do it last game.
Exactly.
So you're in the winners bracket final. You're in this position. I'm looking towards Tom, because I don't know if you've ever been in a winners bracket final.
It's been a long time.
How important is it to make sure that you win this game? Because going down to losers bracket final, it's tough. You're coming through somebody who's coming through a number of wins. They're building up momentum, and they're gunning for you.
Yeah, I've experienced both ends of it last year. I mean, I dropped into losers, and then before I knew it, I lost a losers game as well, because mentally you're on the down and they're on the up. They're flying through, and they feel like they've got nothing to lose coming through the losers. You know, you've been playing elimination games already. You're used to that. And then suddenly you have the comfort of the winners bracket. And now you think, oh, if I lose this, I'm gone. And you know, the mentality changes. It got me last year in one of the FGS tournaments. And it's definitely something that I would want to avoid. I love just staying in the winners bracket. So does anyone, really.
Do you think, though, because they know that, they're aware that they do have the safety blanket to rely on if they do end up losing this game, which, of course, Makers Sweden are on course to do so, maybe that will tempt them just to go forward a little bit more, a little sooner, as you said?
Yeah, this switch needs to stop, Ryan.
Yeah.
That's the course of a lot of their issues at the moment, because the switch is allowing them to not only get an out ball, but also they're creating chances from constantly switching the play. And when the wing-backs as well are as good as Hakimi, Marcelo, Cancelo, whoever it may be at fullback, they're creative as well. They can get into the box, they can create danger, and it's really a tough predicament to find yourself in. Corners whipped into the box, looking for Cristiano Ronaldo. R9 will pick it up, the chance will continue. Kylian Mbappe, elastico, Hullet puts a foot in, and that will do us for the first half. very similar story from the first leg. A 1-goal lead, and it adds up to 2-0 on aggregate.
Yes, they'll be comfortable. 45 minutes left to play in regular time for Matthias and Hidalgo. Just to hold it out, they'll be speaking to their coach. I don't think they need to make any changes. The changes have to be made on the Maker Sweden side for Olibody and Optole.
We'll just look here as well, Tom. There's really a lot of communication from Heretics.
No.
They know exactly what the game plan is.
Buckley, we're seeing a well-oiled machine right now.
We are.
This is 3 people, including the coach. They know exactly what they're doing, and they know exactly how to do it. I find it interesting with the switch. Normally, the switch is seen as a negative thing in FIFA to kind of slow the game down. They're using it to attack.
Yeah.
Normally, when I switch, it's just to get the ball and like keep the ball for an extra pass or two. What they're doing here is to go on the front foot straight after it, which is a big change. We haven't really seen that in competitive FIFA before. Normally, it's seen as like, oh, he switches the ball, he's a negative player. Now it's switching the ball.
Well, just look at the radar on the bottom of your screen for a second. He's got
There we
so
go.
much
Again.
room on this switch every single time.
Yep.
And it's premeditated. Vieira was holding the ball there, he was waiting, and then just pings it over to João Cancelo.
Exactly, Buckley, exactly. You can see it, we can see it, and Makers need to find a way to stop it.
The only way they can get back into this game is by scoring a couple of goals. St. Maximin whips it into the back post, Pele's up, Hullet will pick up the loose ball. Heretics just about getting too many bodies in the way, and they will play nice and calmly out of the back, and lo and behold, pinged it across the pitch.
we need a live count on
Yeah,
these.
genuinely.
But look, it's forward every time, then they go and attack from there, you know? Oh, that's what we call the commentator's curse. Got backwards that time.
You see the sort of quick instructions in the bottom left corner there from Makers Sweden, the offside trap. Probably going to start team pressing very soon as well. June Bellingham plays the ball into Ruud Hullet. That's out wide to Hakimi. Tries to get past his man, and now with the right midfielder high up the pitch, could be an opportunity down that left-hand side to attack. Maybe a little bit forced, a little bit rushed. And Heretics will once again just keep it nice and cool.
We see a pause cued here from Olibody and Optole. They need to make a change. They need to make it now. They've got 30 minutes to go, but they also have possession to try and get through the defense of Team Heretics, but they can't. And we can see now they're pressing slightly higher than usual, but we know what's coming. The ping over to switch the play, and it's probably going to happen again.
It's kitchen sink time, isn't it? Makers are going to have to go for it now.
We've seen that pause being cued. Just take a mental note of when they actually do get that pause in. It's a very typical thing that we do see. The pause cued, but you don't actually get to make any tactical changes until the ball does go out of play. That could be for a foul, a throw-in, or a goal. Ultra attacking being flicked on there from Makers Sweden. Team press also initiated. And that will mean space in behind this Makers Sweden team.
They're just happy to rotate possession here. They don't... Oh.
Is that two curses?
Straight away, as soon as I said it, that they're happy to keep possession of the ball. They're dying the minutes down, but we can see the overlaps here from Makers Sweden. They lose possession here. They could be countered very easily, but they're trying to go forward here.
Bodies are flying forward. Marcelo in the box. He whips it to the back post, looking for Kylian Mbappe. Just didn't really seem on that back post cross.
This is the thing with the constant defending, that you struggle to find a way through.
And this could be game, set and match. Arnan Ronaldo bearing down on goal. Maldini comes across, looking for the dink into the back post, just about goes over the crossbar. 4-2-4 was that ultra attacking that they did set to. Tommy, it's getting a little bit desperate, a little bit drastic for Makers Sweden. They have to force mistakes out of Team Heretics.
Yeah, as I was saying before that attack, you start getting desperate and you start doing things that you don't normally do because the normal things don't work. And, you know, you have to try different things. And in hindsight, you watch back and think, oh, that was silly. You know, they'll watch that cross later and say we shouldn't have done it. But that's as a result of however long we've had. Is it 160 minutes so far without scoring?
They've been forced into those chances. There haven't been many. It's either the crosses or the long shots. But the long shots, again, they haven't been potent. They haven't been ones where you'd think, OK, the shot's on. It's been...
They're not taking that long shot thinking that's going to be a goal. Yeah. They're thinking we need to get shots on the board here. We need to get confidence building.
Look, Heretics. Look at this. We know that they're in control here. They're not going to try and force a corner. They have bodies forward, defenders up in the box. They're going to play it back and get players back into position and try and get minutes off of the clock.
That ball pinged down the line. CR7 just about gets the better of Marquinhos. He will ball roll, scoop turn inside. Lovely bit of dribbling in the corner. You saw that. Oh, that's a mistake at the back. Pele picks it up. Just about does enough. Ronaldinho pinged over the top for CR7. It's a race between Donnarumma. Is he outside the box?
Bit tight, but I think the main thing I would take from Heretics is composure, because on paper we can all do this, right? We can all say, oh, I could defend, I could switch the ball like this. When there's 70,000 on the line at a top 2 spot, it's a lot harder than it seems. And yeah, to be able to replicate this at a big stage, to stay this composed and this defensively solid the whole time, it's not as easy as it may initially seem.
And they're through here again with Pele for Team Heretics to end the game here.
This could be it. Pele going straight towards the corner flag. There's 10 minutes left to play. He's got no intentions of scoring a 3rd goal. They know that the game is already over. All they have to do is just keep hold of the ball. And if there's one thing that Team Heretics are arguably the best in the world, that it's keeping possession, playing the clock, as CR7 enters into the box.
Straight to the corner flag. No need to go forward there.
Keeper's come.
Yeah.
Oh, the keeper's come a long way. The keeper's come a long way, just over the bar.
It's carnage out there. It's carnage.
Maldini brings it out for Makers Sweden. They need to score 2 goals in 5 minutes. It's improbable, but it's possible. As Kante loses out on possession. Pele will ping it over the top. CR7 sprints away. I don't think he's got any intentions of scoring a goal. Happy to take it into the corner. Just from both of you two right now, what a classy, professional performance from Team Heretics.
Yeah.
Yep, and I'm going to say it now, Buckley. I think they go on to win the whole tournament. I can't see someone beating them twice right now.
That ball's over the top. Just about cleared off the line from Ruben Diaz. The clean sheets are intact. And that will do us for our winners bracket final. Team Heretics, $70,000 guaranteed, a place in our grand final, and a Club World Cup spot that I have to tell you, they weren't even in the qualifying for. They lost in the first qualifying round to the Club World Cup. This was their only way into that competition, and they've done it the hard way. Ryan Pessoa, that is a very special team on your screen.
It really is. It's a team to be feared, not just defensively, but offensively. Their game plan, they set it out from the get-go, and they perfected it. It was almost, well, not even almost, it was a perfect display from them.
Yeah, a perfect game plan, executed to the 10th degree. Tom Lees, you were in the commentary booth watching that. What a win. I mean, it was flawless.
I mean, particularly with the pressure they would have put themselves, I think we see in that reaction there. That's a team that knew about the Club World Cup spot as well. They knew that was their chance. I could tell by the way their manager and coach all came over reacting. They had a lot of pressure on their shoulders there. They knew what they needed to do. And to be able to execute that game plan, as I said, is not as easy as it seems.
Yeah, a truly remarkable performance. Who beats them? Well, we'll find out very soon indeed. What a joy it's been in the commentary booth. Ryan Pessoa, Tom Lees. Tom, reflection on the tournament as a whole. It's been great to be back at LAN.
Oh, cracking experience, I'll be honest. The stage behind us, it's no joke. Like, this is one of the best LANs I think I've ever been to. The 2v2, the emotion, the excitement. I know maybe we've probably played more 1v1 this year, like right now, but as 2v2 continues to develop and you see more and more, we can see the tactics go into it, the gameplay changes, and obviously the reaction and emotion when you play is just crazy.
Yeah.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure in the commentary booth, fellas, for this game in the winners bracket. We're going to head down to Rachel and Mike and a very special guest, Mr. Dr. Nightwatch himself. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, thanks to all 3 of you, of course, for taking us through that one. I want to bring you both in, of course, but Nightwatch, you are, of course, our special guest, joining us to give us this bit of an insight. We're looking over here at this young duo of Team Heretics, and I think everybody here, 31 other teams, are going, why are they so special? These youngsters have just come out of nowhere, offline as well, and just getting the job done, just adapting so well to being on land, to being 2v2. It is exceptional, aren't they?
Yeah, they're just very good defensively. They both defend the same way. They're kind of passive, which in 2v2 is very hard to break down. They switched to 5 at the back in the last game, which they tried against Fnatic, so that's why.
And Mike, we were a little cheap, weren't we, sitting behind the scenes as well and saying their goal difference is so narrow each time. Tell us a bit about why you think, obviously, not which is a defensive so strong, but tell me a little bit more about why they're so good.
Well, you have to be able to inch out those results, and Tom talked about it too with their composure. It's easy to do this at home. Maybe not easy, but it's easier. And the fact they've been able to travel, they're doing this online, all these people watching, they have the pressure, you got people emotional, they're yelling, they're screaming. And then tactically going forward, they're so good with the wing play. Whether it's holding the ball, whether it's some of the game management, whether it's some of these unique crosses where they're knocking them down, they're aligned, they're on the same page, and they're scoring a lot of goals. And then once they've scored those goals, they know how to hold on to them.
Yeah, well, they are obviously holding on to those wins as well as all the goals. 2-0 that victory was. And we're going to go over to Kyle Walker now, who has our victors. They are going through, like we mentioned, Club World Cup spot as well, which they possibly weren't in the running for. Kyle Walker, I'd love their thoughts on that. And they weren't even as excited as the previous win there. They've dumbed down their emotions a little bit.
Rachel, thank you so much. Yes, I'm joined by Team Heretics and our translator, Phil, as well. Your faces, when you walked over, you were smiling, you progressed through one more time. Here we are, one step closer to the trophy, guaranteed $70,000 plus a spot at the Club World Cup as well. You guys must be over the moon right now.
Contentísimos, ¿no? Con la cara llena de sonrisa al acercarnos aquí. Ya está garantizado el dinerito de $70,000 y un lugar en el Mundialito. Entonces, contentos, ¿no? ¿Qué se puede decir?
Oh, sí, la verdad que muy contentos. Nos salió un grandísimo partido. También felicitar a los chicos que jugaron contra nosotros, que la verdad que lo hicieron muy bien también. Y nada, ahora al último pasito.
Yeah, absolutely. We're really, really happy. Again, we've got to congratulate our opponents on a great performance from them. Well done to them. But yeah, we're happy, and it's all about that one extra step now. One more to go.
One more to go indeed. Let's have a look at the highlights from that matchup. Just how difficult did Makers Sweden make this game for you?
¿Cómo lo pusieron difícil ellos? Porque es un rival complicado, ¿no? ¿Lo han complicado la cosa para ellos? ¿Hasta qué punto? Sí.
Sí, al final ellos juegan 3-5-2, una formación muy compacta que sobre todo pues al final defiendes con 5, entonces hay que hacer ataques muy largos, llegar allí y una vez allí pues inventar al final. Y yo creo que nosotros somos ese estilo de que elaboramos mucho la jugada y hemos podido ganar con suerte, la verdad.
Yeah, initially setting up with 3-5-2, they made things difficult for us. We had to defend at times ourselves, but you know when it's tight for room like that, we have to be quite elaborate. We have to be quite inventive when we approach their area, and I think that we're the sort of team that can play that style of play. We're quite inventive, we're quite skillful, and that's how it turned out.
Just one final question. XL Tom, he said that he expects you guys to go on and win the whole tournament now. How does that feel being favourites, especially by a pro like XL Tom?
Cuando un pro profesional así como XL Tom considera que sois candidatos, ¿no? El favorito, ¿cómo se siente cuando escuchas esto? El respeto de alguien que hace lo mismo que vosotros.
No, bueno, la verdad que muy contento que nos tengan así. Bueno, ya haber llegado hasta acá es un gran logro para nosotros. El objetivo está cumplido, que era clasificar al Mundial. Y nada, ahora, bueno, a por ese último pasito también.
No, it's great when a professional like that really praises us. That's fantastic. You know, we feel like we've achieved objective number one, which was to get to the World Cup. That's out of the way now. That's fantastic. But now that extra step, that final step to win the whole thing.
Well, there you are. One more step to go. Good luck. Have fun. Take some time. I'm liking the smiles on your faces just there. I'll let you guys go and get ready. I mean, Mike, Dr. Nightwatch, Rachel, the smiles on their faces, it almost matches our smiles on our faces just seeing them. Incredible performance once again.
Yeah, totally incredible for them. Let's catch up, though, on exactly the results from that matchup and see where they sit now in the bracket. Look, the grand finals, they are there. That defeat over Makers Sweden 2-0 it was in the end to book their spot in that grand final. Going down, aren't we, to lower bracket now. The lower bracket semi-final. We know who it is. It's Atlanta United and the Direwolves. That's coming next. But boys, I want to go into this lower finals semi-final, obviously, with Direwolves and Atlanta United. Direwolves are listening to everything I'm saying now, so I've got to be a little bit
They're
careful.
shaking hand warmers.
They're shaking their hand warmers. But I did actually speak to them a little bit earlier after their incredible win over Fnatic, of course. And I said to them, how are you feeling? They're like, they're really cool. I said, well, what have you got to watch out for with Atlanta? They just said, the crosses, guys. Explain to everyone at home what they mean by the crosses, guys. I was like, okay, guys.
I mean, I think we already saw that from Team Heretics, right? They scored 3 crosses in a 3-2 win, so you got to be careful for the crosses.
How do they counter that then?
That's the question. I don't have to answer that.
I thought you were the doctor of the game. Come on, Mike, you give me an answer.
The big reason that we've seen so much success with the cross is that people have not been able to pivot or adjust on the fly as well as they would have liked. This being really the return of 2v2, I'd love to see what happens in the future even, because you're going to see more formational shifts in order to counteract this with some of even the outlet passes to stop the crosser. And that's where you're having a lot of struggles right now, and even the knockdowns. So sometimes the secondary bounce from that initial cross is still going to fall favorable for you, which adds a little bit of a random element, but it's also a tactical game plan, and it's had so much success, and that's why a lot of the competitors that are left are crossing so heavily or so regularly.
It feels like meta is a word that we always talk about, but we're seeing the meta evolve and shift even within this tournament from Friday to here on Championship Sunday, Dr. Nightwatch. You're seeing that one team will do something, other teams start to adopt it, and then very quickly you have to be fluid, you have to be flexible, you have to learn how to counter it.
100%. I mean, we did that ourselves, although you might have not seen it based on the results, but we played Direwolves. They played a formation that counted ours. So I know Rachel didn't want to give me one of her notes, so I just took Enzo's notebook. And in Enzo's notebook, we went to their formation.
There's no notes in there, I'm just saying. It was a blank page.
We tried their formation, and it worked out. So it was a good game. We lost narrowly, but we can immediately see that what we tried what they played, it worked out well. So it's about copying what other people do and bringing your own flair into it.
Well, let's see then who has adapted and who knows how to counter who. It's the Direwolves taking on Atlanta United. It's a semi-final lower bracket coming your way shortly. There are the boys from Atlanta United, of course. We've got Paolo Neto and Vinny there. And in the Direwolves, you've got Mike and Mark as well, Samantha Miller and Lisa Manley. We'll take you through this one after the break.
Hey guys, this is Dolan Mike. I'm a FIFA esports player for Team Neo, and today I'm going to give you a FIFA 22 shooting masterclass. So the first thing you need to know about finesse shots is that you position your player perfectly, and in this case I'm playing with Mbappe, obviously a right-footed player, and I'm aiming for the long corner because it's just a natural way of the finesse shot. And in this clip I'm also taking like a small extra step, so I can kind of shoot the ball right through the gap between his defenders. And for the power, for me the best way is just to kind of load up 3 bars, and you can just use the time finishing. If you hit a circle again just as the player hits the ball, you will see a green thing flashing above the player, and that will indicate the green time finishing, and the ball will fly better and go into the goal. Okay, so the last tip I'm going to give you in a 1v1 scenario with the goalkeeper is the chip shot. And for the chip shot this year, it's all about timing. As you can see, in this case I'm really close to the goalkeeper and nothing would work besides the chip shot. The perfect timing is that you kind of are in the motion of chipping it right as the goalkeeper is diving for the ball, which is in this case the perfect example. If it's over the goalkeeper, it will go in, no matter the fact how many bars you put.
FIFA Global Series Team of the Season Cup is presented by PlayStation Tournaments.
Thank you, Rachel, and welcome back, everyone. I'm very excited to be here for the Losers Bracket semi-final. I'm Samantha Miller, and I am joined by Lisa Manley, pro FIFA player for Jailings Esport. This is a huge match. Direwolves against Atlanta. Thoughts on this one, Lisa?
Obviously, an elimination match, so a massive match here. And I mean, coming into this, I think Atlanta obviously defended really well last game and obviously scored quite a lot of goals. Direwolves obviously knocking out probably the favourite in this tournament in Fnatic. So I'm intrigued to see who can go on and win this.
Well, let's take an insight into Atlanta United.
As you can see here, Vinny did FGS 22 Masters Cup Round 4 winner, second place FIFAe Club World Cup 2021, and a top 4 FIFA 20 Summer Cup SA.
Paolo Neto, FGS 22 Masters Cup Round 4 winner, third place FGS 21 SA PS4 qualifier, and FIFA 20 Summer Cup SA winner. Let's take a look at South America, how they did it.
As you can see, twisting and turning in the box there. Mbappe, you can see the options there, and I mean, a great roulette, and you can see the goal that opened up, and I mean, what a finish that was.
Now let's see their opponents. Direwolves will face Atlanta.
As you can see, Mark here, Sydney Open winner, E-League Australia 2021 season winner as well.
And Mike J, Sydney Open winner and second place in the FGS 21 OCE qualifier.
Yeah, so they got some great achievements. I think coming into this game, obviously Paolo Neto winning the EMLS. So I think coming into this, they'll probably be the favourite. I know probably at home a lot of people will want to see Direwolves coming out with a win, sort of the underdog story coming into this game.
Well, what's so fantastic about Direwolves, if they've been playing 2v2 for around 4 years together, and Mark 11, he was so young when he started that he couldn't actually take part in the LAN tournament. So this is his first one, and his parents only let him play on the weekends.
Yeah, it's very interesting, to be honest with you, because he's so good at the game. So maybe if he was able to play during the week, he might be able to be even at that next level as well. But coming into this, I think, for me, I'm going with them to win this game.
Well, his parents might change their minds now. And those two, they've got that chemistry out on the FIFA field.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for me, coming into it, they've been best friends for a while now. They're from the same area as well. And coming into this, for me, I mean, I think this is going to be a very interesting game.
We will be kicking off very shortly. It is the 10-second countdown, and I can't wait for this one, Lisa. And we will kick things off here for the loser bracket semi-final. Fist pumps going round for the Atlanta players. Dominant performance for them, an emphatic win in the last round. Direwolves, they're looking calm. And we will start here, and it's Bellingham into Marcelo for Atlanta United. And they'll just start at the ball with the back line. Hakimi into Ruben Diaz. Finds Bellingham, a quick 1-2. Speeding up the tempo of the passing now. Marcelo goes back to Marquinhos, and they're just trying to find their rhythm early on as Ronaldo loses the ball to Messi. Messi quickly finds Mbappe. Very fast passing here from Direwolves.
I mean, to be honest with you, they both started well. They're just trying to work out how each other play, just calming it down a little bit to see and work out how they play. But it's very interesting, actually, to see that Direwolves, prior to this event, they've been playing pro clubs for years upon years, both playing striker, and we can see how good they are actually going forward in these tournaments, beating the best of the best. We saw in the last round, they beat Fnatic, the favourites in this tournament, and well done to them.
And it's Pele, finds Ronaldo, nearly taking the lead there. Direwolves, a great chance.
That was a massive chance, to be honest with you, in the very early doors. Getting the early lead in these games is vital, and it sort of just settles the nerves a little bit, knowing that you're 1-0 up and you can fall back on a goal. But, I mean, a very promising start there.
Atlanta here with Hullet. Hullet passes it out wide to Marcelo. Marcelo, 1v1 battle out wide there. Marcelo cuts it back to Hullet. Hullet looks for the shot. Shot from distance there.
I mean, it's interesting, obviously, to shoot from there. We talk about having them pop shots from distance, and to be honest with you, Van der Sar in no man's land. If that was on target, that was a goal. We talk about green timing shots all the time. If you green time it, more power, more of a chance of it going in, and they didn't do that there. But, I mean, potential chance there for it to fly in the back of the net, especially with how far out Van der Sar was.
Direwolves back in possession here. Messi carries the ball forward into Pele on this right-hand side. Messi gives the ball away, and it's Mbappe that will look to play it forward as quickly as possible into Pele. Pele goes centrally and finds Ronaldo in a wide position. Ronaldo loses out there, and Direwolves can break forward quickly here now, Lisa.
Yeah, to be honest with you, it seems like a very attacking game. None of them are trying to waste time too much. They're building up slowly a little bit, but they're building up slowly forward. They're not sort of going back too much, and I think that's why this is going to be a very entertaining game. That we know that both teams, they're very good going forward and defensively, and we've seen a couple of opportunities for either side so far.
Atlanta now, it's been end-to-end, already a couple of early chances in the first 20 minutes. Ronaldo for Atlanta, goes back to Marcelo. Marcelo being pressed by two Direwolves players, and Hakimi will play it into Pele. Pele's got acres of space on this right-hand side, but chooses to go back to Hakimi. Could have potentially gone forward with the ball, but patient build-up play. Switches it out to Ronaldo. Ronaldo finds Marcelo, and they're just waiting. They're biding their time for this attack. It's Hullet into Bellingham. Bellingham over the top, and it will be a header that Direwolves win back. Bit messy there.
Yeah, it was. We could see them trying to break down Direwolves. You know, to be honest with you, every time they get in and around a good position of the pitch, there's so many players around. Their player switching is immense, making sure that as soon as they get in and around the box, there's 3-4 players on their toes, and it makes them go back. And we've seen that countless amounts of times from Atlanta, and just wasn't able to get the opportunity.
Pele finds R9, and it's Direwolves with a shot, and Van der Sar there to save, and it will be a corner now for Direwolves. That was a chance. Can they make something from this corner? And Ronaldo clears for Atlanta, and it's in the path of Pele. Pele goes back to Ruben Diaz, and that was such a great chance there, Lisa.
Yeah, that was a massive, massive opportunity. I think so far they've had 2 clear-cut opportunities. I feel like if they went across goal there, green time, that was a cert goal. But, I mean, they're putting the pressure on Atlanta. In the last game, we saw that Ducks only had 2 opportunities in the second leg and hardly none in the first. So, I mean, it just shows how good Dire are going forward.
Well, Atlanta now are trying to go forward. It's been intercepted by Direwolves. Mbappe on the ball now. Mbappe finds Hullet. Hullet goes back to the left-hand side. Quick 1-2. Only as far as Bellingham, who passes it centrally to Ronaldo. And it's Pele who will break forward now. Can Pele get a delivery into the box? He has to go back to Hakimi. Pele. How crucial is this Pele pass? And Pele into Hullet. It's a save. An opportunity there to take a lead.
I mean, another massive opportunity. And when you get Hullet in and around the box with how tall he is and how strong he is, you expect him to get the head on it. And I mean, what a save from Van der Sar. We've seen countless amount of times him being everyone's favourite goalkeeper. Tex does like to go for Schmeichel, but other than that, we've seen Van der Sar on each end in every single game so far.
Interesting there from Atlanta, but they will put the ball into the box. And Van der Sar claims it. It's quite ambitious there from Atlanta.
Yeah, it's a very technical goal that they tried to score there at Atlanta. You know, they made sure that they sent the run on a player. We saw Hullet making a run into the box, and obviously a great save from the goalkeeper. And that's why you have the likes of Hullet and Bellingham in the team, because they are very, very tall. They give you that additional height in your team, defensively and going forward as well.
Well, now it's Direwolves to take their turn going forward. Cancelo out on this right-hand side. Player that has been picked by many in this tournament. Bellingham, he's played a crucial role. Marcelo on this left-hand side. Atlanta just block the cross. And Bellingham will try and play a through ball. And that is the first half done. Both teams haven't managed to break the deadlock yet. It's a very even matchup, this.
Yeah, I think it's a very even matchup. You know, they're both getting opportunities. They're both going forward. I think it's a very entertaining match to watch, although it's actually a 0-0 scoreline. And I think coming into the next half, we'll definitely see a goal. To be honest with you, I have no clue who it's going to be from because it's just so end-to-end. I think Direwolves definitely have had the better opportunities in this game, clear-cut opportunities. Obviously, we did see that Hullet chance, though, that, I mean, a bit more power, green time in it potentially. Could have saw a goal, but, I mean, it's a great game.
Well, you could say that Direwolves have knocked out the big guns in this competition, the likes of Falcons, Guild Esports, and Fnatic. I mean, that's absolutely huge. That must really boost their confidence.
I mean, yeah, it definitely does boost their confidence coming into this tournament whenever matching the likes of Tex, Diogo, and Razik, Nicholas. You realistically, in your head, don't think you're going to beat them. But I spoke to them coming into today, and they actually mentioned that they were the underdogs coming into this, so there's no pressure on them because of that. And I feel like after this tournament, they're definitely not going to be the underdogs if they can come on to win this game.
You can see the difference in mentality between the underdogs and the top dogs. The top dogs having so much pressure on their shoulders, and some of them have crumbled under the pressure, but will Mbappe be able to create something here? Timely interception to stop Mbappe from breaking forward, and it will be Direwolves that have a throw-in. And they're just starting again at the back. And earlier, they did pass it all the way back with a lofted pass, which nearly got intercepted. That was a dangerous, risky move there. But Direwolves will try now and get that opening goal. And Mbappe can't keep it in field. That's disappointing there.
Yeah, very disappointing if he was able to get that and keep it on. There's a potential chance, maybe square it back to R9, but it wasn't to be. And as you mentioned, having pressure on the shoulders, I know when I've got pressure on my shoulders when in a tournament, I don't make them risky pass that. If you do make them, you have a massive opportunity on goal because you're worried that you're going to lose the ball and you're going to go on to concede. So I feel like that's why coming into this tournament, they weren't the favourites, they were the underdogs, and that's why they're doing so well, because there's no pressure on them. They're just living life and they're enjoying themselves, especially as their best friends.
Direwolves here, as Lisa was just talking about. No pressure on them. They will, after getting to this stage in the competition, they will feel they can go on and try and win it now. But first, in order to do that, they have to win this game. Will they score here? Messi into Pele. Pele twisting and turning. Messi, lovely pass into Marcelo. Hullet, and they're just keeping possession well here, Direwolves. Hullet again, looking to get on the ball as much as possible, linking up well with Bellingham. Mbappe, Messi. Messi tries to find R9, but it's back with Mbappe. Cheeky Cruyff turn there. How many turns can Mbappe get in? We'll have to count. But he did lose out to Pele. And now Atlanta will try and get the ball higher up the pitch.
Yeah, cheeky skill moves there in and around the box. That's what you've got to do to beat these best of the best players. You've got to be unpredictable. That's why these players do like the 5-star skill moves, twisting and turning in the box, doing skill combinations, ball roll scoops, fake Rabona, elasticos, normal elasticos, reverse elasticos. There's so many skill moves that you can do to be unpredictable, and that's why we always see substitutions of 5-star skillers, whether that be Cruyff, Saint Maximin, Dembele. There's so many options that you can bring on, and we've definitely seen a pause here for them to definitely change something up. Obviously, it's not really clicking for them. We see them having countless amounts of opportunities in their last game they played, and they haven't even really had that many opportunities.
Well, it's Hullet now for Atlanta. Into Bellingham. There's not been too many chances in this game so far. Nearly 70 minutes played. Both teams giving away the ball. Can't quite get to grips with the game. But it will be Bellingham now for Direwolves. Just trying to open up the defence. Marcelo. Can he find that crucial pass? Goes with Bellingham. Bellingham back to Marcelo. Marcelo's been a key player in this tournament. And like you alluded to, Saint Maximum has been a real difference when he's come on off the bench. But for now, the ball is with Ronaldo. Ronaldo gives it away to Mbappe. Mbappe to Cancelo. I've not seen Cancelo in this match so far. And it's Bellingham to Hullet. And are they just biding their time now? We will see, because Ronaldo, R9, plays it to Hullet. They're just taking their time with this attack, and they can't seem to break down this Atlanta United defence.
Yeah, they definitely can't, because defensively, their player switching is superb, and we saw them in the last game score 6 goals, so they're definitely able to attack going forward, Atlanta, but defensively, their player switching and just not allowing them to get any chance in and around the box. As soon as Hullet gets on the edge of the box there, Jude Bellingham is there to intercept.
Both teams giving away the ball. It could be nerves getting the better of them, or just needing to take more care of the ball. Hullet finds Bellingham. Bellingham to Messi, to Pele. And Ruben Diaz has to go back to Van der Sar. Marcelo manages to keep the ball in play. How are these two teams setting up, Lisa?
To be honest with you, it looks like a 3-5-2, and we talk about this formation. Dami ended up winning with it in the E-Premier League, and since then it's been a meta formation that everyone has gone for, and we've actually seen the use of it in these tournaments, especially today where they've been using the wings a lot. We've seen Marcelo and Cancelo get into them wing positions and cross it in, and we've seen a lot of goals today. We heard Dr. Nightwatch talking about it and Mike talking about how a lot of goals have come from crosses, and that's because they're able to get their full-backs / left mid, right mid players up into the positions to be able to cross it into it. It just gives you an outlet going forward, like that what we saw there, but great defended there from Marquinhos.
There's not long left to go in this second half of the first leg. Still goalless here. Will we see a goal before the second half finishes? Direwolves, they're just slowing the game down now. Are they playing out for the draw or for the last attack?
Yeah, they're going to be going for that last attack. You don't want to be giving away the ball in that 90th minute and giving your opponent to get that last attack. A lot of goals are scored on the last attack. You know, they know they can go for it, because if they lose the ball in the 91st minute, the game's going to be over. And as you can see, them building right now.
And it is Mbappe for Direwolves. Direwolves, can they get the last attack of the game? Hullet into Bellingham! What a goal from distance! Bellingham opening the scoring for Direwolves. The power and precision. Lisa, how good was that goal?
I mean, as you can see, it twisting and turning on the edge of the box into Hullet and straight into Jude Bellingham. We talk about green timing shots all the time. We talk about being able to have them sort of players in and around the box. Jude Bellingham is a great card in the game. Future Stars card recently been added, and 85 shooting. When you green time from that position on a finesse shot, he's going to put it in the back of the net.
Absolutely outstanding from Bellingham. Direwolves playing for the last attack. And that's exactly what they did. And they made it count. An excellent, excellent finish there by Bellingham. Such a good card in the game. Unbelievable.
I mean, we did obviously speak about the last attack and waiting and waiting and waiting. They did that there, and you don't want to concede a 91st minute goal. And unfortunately for Atlanta, they did, and I'm sure Direwolves will be ecstatic with getting that last minute winner.
Well, that is the first leg done. It's Atlanta United 0, Direwolves 1. A brilliant performance for Direwolves. They'll be the happier side going into the second leg, and we'll be back after this break. Don't go anywhere. We've got the second leg coming up shortly.
What's up, guys? How are you guys doing? My name is Dani Visser, professional FIFA player for Team Gullit and AZ, and today I'm going to show you how to use the player look as a pro. Okay, so the first topic is from your fullback to your winger. Okay, so let's break down this first clip. At first, you want to learn how to use the player lock, of course. You need to press L3 and R3 at the same time. You want to switch to one of your other players, in this case the winger, and you do that by flicking your right stick to your winger. Let's look at it. We get the ball with the right back. We player lock Mbappe, and then of course the important thing is not to pass it immediately, but to make a run first, because the AI will control the right back, so you don't have to worry about that. Walk into the little space in the middle, because that creates a lot of space for the other players as well. Look at who has a lot of space. In this case, it's the striker. Pass it to your other striker, because that's the easy choice to score a goal and finish it. So the second topic I want to talk about is how to use the player lock in the box. We send our striker on a run, we run with our center mid, and then the second player lock happens. And in this case, our striker is completely covered. The defender is standing in front of him, no space whatsoever, but because of the player lock, we can create the space and score a goal. I hope you guys enjoyed that one. This was Dani Visser with how to use the player luck as a pro. See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Samantha Miller and I'm joined by Lisa Manley. We've just seen the first leg between Direwolves and Atlantic. It was a very close match, but it was Direwolves that found the late winner. Lisa, just talk us through that first match.
Yeah, obviously it was a very close game. I feel like they both had the opportunities, and we talk about the last attack over and over again. In the 90th minute, if there's 1 minute added on, you go forward as quickly as possible, and if you end up losing the ball, it's game over. And if you end up scoring, well, you've won that game. And we saw that there. We saw it earlier as well with Fnatic obviously losing the ball very late on, and they ended up conceding a 91st minute game and ended up going to the loser bracket.
Well, it's Mbappe into Pele. A quick second leg start here for Direwolves. They made a quick attack in the opening stages of the game. They started how they finished the last leg, and they do have that 1 goal advantage from the first leg. It's 0-0 here in the second leg so far, 5 minutes played, and it's now Atlanta that have the ball. And Direwolves nearly got an opening goal there in this second leg, but it's Pele into Hakimi for Atlanta United. Pele again, Mbappe, R9. And R9 gets it back, and it's Mbappe and Van der Sar with a critical save.
Yeah, we talk about the extra pass over and over again. They did that there. Then we shot a shot cancel, potential chance for him to probably shoot, and I guess the chance for Van der Sar to save it. They did go for it. They did not get in a lucky rebound to them, and I mean, a great save from Van der Sar. We talk about him being the best goalkeeper. He's height, he's very good in one-on-one situations, and that's why he's in his team.
Mbappe for Direwolves, plenty of space. Eating up that space, Mbappe. Can he pick out a pass? Goes back to Cancelo in that fullback position. Cancelo switches the play out to Marcelo. On this left-hand side, Marcelo, what can he do with the ball now? Turn, and it's Ronaldo, and only as far as Van der Sar. Was that an ambitious shot, Lisa, or would you have gone for that from there?
Yeah, I definitely would have gone from there. We've seen the angles. There's certain angles within the game where if you shoot from, finesse it, and green time it, normally it's a goal. It was obviously an underpower shot there, but it's very interesting, obviously, to see it the three at the back. We saw it there, switching from your right wing back or right mid as such, all the way into the left back. There's so much space on the other side of the pitch, and that's how we've seen a lot of the goals coming in this weekend, especially today. You know, players, they want to use the meta, and playing against the players all weekend, they've noticed the meta, and that's what they're doing. Three at the back, using the wings as much as they can, bringing it into the middle, or even just shooting.
Marcelo for Direwolves into Bellingham. Bellingham to Hullet. And Direwolves get themselves a goal in this second leg. Pele gets the ball to Bellingham again. Bellingham just waiting for the pressure, inviting it. Instead goes to Hullet. Hullet intercepted, but Bellingham wins the ball back again, and a sliding challenge there from Atlanta United. They're still with Direwolves. And then Atlanta United regain possession, but Direwolves have themselves a throw in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting to see them sliding in that position. Obviously, maybe you could say frustration of not being able to win the ball back, but I mean, like you mentioned, waiting for the pressure to come to him, making them drag players out of position to try and get the ball in and around the box, but great defending in the end.
Diaz into Marcelo. Marcelo, plenty of touches on the ball. Bellingham into Messi. Messi finds Pele. Messi and Pele nearly run into each other, but it's back with Bellingham here. And Bellingham loses out to Bellingham for Atlanta United. Hullet, what are Direwolves doing differently in this second leg?
I think for me, they're doing exactly how they did last game. I think they're piling on the pressure on Atlanta, although they're in a winning position, which is what they want to do. They want to get that next goal to determine the win for definite, but a potential chance.
Hullet into Pele. Pele finds the back of the net for Atlanta. It was a lovely ball into Pele, and Atlanta get themselves a goal in this game. Talk us through this goal, Lisa.
A great McGeady counsel there with Ronaldo. They put it across the box. We talk about using the wings a lot, and an extra pass into Pele, and I mean, a great finish from there. To be honest with you, a great goal. We talk about scoring goals by doing the extra things that you need to do, the extra passes, and I mean, you can see the reaction there from them. They know that it's them back in the game now.
Atlanta showing us how it's done, and that goal could be very important for them. It's now 1-0 on aggregate. In the second leg, Atlanta United take the lead. And now it's game on. It's all to play for. And things have just heated up here in this second leg.
Yeah, we obviously see an early goal for the first time. In the last game, it was scored in the 90th minute. So I definitely think it will put the pressure on Direwolves.
And it's Messi here for Direwolves. Can Messi react? Bellingham. Direwolves will be looking to get a quick goal back. Marcelo finds Hullet into Mbappe, and it's taken off Mbappe, but Hullet manages to win it back. And Direwolves will really go for it now. I think it's woken them up, that goal, conceding in that manner. The goal almost came from nowhere, but it was a brilliant finish.
Yeah, it definitely shocks the system for them, obviously being in a winning position and I think dominating the game. But that happens in FIFA. Sometimes them off chances, maybe loss of concentration within the game, and it's now 1-1. We talk about 1 goal leads, 2 goal leads in FIFA. Anything can happen within 10 minutes of the game for you to end up conceding. So coming into this, they're definitely dominant. They're keeping the possession. Can they get the next opportunity?
Mbappe into R9. Can R9 get a shot off? R9 with the dummy. R9 still with the ball. And loses it, just overplayed it there, R9.
Yeah, I definitely think it opened up a pass across the box, but he didn't go for it. Waiting for the twist and turn in. Skill moves in and around the box, but it wasn't to be.
Well, Marcelo will go again here. R9! Nearly. Direwolves on the attack once again. That goal that Atlanta has scored has really made them go for it and take more chances. Now Messi will play it into Ronaldo. Messi and Ronaldo linking up. Can Ronaldo get to goal? And Van der Sar. And Atlanta will now defend.
Yeah, it's very interesting that they decided to give him so much space on that near side. It looked like he was going to pass it across the box. It seemed like they both, maybe miscommunication, ended up moving towards the player, and it opened up so nicely there for them, and I feel like they're going to be a little bit gutted not to put that in the back of the net there.
And that is the whistle for half-time. A very interesting first half. And as it stands, it's Atlanta United 1, Direwolves 1, half-time of the second leg. Semi-final loser bracket. It's all to play for. How do you sum up that first half? Because there's a huge second half coming up.
Yeah, I think it was definitely against the run of play that Atlanta scored there. They won't mind about that. But, I mean, Direwolves definitely, since conceding that goal, woken up a little bit. They seem to be having a lot more shots going forward, a lot better and a lot quicker. Twist and turn on the edge of the box. I think very unfortunate not to score there, but a great save from Van der Sar. And I'm interested to see actually who goes on to win this. Maybe a potential extra time and penalties in this game.
Well, we're back underway here. And I can see Direwolves getting themselves a goal. You can see how much fire they have now. It's really fired them up, that goal from Atlanta United. But it is Atlanta United that have the ball right now in this second half of the second leg. We've got a whole half to play. We're expecting to see a goal soon, if it's anything to go what the first half was like. And Atlanta, they're just switching the play now.
Yeah, they're trying to obviously get that opportunity they need. Defensively, Direwolves are very good. They're trying to make it so they can drag players out of the way, just waiting for them to press and press and press, and hopefully, obviously for them, there'll be some spaces, but there just isn't. You can see every time they go forward, there's 3-4 players in and around their player.
Hullet now for Atlanta. Will Atlanta double their lead, or will it be Direwolves get themselves a goal back? Right now, it is Atlanta that have the ball with Hakimi. Finds Marcelo, quick passing. Hullet just passes it off the pitch there, and it will be a Direwolves throw. But Ronaldo is pressurising the Direwolves defence, nearly wins it back. That could have been a chance for them.
Yeah, that would have been a massive mistake if Ronaldo did get on the end of that, because that was a potential chance, but fortunate to fall back to them. But potential chance here with Ronaldo.
R9 looks to find Hullet in the box, but very defensively compact and organised there from Atlanta. Atlanta now lose the ball. It will be Direwolves that will try and break this high press. You can see now that Atlanta are really piling on the pressure.
Yeah, exactly. We saw against them against Ducks and how good defensive they were, and they're showing that in this game.
Well, just hold that thought, because for a moment it looked like Pele was going to get a shot off, but it's back once again with Atlanta. Both teams disrupting each other's play at the moment. A little bit of acrobatics there from Hakimi.
Exactly that. We always have different players pick certain players that they want on their team. Obviously, we see Marcelo, we see Hakimi in a team. We see a lot of João Cancelos in certain teams, because going forward he is very good. Got a good pace, got good dribbling, and he's definitely whipped in a good free balls at this weekend.
Hullet into Pele, Atlanta United on the attack here. Hullet once again to Pele. Can Pele find the back of the net? And once again, Van der Sar with a huge save in this game, Lisa.
I mean, another huge save from Van der Sar, and it looked like an offside trap that didn't go to plan, and a shot count on a potential chance.
Hullet will try and get a shot off. He does, but it's blocked, and it gives Direwolves chance to counter-attack. Mbappe, Ronaldo tries to play it to Pele, and now it will be Atlanta that get the chance to counter. Ronaldo. Marcelo looks to switch the play into Hakimi. What are Atlanta doing here, Lisa?
They're just trying to calm the play down. I feel like every time Direwolves get the ball, they're just dominant. They go forward so quickly. They counter really well, and they had a great opportunity there. For me, Direwolves, he went for the risky pass, which is what you do in certain situations when you want the goal, but Messi was in an open position.
Well, 70 minutes played, and Atlanta will try another attack. Hullet into Ronaldo. Ronaldo can't find a teammate in the box, and it's Marcelo that is able to clear to Cancelo into Bellingham. Hullet, we just spoke about how quickly Direwolves can break on the attack. Can they catch Atlanta out? Hullet in their own half right now. Direwolves just breaking in to the other end of the pitch now. Cancelo, can he find a way? Messi, back to Bellingham. Messi will take a shot from distance.
And there is one thing that you cannot do in this game, and that is let Messi get into that position on his left foot. It wasn't green time, but it did sting the hands of Van der Sar, and a great save in the end, and they get into a pause, potentially talk to each other, talk to the coach, work out what they can say, change. We're obviously seeing them at the moment, check and see what formation they're playing, trying to work out if they can counter it, switch to what they're playing as well, but seems like they're keeping it at what they're playing.
And Direwolves, they haven't scored in this second leg yet, but they really seem to be on the same wavelength, and you can see, for me, that they read each other really well. They're in sync. That, when you play 2v2 for such a long time, you can see what a difference it does make. And now it will be Direwolves that will kick off this corner. Cancelo out to Ronaldo. Van der Sar calmly gathers the ball.
Very interesting to actually see them whip it straight into the box from a corner recently. Well, throughout this weekend, we've actually seen a lot of short corners into the edge of the box and then working it into the box. But I guess being unpredictable is what you need to be in to catch them off guard. And they almost did there. A great header from Hullet, but it was just not enough power on it.
Well, 10 left to go in this second leg. It's Atlanta that have the ball with Dembele. Dembele out wide. Finds St. Maximum. Can St. Maximum make a difference? Into Bellingham. Bellingham finds Hullet. Hullet into Ronaldo. Hullet looked like he was going to open up for a shot, but instead finds Ronaldo. Bellingham and Hullet linking up well, just trying to trick the defence of Direwolves to get a shot off, and it's Direwolves that are breaking forward again now, Lisa.
Yeah, we spoke about them going forward. As soon as they win the ball, they attack, and we can see it right here.
That's R9. Tries to get the ball to the byline, but can't. Bellingham. Intercepted by Bellingham for Atlanta United. And once again, end-to-end transitional game. Both teams really searching for a goal because it's 1-1 on aggregate, and the next goal, is so important.
Yeah, they're both trying to get that last goal, that last attack, and Atlanta made the mistake by giving it back to them, and we saw them score from this exact moment last game. Are we going to see them do it again?
Let's see. Marcelo on the left-hand side into Bellingham. Direwolves trying to go for the last attack again. Bellingham back to Marcelo. Marcelo looking for the passing option. And it's Hullet, and it's just taken off Hullet. And that was the chance.
That was a massive opportunity. He was just waiting in and around the box. We've seen that recently with them when they get on the round the boxes, waiting for them to commit. And the great pass across the box, but well defended there from Atlanta in the dire moments of that game. Obviously now we're into extra time, potentially penalties as well. And I mean, it's interesting to see what they're going to be talking to their coach about. Maybe should they change something up just to go for that goal, because you really don't want this game to go to penalties.
Extra time. Who do you think out of these two sides, Atlanta United and Direwolves, will be able to hold their nerve and really make something of extra time?
They definitely got to stay composed, because I know in this situation I would be very, very nervous. And you can see them talking to each other, working out what they can do. Maybe see a formation change, because they're going to want to go for it, because a penalty shootout, for me, is just a luck of the draw. If you go the right way, you're going to save it. But especially, I know Direwolves, they played a penalty shootout earlier, obviously against TOTS yesterday, ended up sailing out of that game with an L. So they're definitely not going to want to go to penalties.
Well, can they score in extra time to make sure it doesn't go to penalties? Stay with us here. It is getting very exciting. A lot riding on this game. And both teams will have the confidence they can get an extra time winner. If not, it will go to penalties. Let's see what happens, but it's Bellingham for Direwolves. Bellingham always invites the pressure. Bellingham waits for players to close him down before he makes that final pass. It's Hullet into Ronaldo. Ronaldo loses the ball there, and that was an opportunity to take a shot, but he was closed down very quickly.
Yeah, defensively from Atlanta, they're really, really good. We obviously saw against Ducks not conceding a goal against them. That's because of how good they're defensively and also going forward, but a very great interception there. When we talk about Bellingham, he's such a great goal. We saw him score the first goal in the last game. You know, he's got 94 agility. We see him a lot twisting and turning on the edge of the box, and a potential chance.
The Direwolves have the ball with Dembele. Goes to Hullet. Opened up for Hullet to take a shot, but he didn't. Ronaldo, Hullet again. Hullet can't find Ronaldinho, and that is a disappointing attack.
Yeah, I definitely think they could have made a lot more of that attack, but we do see Ronaldinho obviously coming onto the pitch. What a great super sub that is.
The ball over the top there by Atlanta United, but Van der Sar so quick off his line and really manages to control the game and stop them from scoring there in extra time. It's Direwolves now that will have Van der Sar to thank there. Direwolves go forward now. Ronaldo into Ronaldinho. Could Ronaldinho be a game changer here? Cancelo. Bellingham. And it's Hullet into Ronaldo. Once again, Van der Sar, this time down the other end. Crucial saves.
What a save that was. I mean, we see the triangle there. 1-2 passes and a great shot, but a great save again. And a potential chance again here from the corner.
Another corner in quick succession. Dembele finds Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho goes for the shot into Dembele, and there it is! The goal!
Golazo! I mean, what a goal that was there. I mean, we talk about the extra chance from a corner. We talk about going short. We didn't see that them going short earlier. And into Ronaldinho, a green time shot. Great block, very fortunate to come back to Dembele and slots it into the far post of the goal. And we see the goalkeeper movement slightly to the left there, and they waited and waited and waited, and then shot far post. And in my opinion, definitely deserved to score. I think they've been the better side out of the two. Obviously had 8 shots to Atlanta's 4 shots, but I mean, we saw them score in the 90th minute in the first game. Now in the 105th minute, will we see a comeback, or will we see them going through to the next round?
Does it come down to nerves? Do Atlanta look nervous here?
I mean, I know in this position, being in a losing position in an elimination game, I would be nervous, but they got to try and stay composed. You can see them there. They don't really look too nervous. They're talking to each other, working out. Can they change something? We might see constant pressure, press after possession loss, because they need to change something up. Maybe more of an attacking formation, 3 at the back. But, I mean, Direwolves definitely do look a little bit nervous.
Well, Direwolves, if we take a look at their winning streak, they beat Guild 2-1, Crew 3-1, and they beat Fanatics in the last game. That is absolutely fantastic form by Direwolves.
Yeah, exactly. And Direwolves actually lost to Fnatic in the group stages on penalties, and they ended up coming back when it matters most and beating them. So for me, I mean, what a performance from them, beating out all the best players and now potentially taking out the EMLS champ in Atlanta.
And those games were in the losers bracket, which means if they lost those games, they would have gone home. So that just really shows and amplifies that they've just kept their nerves this tournament. So do you think that's why Direwolves are performing well? Because nerves just don't seem to faze them.
Yeah, exactly. And especially them being the underdogs, nerves won't be there. They don't have to perform to a certain level because no one really knows who they are. But, I mean, after this tournament, I think the name's going to be going around everywhere because a sensational performance from them this weekend. And it just shows with how many good teams that they've beat this weekend.
Well, we are into extra time once again. And it's messy for Atlanta, and it's Direwolves that lead 2-1 on aggregate. Bellingham, will Atlanta get a chance here now? They won't. It's Ronaldinho that loses the ball to Bellingham. Atlanta, will they keep their nerve and be able to find that all-important goal, which could mean everything to them? Saint Maximum goes on the attack. Saint Maximum beats a player for pace, and it's Ronaldo into Bellingham. Can Bellingham get a shot off? Bellingham forced all the way backwards. Hullet into Bellingham. Bellingham quick pass into Dembele, and it's Mbappe! And there's the goal! Atlanta United! Quick link-up play, and Mbappe fires it into the back of the net. And there it is.
I mean, Bellingham into Hullet, and the link-up play between them, and look at that turn there from Mbappe, and what a finish that was. I mean, what a game this is for the viewers watching.
Unbelievable, and you can see there Atlanta looking chilled out, and that goal could really have saved them. What a goal, Lisa.
Yeah, what a goal it is, and definitely getting that goal, the nerves will be down a lot from them, obviously. Then now back into it. If they can't get another goal, it will go to penalties, and our first penalties together.
It will be. I mean, I've done a couple of penalty shootouts yesterday on Stream B. Did you do any penalty shootouts?
I did not do any penalty shootouts. It'll be my first one if they can. But to be honest with you, Direwolves, I definitely think we'll get another opportunity, or someone in this game will get another opportunity. We've seen a 105th minute goal, a 90th minute goal. Can we see a 120th minute goal in this game?
And you can really see when it comes down to penalty shootouts, that's when nerves come into play. And actually, we were talking about this yesterday. You were saying that the Panenka down the middle is a really popular penalty because of the analog. Do you often go down the middle, or do you aim for the corners?
Yeah, I definitely do. In a penalty shootout at this level, you don't actually have the cursor, so you can't actually see exactly where you're aiming it. So these pros don't like to go left or right on a penalty shootout, especially if they can't aim it in a corner, because if the goalkeeper steps a couple of steps to the right and then dives left, they can save it if it isn't the greatest penalty. But also, without the cursor, it can go wide if you aim it too far in the corner. So going down the middle, if they dive, it's a cert goal.
but might not get to penalties yet because Ronaldinho passes it into Dembele for Direwolves. Bellingham just taking his time with the passing. It's Cancelo. They will look for a final attack. Bellingham gives it away to Hullet. You can't be giving it away there in a game that has so much riding on it. And Dembele goes back to Hakimi. Hakimi switches it out to the left-hand side. Mbappe in a deeper position now. He's come back to help the defence. And they're really just taking their time now.
They are going to go for that last attack that Direwolves has been getting the last couple of times. Obviously, a great step from Hullet to win the ball. This is where they're going to try and go forward and get that last attack to win the game. And
it's Mbappe. Tries to keep the ball in play, manages to win a throw-in. Will they get a goal? They don't have time. That's it, penalties. Direwolves, Dembele up. Will he convert from the spot? Van der Sar moves out the way and it's down the middle.
Atlanta's time to try and step up and score with Ronaldo. Are we going to see them go middle like we mentioned, or try and put it in a corner? And they went middle and it was saved.
Unbelievable save there. Direwolves into the corner, a clinical finish, posting in.
Dembele, two-step up. Can he put it in the back of the net? And it's saved again!
Excellent by Van der Sar. Oh no, and another save by Van der Sar. That's Direwolves' first miss of the penalty shootout.
Hullet, two-step up. Will he try go into the corner? Or will he go middle again? And it's saved again!
That's 3 saves. Atlanta United, Direwolves step up, and they go right into the corner. Ronaldinho celebrating, and that's it. Direwolves take the win in the penalty shootout. Unbelievable.
I mean, we can definitely tell they have practiced penalties. Green time in penalties into the corner just shows how confident they are, and what a game that was for you guys watching at home. And congratulations to Direwolves.
Well, we will be taking a short break, but first, if you're watching that, it was Atlanta United 2, Direwolves 2. But before we even go to that break, let's just sum up this game first, because it kept us on the edge of our seats, and we spoke about nerves, and it was Direwolves that kept their nerves. In Atlanta, have they not been practicing penalties, Lisa?
We definitely talk about how hard penalties are, especially in this nervous position. If you lose this game, you are going to be going out, and we didn't see them practice obviously too much because they didn't go in the middle. They tried to go for the middle every single time. They didn't go left, they didn't go right. We saw on the other side, Direwolves bottom corners every single time. And not just that, they green time them as well.
And Atlanta, how disappointed will they be with their performance? Penalties, is it just all about precision, or is it, you were saying earlier, you think it's luck?
I mean, definitely in that game, it definitely wasn't luck with them going green time, bottom time every time. But most of the time, if you don't green time, I mean, you go to the left slightly and the goalkeeper makes a couple of steps to the right and it goes left, they're going to be saved. So when you green time them and they go bottom corner, you're not saving them even if you go the right way.
And Direwolves, what will they be feeling right now? Because you mentioned, you spoke to them earlier, they felt like they were underdogs, and you can really see that within their performance.
Yeah, I definitely think they know they're underdogs, obviously coming into this tournament. They weren't known by many people, you know, and coming into this now, they're in a potential chance of going into the winners bracket in the final.
Okay, well, we will be taking a quick break shortly where we'll have Brandon, Tom and Alex up next with a huge match. Lisa, we can't wait to see that one. So make sure you join us after the break with an absolutely massive game, and we'll see you then.
Hey guys, this is Leffy again. I'm a professional FIFA esports player for the team Gullit, and today I'm gonna do my second masterclass about skill moves. A lot of people use the reverse elastico to dribble past the opponent, but in this case I use the reverse elastico to create space and get an easy chance on goal. I get a cutback to my center mid. Here I could have chosen for the finesse shot, but obviously that's not a 100% chance, so I try to reach my striker. And when I reach my striker, most of the times I'm thinking about performing the reverse elastico. The way you perform it in this case is because I dribble upwards, you put your right stick from the left side, halfway to the right side. Then it will perform you the reverse elastico, and as you can see here, easy chance on goal. The second skill move I want to show you guys is the Makidi cancel. In this case, I have some space with my right winger. I managed to get inside the box and I watched my opponent, and as you can see, he was very aggressive with the center back. So I want to get the ball to my left winger, striker or cam, because they are in a 3 versus 1 situation in this case. So I chose to do the Makidi cancel. It opens up a lot of space for my striker and my cam. A very good pass into the box, and unfortunately no finish, but I get a pen from it. I've been Leffy, player from the team Gullit. I hope you guys enjoyed my second masterclass on skill moves. See you soon on the pitch.
Let's go for a little journey. 2 years ago, February 23rd, 2020, FIFA 20 Foot Champions Cup Stage 4 in the lovely city of Paris. Tasari and Tex, sitting just a few feet apart, played one of the most sensational Xbox finals the world has ever seen.
I do not believe what we're seeing. Mendy now. No! Wide!
One last chance for Tasari to win. It's Robertson. He goes right. He scores.
After 795 days, we are back.
To conclude the game, Fnatic have completed the ultimate comeback.
And we managed to turn it around in the second leg, and we bowed them second leg. They just started panicking and giving us the ball, so we scored our fourth, so yeah.
Kylian Mbappe from 12 yards, saved! Ducks Gaming are in Championship Sunday.
Live from London, the FIFA Global Series Team of the Season Cup continues now.
Well, welcome back to London for the Team of the Season Cup. Championship finals are upon us, and we are grinding our way through every single type of lower bracket, upper bracket game. 3 teams remain here in London. It's Direwolves, who just picked up an impressive penalty shootout win against Atlanta United. They now take on Makers Sweden in the lower bracket grand final. A chance to set up a grand final day with Team Heretics. Joining me in the commentary booth, we have Thomas Lees of XL Esports and the FIFA analyst grinding our way through this game. Boys, what a game we've got. 3 names remain from the 32. Alex, what's your thoughts coming into this one?
This one's such a difficult one to call because you've just seen Direwolves go all that way, 2 penalties. We were saying that the emotions were high, but really, they were as calm as anything. Makers Sweden right now have been watching that game and just thinking, what have we got to do to beat them?
Yeah, and Tom, you know Direwolves very, very well. You made a comment. They've just won $50,000, but it's like they've just won a game of division rivals.
Yeah, how calm and composed they are is definitely the reason they're here. They're so just chill, no matter what they do, just a quick spot, back to business, and we'll go again.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the bracket run to see how both these teams have got to this stage. Team Heretics are in the grand final. They have already banned themselves $70,000 and that all-important FIFAe Club World Cup run. Makers Sweden, though, they did taste defeat to drop down to the lower bracket. Direwolves, though, have been on a lower bracket run since they lost to Makers Sweden. Maybe this is the game they've wanted to try and get a bit of revenge on them, Alex.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for Direwolves right now, the confidence is high. Makers Sweden having a little bit of a break in between that. Team Heretics, I think they're going to be looking at both sides and just wondering who is it going to be that they're playing in that grand final.
I mean, look at some of the names they've taken down as well. Crew Esports and Fnatic. I'm sure you probably had the chat with Tech's national teammate. What did he sort of say coming out of that Direwolves game?
We were aware of how good they were before he jumped into the tournament, and he said as soon as they played them in the lower bracket, full of respect for him, they knew it was going to be a tough game, and proved to be that. He wasn't surprised by how good they were. Obviously, a few things that he would have loved to have changed himself, but I don't think the players that have been here and been practicing, we're not really taken aback by how good Direwolves are, because we were aware of it already.
Yeah, well, how about this one? On, I think it was Thursday, the day before the tournament kicked off, I was going around speaking to some of the teams. Team Heretics said one team name to watch out for in the 32. Before a ball was kicked on Friday, they said it was Direwolves to watch out for. They said they played them in a couple of friendly games. They are dangerous. Who they're up against, though, are this squad here. Makers Sweden, made up of Optole and Ollie Bolly. National teammates at Sweden. A team that have done so well. They came through qualifiers back in December via Stockholm, beating Tricked Esports in qualification. And they've not had an easy run through this tour, but they have been dominant in the way that they have played. Their biggest result was an 8-0 win in the upper bracket against SBQR. I mean, they're a very attacking and offensive side, Alex, and they do find their way to create a lot of chances if they're not scoring big goals.
That they do. I mean, against Team Heretics, they struggle to get going, but dropping down into that lower side of things, they'll just be thinking, how can we get back into that attacking route, scoring goals, and hopefully they can find a way to do here against Direwolves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not going to be an easy game for them. What does it do when you've played against a team as well, when you're getting that rematch against them? Yes, it was yesterday compared to today, but still, you don't forget about that result.
Yeah, you said it best there. You don't forget about that. You know exactly what happened in the previous game. And I think a lot of the time what we see in FIFA, you don't normally see the same team win twice. Normally the other team goes back and gets them. So, yeah, if I had to back someone here, it would be Direwolves.
And there's an interesting story about Direwolves. They've been, I would say, boot camping with XL across the last week. They arrived, I believe, on the 21st of April. We kicked our first ball here on the 29th of April. 7 days before, getting used to the time zone, getting used to life at the XL HQ at Twickenham, I believe.
Yes.
I mean, first and foremost, 7 days is a long time for them to get used to and acclimatise to England. What were they doing in those 7 days, other than apparently eating fish and chips at 11:30 a.m. in the morning?
I mean, barring that, they were flying as soon as they got here. You know, as soon as they landed, we played them the day after. They were incredible from the get-go. We knew how good they were from last Sunday or Saturday, and they just carried on like that throughout the week.
Well, here we go. This is it. Lower bracket grand final. Winner plays Team Heretics in the Team of the Season Cup Grand Final. We are underway now. Direwolves, minutes to have a break and have a breather. They're back in action now. And how will they be feeling, Alex? They've just been to a penalty shootout and what was a really, really end-to-end game. Extra time needed, penalties needed. No rest for the wicked. They're back in a loser bracket final.
From knowing both the players, I think they're glad that they're playing straight away. I don't think they want a break. I think they just want to get straight back into the action and go all that way.
Well, they will be kicking from left to right in that Liverpool strip. The way they've described this tournament is that we've just tried playing this game like pro clubs, which I find pretty hard to believe. They've just been enjoying their FIFA.
Fearless. That is the word to describe Direwolves right now. Absolutely fearless.
Well, they came through the FGS Open back in December as well. Was an interesting run for them. They beat Order Esports. That was formerly DW Dillon, Direwolves Dillon, who now moved to Order. It was a big result for them back in December there. And since then, both players have been getting in the reps out in the Oceania. FGS individual 1v1 season. Mike picking up the FGS 3 title just a few weeks ago. Very talented FIFA players building up now. Our Makers Sweden can't find a way past Jude Belling, or maybe they can. Alan Saint-Maximin will just touch the ball. Little Elastico, it's cheeky. And it's two hands on the ball from Edwin van der Sar.
So good there from Direwolves, using that Bellingham just to come across and stop that extra pass off across. We know with Makers Sweden, if you allow them to dance inside that 18-yard box, they will find that room for the simple tap-in, and they managed to stop that there.
No, absolutely. They certainly did indeed. Direwolves look to hunt for their first chance in this game. It sort of feels like, Tom, they haven't been a team that we have hyped up a lot about. Would you say that's helped them, and they haven't had a lot of pressure on their back?
Yeah, yes, as Alex said earlier, it's just fearless play from them at all times. They're not scared of anything. They haven't really been spoken about before. A couple of days ago, no one really had them down going in here. They've just come in, gone about their business, and deserve to be in this position now.
And if you have to be honest, how was those rep games you played against? How many games did you play against Direwolves across the last 7 days?
I'll be honest, we got smoked a few times. I reckon we've probably played 10 games, and I'd give them 70%, maybe 7 out of 10 wins. We learned a lot from them.
And in short, what are the key elements that you did learn from this Direwolves side as the ball comes forward into R9? Brilliantly well done by Van der Sar. There may have been a little bit of goalkeeper movement there. Marcelo will try his best to follow up with a rebound. The chance is still alive. Pele into R9 will punch it across. Marquinhos will defend that one. In a few sort of bullet points, Tom, what was so good about their game?
I think what you mentioned earlier about pro clubs is massive for them. Their runs off the ball are so intelligent. They know exactly where they want to be and how in sync they are as well, right? Going forward, it's not easy to be on the same page as who you're playing with, and these two just know exactly where they have to be at the right times.
Makers Sweden are doing a really good job right now that when they lose that ball inside that final third, they're pressing so heavily and putting a lot of pressure on Mark and Mike for Direwolves. They need to be careful of that.
And just the pace of the speed as well for team makers. When they go forward, it's a combination of skill moves every single time, and it's sort of too hard to react.
Yeah, Oli Bolly and Optoli, they have a lot of skills in their locker. They're very, very dangerous players once they get to the box. I've played against them many a times, always been practicing against them, and I'm not surprised at how well them two do. Especially they have the similar ideas as well, which I keep mentioning 2v2. I think it's really, really important.
3 teams remain here at the Team of the Season Cup. Team Heretics are in our grand final, waiting patiently for one of these 2 teams to come forward. Rudullet says, you know what, 35 yards out. Alex, I'm going to have a shot from there. He timed it green. He pulled out a brilliantly, well, good save from Van der Sar just to tip that one over for a corner.
That he did. And it's also very interesting to see team makers right now for Sweden are happy to take that shot from range. Look for anything that they can. We saw in their previous matchup, they didn't really get things going. We're a little bit slow. So going into this match, you can already see they want to be aggressive. They want to be on that front foot. And they're happy to say, look, we're not always going to try and work that 100% chance. If we can take that long shot, we might get a rebound. We'll get a corner from it. We'll work with what we've got.
Absolutely. Our first proper pause in this game so far. It's one that we spoke about earlier, Tom. It's a pause where nothing really changes. It's just a break to think, to have a breather. As crazy as it sounds, as much as we're not really doing too much exercise here. What happens in that pause?
It's definitely just a mental reset. I think for Direwolves, they'll probably be saying, look, we need to work our way out this press at the minute. Makers have got them where they want them. They won't change anything tactically yet, but probably just, I call it a composure pause, just to regain, talk to your teammates, say, listen, it's not going great so far. We now need to just turn it around, switch back on, focus up again and go again.
Well, here's a chance now for Makers Sweden. St. Maximin look for the cutback, surely on a play! Marcelo! Of all people, the foot captain item has just ridden up the pitch. A good 4 yards or so, taps into the back of the net, and Optole, he might be 17 years of age, but he looks to his teammate, points to the end and says, right, let's just calm down.
Absolute brilliant work from St. Maximin. Makers Sweden using the full length of the pitch, driving towards that byline, laying it off across. You thought Pele was going to be the man, but no, St. Maximin was there to smash that one in.
Yeah, something I picked up on when I played these two as well. They're very good at using the double A and double Ys for the through balls and the cutbacks across the goal. It's a massive feature of both their games, and they've used it to perfection there.
And Alan St. Maximin, why? There's not many teams. I think it was Kawasaki Frontal was the only other team that I saw start Alan St. Maximin.
I think it's just agility. I think the main thing for him is having dancers in the box, people that can move quickly, skill moves, and that's what the 2 players there are best at doing.
Another one of their interesting picks is prime icon moments Maldini. I mean, he doesn't really need an introduction. We know he's fantastic regardless, but he comes in the team potentially over Team of the Year. Ruben Diaz, I believe, is the pick of their choice. Back to goal, it's R9, it's Direwolves trying their best to find a way past Hakimi, but he does stand strong.
Makers Sweden doing very well there inside that 18-yard box defensively, seeing R9 pick the ball up. We know what he can do. He can move, he can dance. The reverse elastico, Direwolves, Mark and Mike are happy to have it there, but Makers Sweden doing enough just to say, look, we will just have that defensive block every single time.
And for you personally, Tom, why is Maldini not in that team? What is it about? I mean, Ruben Diaz probably doesn't really need an introduction, but or a reasoning why, but it's either Marquinhos, Team of the Year, Ruben Diaz, or occasionally, as we've seen, Maldini feature in a handful of those teams. I'll get your thought on that one just after this attack does come in. It's down the byline again from Makers Sweden. It's a good defensive block, and it still could be alive for the duo of Volley and Optolo. They look to slow this one down as we come into the last half. Last chance of the half, I should say. But what is it about not playing Maldini compared to why they might have started him?
I think Makers must have an agility test on all their players. They must just be saying only agile players. It's the only thing Maldini's got on Ruben Diaz or Marquinhos. For me, I'm all about big tacklers, people that can win a tackle, but they seem to have every player, very, very agile players that can move quickly, and they're obviously using a lot of left stick to get the most out of that.
It's like every player's gone through, 100 in-game moments just to try out them to perfection, to work out if that is their starting 11. At the halfway point, it is Makers Sweden that do lead by a goal to nil. They've been loving that little run in that sort of byline area where you have to make a decision. It's dive in, give away a penalty, or try and delay the chance. But it's so hard when they're in that area. What can you do, Alex? You can't really do much.
It's not just that as well, Brandon. It's the ability to say we're going to do different things in different scenarios. Setting up that long shot earlier on just says to Direwolves, be careful of that long shot. So then you have that little bit of time and space to say, you know what, I'm going to sprint past you, drive towards the byline, and utilise that full length of the pitch.
Well, it's the perfect start for the team that have been one of the highest goal scorers in this tournament. They did get a win against Direwolves yesterday in the upper bracket quarters. It was a 3-1 win across the two legs. There was and has been a result over the two Aussies, Mark and Mike, who have already bagged themselves $50,000 and a top 3 spot. If you win this game, we have to recall it, FIFAe Club World Cup qualification has been achieved. And for players and fans that don't know anything about that, Tom, it's a very long qualification, isn't it?
And it's a very difficult one as well. The best of the best make it at the Club World Cup, and getting that spot would be a massive advantage for anyone, you know. This is one of the other big 2v2 tournaments this year, so they'll know that as they play. They'll have one eye on that as well.
A priceless qualification if you can get to a tournament and another major like that, especially with us sort of getting towards the latter stage of the season now. 55 minutes gone here. Direwolves just trying to find their groove. As you can already see, it sits in as a back 5 that's hard to beat. Mbappe comes as a right wing back. You can see for captain Marcelo as the left wing back who did get on the score sheet. He's the person that scored the only goal so far. Forget R9, forget even Alan Saint-Maximin. It's been the Brazilian fullback and recent La Liga champion just yesterday. Could be a cutback available now. Surely the play, R9 will do that. You can as well. It's down the byline. It's a simple cutback. As soon as it gets to R9's feet, you're in trouble.
Direwolves at the start of this second half looking to take more control, and they've found a way back into the match. But the key thing about this prior as well was the left stick dribbling with Bellingham, with Messi, just avoiding any tackles, allowing themselves to work towards that chance and get to the byline.
And just in terms of that moment, Tom, it seems to happen all the time at the moment. When you're down the byline and you're in a 2v2 scenario, what can you do?
It's very, very difficult to defend, because if a player's as good as these, if they're walking, you have to guess first. They'll wait for you to guess. You go one way, give them too much space, they'll cut it back and they'll score.
I'm guessing one teammate is trying to jockey, another one's just guessing where the free man's coming.
Yeah, and that's a difficult task, you know. It's not as easy as it looks.
Could be a chance for Pele now. Bats a goal. What a tackle from Marquinhos.
And it's not only that as well, when you do get towards the byline, the one player can't just leave the person with the ball free, because they can just walk it through, take the shot at the near post with the green sign finish, or even just walk it past the goalkeeper. It's a very difficult scenario to get right defensively, which is why we see so many goals from it.
Watch this run from R9 now, just been triggered past the Brazilian Marquinhos. He's back there to save the day. But regardless, we are back all square at 1-1. 65 minutes played here. You are watching the lower bracket grand final. Winner of this will go through to the Team of the Season Cup grand final, where they'll play Team Heretics for a chance to bag $100,000. It must be said, though, it will have to happen via a bracket reset, with that advantage that they do have in the overall grand final. Speaking of Team Heretics right now, they were a team that were warned about coming into this Team of the Season Cup. They've been fantastic this weekend, aren't they?
Yeah, whoever wins here is going to have a very difficult job in their hands to break through that defence, because they are two players that know how to defend better than anyone right now. They've mastered that element of the game. It's also their game management as well, right? A lot of their games are won by 1 or 2 goals, but the management late on in a game to not choke, to not give the ball away, it's been top tier all day, all weekend, should I say.
Yeah, they are in that grand final. already bagged the first FIFAe Club World Cup spot of any team here in the Team of the Season Cup. They're one of our Masters teams that have delivered. You are looking at two of the teams that had to come through the open bracket play back in December last year. Competitive weekend it was. Last 15, Pele teasing a tackle, teasing a shot. Said, if you're going to give me time, I'm going to have a shot from that far out.
Yeah, really good there from Direwolves, though, to use that offside trap twice to just bring that defensive line up and make it so that the gap between the midfielders and the defenders is as narrow as possible.
That pause from Maker Sweden, that's been cued for. Good 10 in-game minutes or so. Mbappe, finesse from distance. Hands on it from Van der Sar. It's one of those, isn't it? You can always tell there's going to be a finesse at some point coming in. How important is it to mix up those patterns? I think Alex mentioned it perfectly, that if you're going to get space on the edge of the box, I think Gorilla did at one point yesterday, for you as XL, just took a finesse from 35 yards out. How good is it and important is it just to mix up those patterns and different shot types?
Yeah, it's not really in the script. I don't think anyone really says, oh, we're going to work the finesse angle, but it will open up because defenders will naturally wait for the pass inside, and we're also used to trying to work the extra pass in the box. Sometimes the finesse will open up.
One thing that Direwolves are doing right now really, really well in the 4-3-2-1 is using that right forward to come back and almost creating that two banks of four, dealing with that overlap on the right wing and the left wing really well. Do you think that's something that Direwolves may have worked on coming into these matches?
Yeah, because in the 4-3-2-1 you are a bit defensively exposed at times. You don't do that right because, as you said, if the right forward doesn't pull in, you end up having three forwards that aren't really doing anything up there. They're not really helping you out, but it's obviously part of their game plan. Drag one in, defending two banks of four, and you kind of get a similar setup to the 4-4-2 would offer you.
This could be the last chance of the first leg here in our lower bracket final. Direwolves with the last chance, potentially. Lovely little ball roll scoop turn from R9 as they're looking to build up the perfect chance. What an opportunity it could be to end this first leg. 2-1 winners. Hullet tries his best to Lacroqueta his way into the box. Mbappe in a very unconventional right wing back position has had to do a job there. He certainly has done a job there. Long ball forward. We've near enough played the 1 minute, or will we play on from that? Well played, Marcelo. Allows R9 to come on through on this far left-hand side. It's a big win from Ruben Diaz. Has he fully done the job? And that should do us for the first leg here. At the halfway point, it's even Stevens.
That it is. A bit of a cagey affair at times. Teams just trying to find their way into it. We saw that at the end, the ability with that Mbappe, like you said, at right wing back, just pinging that ball far out to the left-hand side. We'll see if Maker Sweden can utilise that next game.
Well, I can assure everyone at home there's a lot more to tell in this tale in the second leg of our lower bracket finals. We're off for a quick break now. Who will come out on top to get that grand final against Team Heretics? Will it be Direwolves or will it be Maker Sweden? We'll be back in a few minutes to find out.
What's going on, guys? Olelito here, I'm back. Now, in this masterclass, I will be showing you the attacking abilities that comes with the 4-5-1 second variation. We're starting with the wing here. We're getting the ball into the middle, and we have the ball with our right CM, and then turning it on to our central CM. And as you see here, we have the perfect triangle. So if I were to pass it to my left CM here, I can go for a direct pass to my other CM again, because I have this triangle, and the centimeter that he is selecting, he can't do anything because he can't put pressure when he basically is defending against three midfielders in the middle. The thing I do here though, with my central center mid, I'm passing it to my left center mid, and as I showed you on the tactics before, my left center mid is always unbalanced. And why? That's because I want him to make a run in behind to be able to maybe get the ball in a later stage of the attack. And the thing that happens then is that I'm doing an L1 pass with my left center mid, which makes him create a run in behind afterwards. And we find the pass back to our center mid, as you see here, finding it to the right center mid. The thing that happens here is that I see that my striker is in the middle. And why is he? Yeah, because I used him on stay central in my instructions. So he's staying central, he is the target man. I found my left center mid, and he's almost scoring because of it. Thank you so much for watching my masterclass. I appreciate that a lot. And yeah, see you on the pitch.
Well, welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup live here in London. You join us on Championship Sunday, where we are in our lower bracket final. The winner of this goes into the grand final. You join myself, Brandon Smith, the FIFA analyst, and XL Tom, breaking you down this game. It was a game that just had 2 goals in, Alex, and at the halfway point, it's even Stevens, you could say.
That it is. Both teams utilising that byline drive so well, having that pace to just take it all the way and then looking for that pass off across. It works so well in FIFA 22, and they've both used it to their advantage.
Yeah, still all to play for here. You joined us live in London. What a studio set this is. I don't think I've asked you about this, Tom. When you came in on Thursday for practice, what was the initial thoughts from the pros of just this studio, this venue, and from everyone in it? The atmosphere has been electric the last 3 days.
In one word would be wow. When I walked in, I couldn't quite believe how good the setup was. You know, it's perfect for the 2v2 environment, and I think it's delivered, you know, so many big moments and big celebrations, reactions all throughout the week, and I'm sure we're going to see more in this game as well.
At the start, when we first kicked off on Friday, I thought the roof was going to come off, Tom. Everyone was going crazy.
I thought I'm going to keep it calm first game, and I looked around and everyone's going absolutely mental.
Yeah, especially the boys next to the commentary booth in Crew Esports. They were going mental. Still bad themselves. It's impressive top 12 finish. Valen and Iago. It will be Maker Sweden from left to right in this game with the first chance of the match. Direwolves kicking from right to left. Just a point on your performance this weekend, Tom. You didn't really get caught up in the emotions, I'd say. There was moments in the game, the loss against Atlanta United, me and Richard were commentating that one. I think we looked across and you were just sort of, you were very smiley, you and Grilla. I was expecting a bit more anger, I could say, a bit more frustration.
No, I see the fun side in the game. You know, we had an own goal go against us, and I just tried to stay positive, to be fair. I mean, I think just to be at LAN in the first place, I was just so happy to be back that I see it light-hearted. You know, the losses hurt, but I can cry about that once we're out of here. You know, once I'm in here, just try to enjoy it as much as possible.
It's a long ball forward into 09 off the start. Marcelo was the player to bat that goal. What a chance. This could be Alan Saint-Maximin. Did so well to shift it onto his right foot. Good block at the back.
Yeah, Mike, they're coming in with an absolute huge block, but the main thing is, and we spoke about it so much, composure. The driven pass comes into the 18-yard box. Defender didn't panic. Direwolves just staying calm and composed, waiting for some sort of skill move and defending it with ease.
Direwolves first sniff at goal. Looks to come now 15 minutes into this second leg. They were 1-0 down in leg one. Were able to bounce back via a very similar goal. The makers Sweden scored in that first leg. Pele doing his best to drive it forward. Why do you think there has been such low-scoring games across this weekend?
I think it's just in attack, the pattern's a little bit difficult at times. In 1v1, you know exactly what you want to do next. You do it, you know what your next move is. It's muscle memory over thousands and thousands of games. In 2v2, it's probably been a little bit less practice than 1v1. And also, you have an idea, but maybe your teammate doesn't have the exact same idea, and then it can throw you off and leads to a lot of attacks breaking down at times. And I think that the teams are very well evenly matched this weekend as well. A lot of absolute, I call them super teams, really. A lot of amazing teams here this week that are all very, very well matched.
I mean, you've got to think, Alex, there's, what, 9 players that are similar in every single team here. You've got the best of the best FIFA players as well. You're looking at the smallest, which has been the case, smallest and finest of margins that have separated teams from being knocked out of the tournament. Penalties have featured heavily. Could be a chance for Direwolves here. Messi trying his best to get it on that left boot. Just couldn't quite shift the ball on for the finesse.
No, that they couldn't. Again, though, great left stick dribbling from Direwolves. Really, really utilising the full width and length of the pitch, going all that way. Maker Sweden, though, just doing enough again to defend that one. An interesting battle inside that 18-yard box.
Yeah, interesting to see how these formations match up as well. You know, you can see Makers now playing a back three. Direwolves with the 4-3-2-1. So interesting to see who comes out on top.
The thing that I find interesting as well with Direwolves is that we've seen so many teams this weekend use that D-pad and use that comeback on defence for the striker to drop back in. They've already done that on the instruction with Messi, but happy to actually leave that Pele, Dembele and Ronaldo kind of out on that counter-attack to give that. Is that something that they utilise?
Yeah, they're fearless people. They're fearless people. They're not scared. They don't need everyone to defend. They back themselves just to be able to do it with their midfielders and defenders. And the way they play, their first thought is how quickly can I counter-attack? And leaving them players forward definitely offers something different that we haven't seen too much of this weekend.
Looking to drive forward. Again, it's Marcelo. Come back into Pele, could have a finesse from distance, full otherwise. Kante of all people, it'll cancel, he fancies a short goal. Why not? Says the French midfielder. Corner. Played short and quick. It's one thing they've always looked to do, Makers Sweden, just how quickly they can attack. And add in the combination of skill moves. Pele this time will try and green his way through 2 defenders there. That time, Direwolves are able to stand strong. Maybe not for so long. Kante just hustling away. That's what he'll do for you every single day of the week. Punch into the feet of Pele. This could be a chance. Mbappe maybe slightly overworked. Good save. Van der Sar comes to save the day. Alan Saint-Maximin so close.
All comes from the press for Makers Sweden as well, looking to win that ball high up the pitch. And when you do that and you catch the opponent's team out, they're looking to go forward and attack. Next thing you know, you've lost the ball, your numbers are outnumbered, and it's a dangerous position to get into.
Yeah, it's the first thing I say in 2v2 and in 1v1. The same rule applies. Just do not lose it, and then few reset pass at the start, because if you lose it there, you are going to concede loads of chances from it. It's the first thing of any pro, they'll tell you. Then first couple of passes, get them right, get your reset in, and then build your attack from there.
Well, if you have just joined us here, you are watching the Team of the Season Cup live from London. A $500,000 2v2 FIFA tour, our first tournament in over 795 days. You're joining us at the best possible time here on Championship Sunday. We are in our lower bracket final. The winner of this goes to the grand final, where one 2v2 squad will pick up $100,000 in prize money. You do not want to miss this. At the moment, it's Makers Sweden, the Swedish duo, up against Direwolves, the boys from down under, who certainly may have travelled from the opposite side of the world. They've made London feel like their second home so far this weekend. We're 45 minutes away from potentially extra time and penalties again. I can't say we haven't been here before, Alex.
I'm sure Direwolves are not wanting to go to penalties again, Brandon. They've been there and done that one. They'll be looking to try and find their way through in this second half of leg 2. For Ollie Bolly and Optoli right now, what have they got to do to try and find their way past Direwolves?
I think one thing they could utilise again is the long shots. We haven't seen that for a while. I saw a couple of openings in that half. I thought, we could have hit finesse off. But they seem a little bit hesitant now. They seem a bit like they're aware that Dyer is set up pretty well and they might be second-guessing each other. And I think maybe it could be a long shot from Makers to go and make the difference. You know, them finesse shots are angling up nicely.
I've got a question for you, Tom. You've played in, no offence, maybe one of the most interesting 0-0 for a period it was, and then it was a 1-0 own goal against Atlanta United yesterday. Sorry to remind you of it. What happens when you get to this stage where you are in a 1-1 scoreline, you've played 3 halves of FIFA and nothing's happening? Nothing. Yeah. You can't find a way through. You tried plan E now. We're on to plan F potentially. What are you thinking with your pro player teammate? What else are you trying?
I think with Gorilla, he's not scared of turning the screw as quickly as possible. He's willing to go on the attack. See a chance here. Gorilla's looking to go on the attack at all times. I seem to prefer to trust my own process, and I think like I will get the goal in the end. But we definitely are not scared to mix it up. You have to keep trying different formations.
This could be a chance. In a box it goes. João Cancelo able to just get clear of that one in the end.
Different formations and different tactics, really. You have to just, if you've got plan B, you've got plan C, can you make an impact sub as well? I love bringing subs on the pitch. I always make my 3 substitutions, so maybe we'll see them come through soon.
At times it can be like a game of chess, of just saying, you know what, I'm going to take my time, really think about each thing that I'm doing, and hoping that you can pull a defender out midfield, lapse of concentration maybe from the opponent. Do you think both teams, as we get later on into this game, will just slow things down and try and bank on that?
Yeah, I think it takes a very brave man to go and say, okay, I'm going to go forward quicker than you now, especially later on in the game.
If there's one thing we know about Direwolves, though, they do just want to go forward, right?
Exactly, and I can't see it changing. I'd imagine the longer this game goes on, they'll just keep trusting themselves that if they can go forward and go forward quickly, they'll get the goal. Interesting to see how Makers respond to that.
Well, the slight issue is they're up against one of the best defensive teams here in Makers Sweden, who, as we rightly said yesterday, won one of their games 8-0 against SPQR in the upper bracket. If you have just joined us, you are watching the Team of the Season Cup live in London here on Championship Sunday, where someone will be picking up a trophy and $100,000. Here's Mbappe now for Makers Sweden. Love reverse elastico, does his best to double tap the pass around the box. That must be quite scary defending those sort of moments, Tom, in a 2v2. You've got Mbappe, Pele, R9 all around you, and they're just combining elasticos, ball rolls, scoop turns. Is it a case of you decide to go in and then you go in, or you just sort of delay?
I think any logical rules you put in, normally there's a rule where someone says, okay, I'll go and press, and the other one will sit and watch the pass. But when they start dancing like that, that rule has to go, and you just have to trust yourself in a 1v1 situation that someone's going to make the right decision. But a lot of the time, because the players aren't sure who's the one's going to go to press, They make the wrong decision, and you see a lot of goals when they get into that area.
And the worst person to be up against that is Tex usually.
Yes.
When he's dancing around the box, it's all hell breaking loose. Building nicely is Makers Sweden. Kante can't find a way past Huller there. Continue. Sorry, Tom.
We can see there, Makers keep getting into that situation, right? That carries on. It's going to be tough for Dyer because no matter how they know how to defend, when you're in that situation, it just comes down to instinct. There's no rule set, there's no logic there. It's just who can defend better.
And there's times where if you just keep trying, knocking on the door, eventually that door will open and you will find a way through.
Yeah, and that could be in the form of a player diving in the given way, a penalty potentially reverse. Elastico Pele! The Direwolves boys! There's no reaction from them at all. What an unbelievable goal that is. Just as simple. I say simple, it's a lot more difficult than that. We'll see it again on the replay. Messi played it into Pele, and now watch this here. Elastico, top bins. That one there could be the goal that sends them into the grand final.
You have to give Direwolves credit. They've just spent the last 10 minutes defending, doing what they should have done better, Makers Sweden inside that 18-yard box. The reverse Elastico is so commonly used at that near post. Really, just bit a little bit too early. Gave Pele the space. Simple finish.
Fearless. It's what we say. They're not scared. They get in the box. They do what they know every single time. The stages get bigger and bigger every game, and they continue to do it. They're not scared. They're not making the wrong decision in the box, hitting the skill move at the right time and getting a goal there.
They've probably got one of the best sort of fist bumps as well in their booth. It's a player takes a fist bump, then the coach comes in, double fist bump. They've been locking that down. They've been practicing that with you.
Yeah, that gets my respect. That is an in-sync fist bump. You know, it's not easy as well. It's not easy because I've seen that.
I've seen many people not get aired and not get the fist bump.
I will say, Brandon, actually, Zach did get aired on Friday. So they had a conversation Friday night and said, don't ever do that to me again.
I'm sure we'll capture that back on the replay at some point. Direwolves are 20 minutes away. You're in this position now, Tom. You know there's another $20,000 guaranteed. A FIFAe Club World spot guaranteed if you can manage this game for 19 more minutes. He's offside. Ronaldinho is just about offside. It's a lifeline for Direwolves.
But rightly so. You spoke earlier on, Tom, saying Makers Sweden need to try that long-range finesse. Yes, Ronaldinho caught offside there. Try that again. Next time could go in, or you'll find that man free inside that 18-yard.
Little dink pass finds R9, who seemingly keeps getting pushed out in this position. You can understand why with Cristiano Ronaldo lurking as a potential option. Hull it back to goal. Direwolves looking for that third goal that would certainly seal the deal. We'll call them grand finalists.
You have it on the floor. Sometimes it gets in. First thing to spend when I play with him is say, right, if we get out the press, make sure it goes in the air first.
Sam Maximin now has got options in the box. Makers Sweden need a lifeline, need a hero. What a save! N'Golo Kante, of all people there, was queuing up on the edge of the box. Van der Sar coming across to save Direwolves with potentially one of the best chances Makers Sweden are going to have with, I believe, 6 minutes or so left in this game.
Biggest thing about that surprised me, Tom, Marcelo high up the pitch. Direwolves, their instinct was, let's press, let's go and get the ball. And you saw him go, oh no, I need to get back into position. They've got 5 minutes remaining to make it through into that grand final. I absolutely love that from them.
Yeah, it's what's got them so far. There's no reason to stray away from that now. I'd imagine their conversation is saying, look, one big tackle, we get that ball at the pitch and this is done here. So from the corner, they'll know if one of them can clutch up, win that tackle nicely, and then just play up the pitch, they'll manage to see this game out.
Well, this is it. Last roll of the dice from Makers Sweden. Otherwise, it will be a top 3 finish, which nevertheless is still fantastic, but they want a grand final spot. Marquinhos! I thought maybe, just maybe, that was on. 2 offside goals they've had, Makers Sweden. Is that the end of their road here in the Team of the Season Cup? Is there one more goal from Direwolves? Very smart, very mature from Mark and Mike. They are 50 in-game seconds away from a date in a grand final of the Team of the Season Cup against Team Heretics, the team that they said to watch out for in this tournament. Team Makers are out, and Direwolves have got that grand final spot. I've just seen more passion there from the coach. Look at Mike. Mask on. Back to the drawing board. We've got a grand final to play in 5 minutes.
Oh, I think that sums it up perfectly there. You can see Mike is the calm and composed one. He doesn't blink, does he? Every win, just to see.
Job's not finished.
Simple as that. Job is not finished.
He has been so calm this weekend, hasn't he? But that is your headline. The boys from Down Under, the two lads that qualified back in December. And they are in the FIFAe Club World Cup. $70,000 guaranteed. And how about this one, lads? A game that hasn't happened yet. Team Heretics up against Direwolves. If you caught my point earlier today, sorry, I asked Team Heretics on Friday, one team they were worried about, it was Direwolves. That matchup will be coming alive in our grand final here.
It will, but Team Heretics haven't lost a single leg of FIFA throughout this entire tournament. I'd say Direwolves are probably the only team that looks slightly like they have the possibility of doing that.
And your thoughts going into that grand final, can they do it?
Yes, but it's going to be very, very difficult. For all Direwolves have been doing, the attack has been crazy all weekend. Heretics don't concede. Everything they do, it's just never a goal conceded. The amount of clean sheets they've kept is ridiculous at this level, so it'll be an interesting watch.
Yeah, another great game there. FIFA, it's been a pleasure casting with you this weekend. Thomas Lees, I believe, will be joining us for the grand final. But from now, from the commentary booth, it's down to Rachel, Carl and Dr. Nightwatch to break down that one.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I mean, this is the Cinderella story. Mike Labella's also
I'm here
obviously.
too. Thanks. Cheers, Brandon.
I'll say he's Cinderella as well over here. No, but that is the Cinderella story, isn't it? Direwolves' run at the moment. They've played 9 matches. I went to Nightwatch. Is that possible? They've played so many. I quickly checked it, and they have to Heretics 6 as well. I mean, I'm going to come to you first because obviously you're our special guest as well. Direwolves' run so far. Did you expect them to be this good? I feel like we didn't know too much about them before last week when they entered the UK.
So preparing for the tournament in hotel lobby, players see each other for the first time, and we're obviously talking, and everybody's saying Direwolves, best team we've played. I go take breakfast with Max VIP, and he says Direwolves, best team we've played. Another team, best team we've played, and here they are in the final.
And Carl, they met on pro clubs as well, so that's quite the storyline, isn't it?
It definitely is, and I've had the pleasure of working on the Oceania region over the last couple of years and seeing both of these players and seeing what they've been able to do, and it's just amazing. They're here now in London at LAN, and for Mark 11 especially, I remember talking to him. He told us he was only allowed to play on weekends because he still had school. Here he is showing us and showing the world what he can do. And Dr. Nightwatch, I want to throw it over to you just because we talk about the Oceania region. I threw it to them before when I did get to speak to them, and they said, yeah, we're constantly disrespected. We don't get as many places. We don't get seen by everybody else in Europe, in North America and South America. They're putting Oceania on the map once again.
Definitely, I do think it's tough as well because I think you have great players all around the world. South America, very, very good region. Like Matias Bonanno and Nicolas, they came to Europe, doing very, very well for themselves. Oceania as well, top 2 in this region. So I think Europe is like the mainstream region, but a lot of continents have very, very good players.
Yeah, totally. I'm quickly going to say welcome back, guys. We just saw our lower bracket final. I know we just dropped off air, so welcome back if you're just joining us. We have the grand final coming your way. Quick question as we go into the bracket. Mike Labelle on Makers Sweden, though. What a run they have had this tournament as well. A qualifying team. They've had another storyline that they'll be very proud of, I'm sure.
It does hurt a little bit though, or maybe a lot, because that top 2 placement, you get the E-Club, of course. And you got the financial benefits, you got the chance of winning the whole shebang. But they should be proud to get to this point. They had a very difficult group stage, and they battled through the bracket stage and got themselves into a position, and really were very impressive offensively, teamwork-wise. We talk a lot about the teams that align best seem to be living in close proximity where they're able to meet up in person. They have a lot of that online connection. Even with pro clubs, when you brought that up earlier, Kyle, the big reason that matters is not only the teamwork side, but a lot of the manual movements. And then you have a competitive advantage when you have those manual movements and you're in sync, you're aligned, it's fluid, and the way that Direwolves play in particular, extremely fluid.
Yeah, totally. And Nightwatch, I want to bring you back in again. These two teams, our grand finalists, haven't played each other yet this tournament. Obviously, they've been watching each other and analysing their game, but how exciting is this fresh matchup?
I mean, I think it's the best defense against the best offense of the tournament. We've seen already in the FGS Masters, we played them, and I remember scrimming one game against them, and in the final, best defensive team I've played. We played them, best offensive team we've played. So, I mean, it feels good to have lost against 2 of the best teams. So there's a silver lining, but I think it's going to be the unstoppable force against the unmovable object.
I mean, for Team Heretics, though, Mike, they're in the driving seat, aren't they? Because they're on the winner's side of the bracket. And for Direwolves, they'll have to beat Team Heretics and then beat them again if they want the $100,000 and they want the trophy. It's going to be very difficult.
Well, that's what Tom said as well. That it's going to be so challenging, mainly because Heretics has also shown such composure and strength mentally. So because they have that extra game in hand, let's say they lose that opener, I don't think the reset's going to phase them. You're still going to get the exact same type of teamwork and alignment and focus that they've had throughout the entire weekend.
Yeah, totally right, guys. It's grand final coming up. Finally, final thoughts. Which way is it going? Nightwatch?
Heretics in 2.
Heretics in 2.
Heretics in 1.
As a broadcaster, I don't like to say, because I'm going to have to chat to the winner, so it might be the other one. So
Heretics, we don't know. The grand final of the Team This Season Cup. It is Direwolves taking on Team Heretics for $100,000. Catch us on the flip side with Richard, Brandon and Tom.
Hey guys, this is Mike. I'm a FIFA esports player for Team Neo, and today I'm going to give you a FIFA 22 shooting masterclass. So the first thing you need to know about finesse shots is that you position your player perfectly, and in this case I'm playing with Mbappe, obviously a right-footed player, and I'm aiming for the long corner because it's just a natural way of the finesse shot. And in this clip I'm also taking like a small extra step, so I can kind of shoot the ball right through the gap between his defenders. And for the power, for me the best way is just to kind of load up 3 bars, and you can just use the time finishing. If you hit a circle again just as the player hits the ball, you will see a green thing flashing above the player, and that will indicate the green time finishing, and the ball will fly better and go into the goal. Okay, so the last tip I'm going to give you in a 1v1 scenario with the goalkeeper is the chip shot. And for the chip shot this year, it's all about timing. As you can see, in this case I'm really close to the goalkeeper and nothing would work besides the chip shot. The perfect timing is that you kind of are in the motion of chipping it right as the goalkeeper is diving for the ball, which is in this case the perfect example. If it's over the goalkeeper, it will go in, no matter the fact how many bars you put.
Day 3 is Championship Sunday. In the Championship match, the team from the upper bracket has an advantage. If they win, they'll lift the trophy. But if they lose, it triggers a grand final reset. Since teams have to lose twice to be eliminated, losing the finals would make them even with their opponent from the lower bracket. The winner of this match wins the coveted Team of the Season Cup, $100,000, and locks in a spot at the FIFAe Club World Cup. But the question is, who will it be? And that is the question, which will be answered in just an hour or so's time. We have waited a long, long time for this very moment. The grand finals of the Team of the Season Cup, where someone will be taking the biggest chunk of that $500,000 prize pool and lifting that Team of the Season Cup since what? February 23rd in Paris. Over 795 days ago. I've got the absolute pleasure of guiding you through this one. Myself, Brandon Smith, Richard Buckley and XL Tom will be guiding you through all of the action here. We might need a bracket reset. It might be done in one if Team Heretics can keep up their winning form. Richard, what a grand final we have here.
Yeah, what a final it's going to be. These are the best two teams over the course of 3 days of action. Team Heretics in one side, Direwolves in the other. Honestly, nobody in this entire arena, at home, in the FIFA community, predicted this final.
Ryan Passar would say he did.
Oh, of course he would. Ryan would. I know he's watching.
Well, here we go. Grand final. Thomas Lee's going to be joining us for the call of this one. You've got to see a lot of Direwolves. I mean, they've pretty much been, I think, house sharing with you on the build-up here to the Team of the Season Cup. They've been in England since the 21st of April. They have been a surprise package, to say the least, haven't they, Tom?
Yeah. As Richard said, very unpredictable final here. Although, since they've come over, they've been unbelievable. We can see how good they are here. And yeah, I think it'll be a great final. More of attack versus defence. You know, Direwolves been attacking. Heretics, clean sheets for days. So it will be interesting to see.
Yeah, what a performance they've put up in this tournament. Absolutely incredible from Mark and Mike. They won the Sydney Regional Open. They're an FGS Open winner. They now find themselves in the Team of the Season Cup Grand Final.
And on the flip side of that, they have a very difficult opponent that they have to play against. Obviously, this was the leg one of their grand final. They went 1-0 down in this game, but it was just how they bounced back, Richard, which was so impressive.
It certainly was. I was watching this game backstage, and not once did they ever seem phased. They kept themselves nice and calm. They kept composed. They know that their attacking intent and their attacking ability would get themselves back into the game. When you're so confident in your attack, Tom, it's a really powerful tool.
Yeah. As I keep saying about fearless, composure is the two words. I did actually get to see the players just now on the way to the final. I can say Mike is the most calm person in this arena. He is genuinely not phased at all. He said, well, job's not finished, is it? We still got to go and win this final. Mark is a little bit more excited than him. You can see in the celebrations here. Mark is definitely the more excitable one, but it's a great combination. It's worked very well for him.
Yeah, and on the flip side, Team Heretics, a team that have made their debut in FIFA esports this year. The duo of Matthias Bernardo and Hidalgo. Whoever put that team together, whoever was behind the scouting of talent for that team, deserves a raise right now before this final has even kicked off.
Yeah, they certainly do. Matthias Bernardo did it all last season in FIFA 21. He was here, there, and everywhere. But the man who is the unsung hero of this team, the Spaniard, Alejandro Hidalgo, he is doing everything in this team. It's like one person is playing.
Exactly, you can see here, they know what they're doing in the box, they know what they need to do to score goals, he's effective going forward, and then in defence, we've all seen how good it is this weekend.
They just seem like they complement each other so well, don't they, for Team Heretics? And the thing that's so good about them as well, FIFA 22 hit the ground, Team Heretics announced themselves, they announced their roster, and all they've done is just grind and grind and grind and grind. They live in the same house in Madrid with their coach Edu, and they live, they breathe, they dream about tournaments like this.
Yeah, absolutely. The interesting thing is, I spoke to Team Heretics backstage. They said they've only played, you were there, so I've got a witness, I'm not just lying here. They said they've only played about 6 or 7 best of twos together, building up to the Team of the Season Cup, with how busy their individual schedules have been with La Liga and the E-Champions League qualifying campaign. They've not played that much together, but they mould and they mesh together so well. What forms such a great team.
I've got one answer for it, Buckley. I think they've cloned it. I think there's 2 clones playing right there. It's the only explanation. They haven't played much 2v2, and in 1v1, they know exactly what to do, and it comes into 2v2. They've got the exact same ideas, the same ways of scoring, same ways of defending, and they're just perfectly in sync. They have to be cloned.
Yeah, they haven't dropped a single game of FIFA as well this weekend. They've been so dominant. They've only played 6 games to get to this point. Their opponents, Direwolves, have had to play 10 legs of FIFA. They have had to go through the lower bracket. You teased it yesterday of how long that road would be in the lower bracket. Direwolves, remember, have to force a bracket reset. Rich, tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Because they're the team from the losers bracket, not only do they have to win 2 legs of FIFA, but they have to do it again to force a championship win for Direwolves. It's going to be an incredible final. I cannot wait to get into it.
Well, here we go. 32 arrived here on Friday. Now only 2 remain in the Team of the Season Cup. It's grand final time. It's Team Heretics up against Direwolves. The winner will go down in history as the first 2v2 major champion. $100,000 on the line. Both will be at the FIFAe Club World Cup. How do Direwolves go into this game, Tom? Because they know they must force the bracket reset.
Attack, attack, and attack is what's got them here in the first place. It's how they've been so good, being fearless, trusting their ability, stay with their formation. You know, they've been using the 4-3-2-1, and just to trust themselves, they've got this far doing that, and I think they can go and potentially cause a bracket reset here.
They have to put Team Heretics under pressure. They have to make them feel uncomfortable. We watched them earlier on in the winners bracket final slowly dismantle a Makers Sweden side, just pick them off game after game over the course of the 2 legs. They never looked like they were in the match against this Team Heretics side.
It is a well-oiled machine, this Heretics team, I will say that.
Well, they'll be kicking from left to right in this game. They could have the first real chance in it. Cristiano Ronaldo, little elastico, defended well by the Portuguese national teammate of Cristiano Ronaldo.
Be interested to see how Heretics start as well. The last game we watched for them, they were firing out the blocks.
Last 2 games,
yeah,
against Fnatic as well. They just came out all guns blazing in that first probably 20 minutes. They were 2-0 up against Fnatic, 1-0 up against Makers Sweden.
Direwolves, though, off the back of plenty of games they've had to play here on Championship Sunday, sorry. Do you think it helps them, Tom? They've had to play back-to-back-to-back games, or do you get to a peak? Do you burn out?
No, these two just love playing FIFA together. They won't mind how many games it is. They'll be at it all day. Definitely won't. They don't get fazed by anything, right? We've seen it.
They're used to 20 games a night on clubs together.
Exactly. It's just another day in the office, Buckley.
Well, here's a stat for you, gents. They play 12 legs of FIFA, have Team Heretics. They've lost 1 leg. 1 leg of FIFA. And that was to Crew Esports back in day 1. They don't lose.
They do not lose.
And they manage games so well. Direwolves could do it, though.
Be interested to see if Dire go 1-0 up. You know, we haven't seen Heretics in that situation too many times.
That's where they're vulnerable. If they can go 1-0 down and sort of really put the pressure on this Team Heretics side. Direwolves know exactly what they need to do.
Could be a chance, back to goal, Hullet. One more chance, can't quite find his way around the ball that Team Heretics look to drive forward with R9 Ronaldo. Ball roll back to Mbappe, looking for the first chance. Jude Bellingham able to just about save the day and get possession back.
To me, that looks a little bit rushed. They've not been shooting from those sort of angles, maybe a little bit nervous energy in that Heretics booth.
Do you know something I noticed there, Buckley? I think Dire have been warned on it, the crossing. I saw, I think it was Mark, he switched to the other centre-back really early because we see Heretics have a lot of back post crosses, yeah. And obviously Heretics, they're now...
Pele! Oh! We teased it! What if? What if Direwolves went up by a goal to the goods? Team Heretics have not been unsettled at all across these 3 days. Right now they have been.
And that's where you can get at this Heretics team, by just driving at them with how they defend. They drop off, they give you the space. He's just burst into a little bit of room inside the box and absolutely thundered it into the top corner with a green time shot.
I'll tell you what, that is exactly what this game needed. I think we've seen the script of Heretics going up and holding the game and having really good game management.
It's been ripped up.
It's been ripped up, Buckley. You know how it is. It's gone. We have a game on our hands, should I say.
Well. Direwolves up by a goal to the good. A surprise package of Mark and Mike. How about this one for a stat, gents? This is Mark's first ever FIFA offline LAN event. I know there haven't been many, but I'm talking even in Australia. First offline event, 17 years of age, and he has absolutely loved every single moment of it. Here's Team Heretics now looking for their way back into the game, defended well by Ruben Diaz.
He just doesn't care, though. He doesn't care if he's playing offline. He doesn't care if he's playing online. He just plays FIFA. And that's the big thing for me, where we see him walking around the venue. He's all smiles. He's calm. He's really sort of in the zone. They've come to win. They've not come to get out of the groups or get into a loser's bracket and maybe get top 8 or top 12. They've come for the #1 prize.
Yeah, I think LAN separates a lot of players at that level. You can either shy from this or you can really excel in it, and safe to say Mark is definitely excelling right now.
Well, Direwolves looking for their second chance in a goal. It was Pella that got the first, just 22 minutes into the game. Messi from distance says, why not? When Messi gets onto his left foot, it always does cause a worry or two. Donnarumma able to match that one up, no problem at all. They have played a handful of times, these two teams, on the build-up to this event. Caught up with the coach of Team Heretics, who said they played 2 times on the build-up to this Team of the Season Cup. They both have shared a result in that one. Ball lifted forward. A sort of a bag full of surprises are Direwolves. You never know what you're going to get from them.
There is consistencies to their game, though. It's the formation, the 4-3-2-1. It's the attacking intent that they put on you. And I would say they're really, really clinical. They don't miss a lot of chances.
It's a chance creation they have together. They know exactly what chances to create. They know exactly what runs to make. And what I find interesting as well is that with the 4-3-2-1, they don't change to suit anyone else. They say, this is how we're playing, and you're going to have to deal with it.
And let's be honest, Tom, you could probably speak for yourself, but is it natural to match up with your opponent a lot, or do you always play your own style?
I always match, particularly when I'm outperformed in midfield. If there's 3 set midfielders to 2, I'm always the first to match and go for it. But yeah, they don't care. They're not bothered. They would just say, look, 4-3-2-1, you're going to have to find a way of dealing with us, which I love that attitude. You know, they've come here fearless and getting their rewards for it.
João Cancelo there, just doing an extra shuttle run. Flat on to the total distance covered in this game. Hustling away is Lionel Messi. Little ball roll from Hullet. Direwolves hunting for their second goal to extend the lead here. And now for half-time. It's the perfect start for Mark and Mike here. They know they have to go via the long route if they wish to crown themselves as the Team of the Season Cup champions. You are watching the grand final here. And at the halfway point, Direwolves lead by a goal to the good. Some would argue, Tom, the perfect start for them too.
Yeah, it's exactly what they would have been after. You know, you're forcing the bracket reset. It's going to be a tough ask to do that. The first thing you want to do is make sure you go in at 1-0 up after a half. It's been exactly what Direwolves would have wanted.
Although the possession might only be 1% difference, they've had a lot more opportunities to be on the ball, Rich, and just get popping it around defensively.
Yeah, they certainly have. Team Heretics there in the booth, all eyes focused on the prize at the moment. Find themselves 1-0 down in, I mean, we said it, an unusual situation. They're usually winning games at the halfway point of leg number 1.
And what I find interesting with Heretics is what they said about Direwolves, that they think they're the best team they've played.
Yeah.
It's clearly playing on their mind. They're clearly aware that this team has given them problems, and whether they can solve them is a different question.
I mean, they've barely switched the ball. It was becoming a little bit of a running gag, but that was their #1 out ball. That was their almost safety blanket. Getting cuddled up in the back of the car, they knew exactly what they wanted to do. When that ball's getting pinged from right back to left, right mid to sort of left mid, or right centre back to left mid, that is exactly what they wanted to do. We've not seen that in this first 48 minutes.
I don't think they've been able to really do that, have they? As you rightly said, the script has been ripped up, ball into the box, defended well by Cristiano Ronaldo. But just to allude to Tom's point there, it was on Thursday I went over to the booth of Team Heretics and said, who's one team you think could go the full way? They said Direwolves before a ball was even kicked. 72 hours on, they're in a grand final against them. I mean, I'm going to ask for the lottery numbers next from Team Heretics.
Switch not working there as well. Find that interesting. Probably an aggressive offside trap from Heretics, and it's stopping their switch, and that is the main part of Heretics' gameplay.
But also, maybe putting a little bit more pressure on the fullbacks because of the left forward and the right forward?
Yep, I think the formation... I think we're seeing Heretics come out with back 5 as well, if I can see that right.
And that is an awful timed red finesse shot there from Mbappe. Nevertheless, the idea was there, but easy pickings for Team of the Year, Donnarumma.
And what I've just noticed there is I think they've matched formation
4-3-2-1.
Yeah, Heretics have had to play. And that's what Direwolves do. You have to match them. They're not scared of anyone. They know Heretics played that 5 back really well. And they've said, come on then, you're going to have to match us this time.
And in a match scenario like that, for me, there's only one winner. And it's Direwolves as that ball's whipped into the back post. Big chance, Edwin van der Sar, great save.
Still could be alive though, Richard. R9, how about that one back into the box? A bit audacious from R9 to cross that one in, but...
It's a grand final, not an exhibition match.
Just to emphasise that point, what does that say for Team Heretics there, Tom? Well, they've had to literally, if there was a game plan, it's thrown away. Now we're matched up to our opponent, who we are 1-0 down to.
Yeah, it's going to be a big test for Matthias and Hidalgo because they're used to having things their own way, and now they're being asked to play Direwolves at their own game. Now, I would say that's a difficult task, and I wouldn't do that personally, but, you know, we'll see how it works out for them.
At the moment, all is good for Direwolves. Remember, they have to win this first two-legged game, which would force the bracket reset. Then they'd have to win again over 2 legs. Team Heretics don't have to do that. They only have to win in 1 due to the upper bracket advantage they do have. They've not dropped a game. They've played 4 games less than Direwolves. Some would argue they've made it look easy in the upper bracket. They haven't made it easy in this one, though, Direwolves, for their opponents. $100,000 on the line in the Team of the Season Cup Grand Final. Heretics on the hump for their equaliser. Pull it from distance! Game on!
It's bouncing off R9, that. I think R9 Ronaldo is going to be taking that goal. When you need a slice of fortune, when you need a slice of luck, it will fall your way. I don't know if that's going in. We can see the replay back here, Tom. Talk me through it, because it falls to Hullet. And I think there's a big deflection off R9.
Yeah, I see a deflection there, but I found it interesting. Direwolves have now stopped the cross. Who's it go off? It's one of the two, but there's a deflection there, right? Deflection there. What I found interesting is Direwolves stopped the cross that time, and Heretics got a plan B. They've come inside and worked that in, because they've been crossing a hell of a lot this weekend.
I'll be honest, I don't even think they expected that to go into the back of the net. It was quite an audacious effort from 30+ yards, but nevertheless, it's game on here. 1-1 in our first leg. Nicely done, Direwolves. Ball on referee. No, it says get back up on your feet. In terms of formation and tactics now, do Heretics still stay in that 4-2-3-1, or do they change back?
I think they stay in it for now. I think it's clearly worked for them. They probably had a lot more of the ball last 10-15 minutes. Obviously, goal came with a slice of fortune, but they got in the right positions, and we hadn't seen them in that position too many times.
I mean, what I'm asking is, where's the referee? I'd be calling for a penalty.
So you're asking the right questions.
Collision inside the box. We've seen them given.
We also see the switch being a bit more utilised by Heretics as well. They've had a couple of them come over now.
And that's why they're probably having more success in the game. That is their fundamental #1 ball that they play.
Akimi now, with an audacious whip into CR7, who every single day of the week will put that one on the plate. Reverse elastico, what a save! Edwin van der Sar.
What a piece of play. Again, that cross into the back post. CR7 won the first contact. It's found its way to Ronaldo, then the composure to recycle the ball with the reverse elastico. Good save from van der Sar.
Off the training ground now for Team Heretics. Plays short into R9. Well played by Marquinhos, just patient. However, that could be something they'd live to regret. João Cancelo gives it on a plate to CR7. Disguises the pass well. But there's so many red shirts back there. It's 2 walls of red shirts. They're going to have to find a way to break down. They look for the switch again that time. He's matched up. There could be a chance to break now. Look at the red shirts driving forward. Bottom half of your screen, you have got R9 making a run. Marcelo bombing forward the top corner of your screen. His foot counting item has been incredible this weekend and has allowed players just to have an outlet in these sort of moments. Marcelo scoop turn ball rock. Feeds back to Mbappe. Building now for a deadly chance. Waiting for the perfect time to strike gold. And again, it's patient from Team Heretics as they look to come forward once again. Game sort of now to take a slight turn. Watch that back post. There could be an option there. CR7.
It's always on. It's always on at the back post. Cristiano Ronaldo, it's one of the main reasons he's in the team for Team Heretics.
You can see there again, they're switching for that cross. They're very switched onto it. They know what they're doing. I think it's Mark every time. He goes to drag the right centre-back across to Ronaldo because obviously it's a mismatch against Cancelo at the back post. So yeah, Direwolves doing really well stopping Heretics, one of their main threats.
It's a question for you, Tom. I think it's a couple of times in bracket play over the last 2 days. You were looking for that back post cross a lot. You start CR7 in your team, but I think it was Hakimi that was matching up CR7 again and again and again and again. When does it get to a point where it's like, that's not working now?
Yeah, for me, it's 2 or 3 crosses, and I said to Spen, this can't happen anymore. We're going to have to work it inside. You know, you bank on CR7 making that. If it doesn't happen, you need to be able to switch your plan B very, very quickly.
Well, they'll get one more chance if there is enough time. It's has to go forward for Team Heretics. Sorry. Comeback available for Hakimi. Could be a chance. CR7 in the air. Punched away. Still it could be alive. R9. Scoop turn. Has to remain calm. What's a ball? What? Top quality FIFA that is. For Team Heretics. Last chance of the game. They worked it. They worked it. They worked it. Cut it back into Hullet. They'll lead at the halfway point by 2 goals to 1.
2 things. Firstly, Edwin van der Sar, take a long hard look at yourself, because that, and Marquinhos, there's a mix-up there at the back, but from R9, such good composure. The double scoop turn to then reverse it back inside on the double tap pass.
It's what we call ice right there. You're playing in a Team of the Season Cup 2v2 for $100,000 for the winner, and he's able to do that. He scooped turn once, hasn't rushed the shot, scooped turn again, and he's managed to find the pass back. It's very, very good.
I mean, this is a final where there's $100,000 on the line. The halfway point, Direwolves might have been up by a goal, Richard. Now they're 2-1 down.
Yeah, they find themselves in a really tough position. Team Heretics just do not give up. These two are an incredible team, and second leg sets up beautifully on the palette.
Yeah, well, Tom, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on the commentary booth across all of our games today. Commiserations on the tournament. However, thank you very much for taking up your time to join us on the commentary booth. Hopefully, we'll do more of this very soon. When we get back from the break, you'll be joined by myself and Richard for the second leg of this grand final. Will Team Heretics be crowned Team of the Season Cup champions, or will there be a bracket reset? Direwolves will have to go the long way around here. We'll find out in a few minutes' time.
What's up, guys? How are you guys doing? My name is Dani Visser, professional FIFA player for Team Gullit, and today I'm going to show you how to use the player look as a pro. Okay, so the first topic is from your fullback to your winger. Okay, so let's break down this first clip. At first, you want to learn how to use the player lock, of course. You need to press L3 and R3 at the same time. You want to switch to one of your other players, in this case the winger, and you do that by flicking your right stick to your winger. Let's look at it. We get the ball with the right back. We player lock Mbappe, and then of course the important thing is not to pass it immediately, but to make a run first, because the AI will control the right back, so you don't have to worry about that. Walk into the little space in the middle, because that creates a lot of space for the other players as well. Look at who has a lot of space. In this case, it's the striker. Pass it to your other striker, because that's the easy choice to score a goal and finish it. So the second topic I want to talk about is how to use the player lock in the box. We send our striker on a run, we run with our center mid, and then the second player lock happens. And in this case, our striker is completely covered. The defender is standing in front of him, no space whatsoever, but because of the player lock, we can create the space and score a goal. I hope you guys enjoyed that one. This was Dani Visser with how to use the player lock as a pro. See you soon.
Well, welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup. Live from London, it's grand final time here as we give you part 2 of this storyline. It is between Team Heretics up against Direwolves. It was an action-packed first leg. They went 1 goal up, did Direwolves, the boys from down under. But bouncing back, as always, are the team that have only lost 1 leg across 3 days of FIFA. You join myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley for the call of this game, where we will be crowning our first winner in our 2v2 major here in London. $100,000, that trophy will be lifted, maybe in 20 minutes time, maybe in an hour's time.
Absolutely, as we get back underway, what a moment this potentially could be. The bracket reset could be imminent, or we could be seeing the jubilation coming from Team Heretics.
Which, as we said, just to explain to viewers at home, Direwolves came through the lower bracket. They have to win this first 2-legged game to force a bracket reset, and then they have to do it all again. Team Heretics have the advantage of the upper bracket, where they haven't been down, they haven't lost a 2-legged game across this Team of the Season Cup so far. They can get it done in 2. If the scoreline stays like this, they will be your Team of the Season Cup champions. But I can assure you, this scoreline will not stay like this, as Direwolves are on the hunt to equalise this game as soon as they can. Bellingham, a couple of ball rolls there, and it's Jude Bellingham on the flip side for Team Heretics to get this one back underway. Talk to me about the first leg, Rich, because it was an action-packed first 90 minutes.
It certainly was. Both teams matching each other up in formation. It was Team Heretics bending to the will tactically of Direwolves, but they came out on top with a late winning goal. And Ronaldo being magnificent as ever inside the box to set up a tap-in for his teammate.
Well, into Vieira now, building nicely into Jude Bellingham. Punched in, quite literally, to his central midfielder teammate. What was so impressive is that they weren't afraid to match up Direwolves in that last game. They clearly knew it wasn't going well, Richard. They went from a 5-back to a 4-2-3, on which Direwolves have been known for playing in this tournament. And that was their way back into the tie. What a last-minute goal it was. 90+2. You speak about ice. Thomas Lees said those words. Ice in the veins of Mateus Bonanno and Hidalgo. A lovely goal from R9 into Hullet. That could be the championship winning goal.
It could be. It certainly could be. And they need to break this game down into stages now. The first 15, the next 15, going into half-time. Make sure that you maintain the pressure. You don't become too complacent, because Direwolves are the best attacking team we've seen in this tournament. They will fight all the way to the final whistle.
They're a team that aren't afraid to attack, aren't afraid to throw extra bodies forward. They've had an orthodox style of play, have the two Aussies, Mark and Mike. A team that not many talked about back in day one from the 32, because they weren't a Masters team. They were a team that had to go the long way round in qualification.
Winning the Sydney Open back in December.
Here is Team Heretics there. Mbappe does his best to try and feed the ball into his fellow forward companion R9. Just edging their way into this game. 23 minutes played so far. It just feels like the pressure hasn't got to Team Heretics at all. I mean, even Direwolves this week.
This is either team.
This is the $100,000 game of FIFA. They both seem so calm. Marcelo not hanging about there for Direwolves, trying to drive forward. Marcelo, unbelievable hustle. Very nearly snatches that one out of the hands of Donnarumma.
He thought he was going all the way there for a second. Did Marcelo. Just kept on going, kept on going. In the end, ran into Donnarumma. As you see, another bite of that clock taken out from Team Heretics. The first leg scoreline is enough for them to be crowned champions.
Keep in mind as well, they have just crowned themselves as FIFAe Club World Cup grand finalists, both of these two. That was the reward for the top 2 spots here in the Team of the Season Cup. A fast-track ticket to another 2v2 major tournament. This is nice. Pull it back to goal, 1-9, it's a tap-in, it's too easy! Van der Sar, you said have a look at yourself in leg one. He'll be staring himself down in the mirror after that.
Very, very fortunate, you've got to say. Very, very fortunate. We're going to see the replay back here. CR7 picks it up out wide. A couple of ball rolls just to create a little bit of space. La Criqueta pass straight into Ruud Gullit. The first touch from Ronaldo sort of popped it up. Van der Sar comes, gets nothing on the ball. And Mbappe is not going to score an easier goal in his life with a 2-goal cushion to Team Heretics' advantage. I find it hard to see how this game could potentially swing another way.
A team that have lost one individual leg of FIFA across 12 coming into this one. I mean, make it 13 now. They haven't lost two-legged games. They don't lose individual legs too often either. That game was back in Friday, day one of the tour, where they lost to Crew Esports on one leg. Again, they didn't lose the overall tie. They just seemingly don't lose games. Direwolves need to come out flying now, Rich. If there's any hope or chance, they can bag 2 goals. Hakimi, in it goes. CR7 is there. Van der Sar this time. We're able to get 2 hands on it, but time's running out. 5 minutes away from half-time here.
No, it certainly is. 2 goals needed to swing this game into extra time. Direwolves just really struggling to create. They're going a bit more direct there with R9 Ronaldo, and that could be the key, potentially, just to hit it quick, hit it early in behind, because they're not getting the time to build up. They're not getting the space in around the edge of the box to build up into.
And look, they're going to do this. Game management is probably their middle name for Team Heretics. They've done so well at just finding ways to win through this tournament. Whether it even be penalty shootout, they still find a way to win. They have had a tactical genius behind them as well in Edu, who has been working with them. Again, the storyline for these guys is they have literally been living in Madrid since September last year. Got to remember, Matias Bonanno flew over from Argentina for this new chapter in his life, his new chapter in his FIFA esports career, putting pen to paper with this organisation.
And what a way to repay Team Heretics right here. Matias Bonanno, Hegaldo, 45 minutes away from lifting the inaugural Team of the Season Cup and being $100,000 better off. They look so composed.
Composure from both teams, Richard, has been ridiculous. First offline major in over 2 years. And at times it feels like players just don't feel the pressure.
Every single switch of play, every single minute that's taken off this clock will feel like a mini celebration in the minds of everyone associated with Team Heretics. If they get another goal.
Could be in here, Richard. Mbappe finds to R9. Jude Bellingham just about did enough there. That could have been a very dangerous tackle to make from the English midfielder. The reason why we have described Team Heretics like this, they just don't drop leads like this. It's a 2-goal cushion. We'll need a masterclass, a tactical masterclass from Direwolves. They're able to find a way back. Reversal has to go. Mbappe. Penalty! That's what they needed! A lifeline! In the form of that! A way back into the tie, just maybe! Well, here we go. Can they halve the deficit? Up steps Pele for Direwolves. Down the middle, saved! Chance gone.
Golden opportunity. Went straight down the middle. Team Heretics stood up, brave, strong.
How good have they been from penalties? Their last penalty
Incredible.
shootout, they saved everything.
Mateus in the Champions League. Do you remember? He had a penalty shootout. He won 3-0. Clean sweep on penalties.
Will that give them confidence, though, Direwolves, so they were able to get into a dangerous area? And they were able to bait a tackle out from Marquinhos on that occasion. Back to goal, Pele. Direwolves on the hunt still for a way back into this tie. They need 2 goals before they can even think about forcing a bracket reset. 30 minutes away, you're absolutely right, Richard. Every single minute that goes down will give them confidence. They're on their way to a major victory.
If there's any team who's capable of turning it around, though, it is Direwolves.
The running race for Mbappe. He's past the defender. Ball roll, scoop turn, finds R9. Have they just delayed it maybe a bit too much there? Pele can't turn. Ruben Dias able to get in the way. 25 minutes away from lifting the trophy here in London. Our team, Heretics, are they about to be $100,000 richer to write their name in the history book as the first EA Major 2v2 champions? An esports organisation that was formed only last summer. It's their debut season in FIFA esports. And what a debut season this could honestly be for them. Hakimi will happily do this. It's just taken about another 2.5 minutes out of the game.
We saw how drastic they were to turn over possession. They were going to ground, giving away fouls.
He's out of position.
Look at Messi. He's the man who's got the space.
Pele. Can he be the hero? The provider. The ball across the box, R9. Ruben Dias proving his worth once again.
Just can't quite get that extra pass off, and you see the back post, it's glaring Direwolves right in the face.
They're happy to do this. Try their best to take more minutes out of the game. It didn't work out on that occasion. We'll go into a pause now. This is their last chance to come up with a plan, Richard, if there's any for Direwolves.
You should throw everything at it. You throw every single body forward. As you see, Heretics deep in conversation there.
You have to paint the picture, though, to those at home. This has been a long time waiting for tournament such as this. Be back at LAN, a $500,000 FIFA tournament. Team Heretics formed just last September. First team they've ever had in FIFA esports. 2 players that they picked up, Hidalgo. They're able to accommodate that man on your screen, Matias Bonano, flying over from Argentina for a new life in Spain.
He was the best player on the planet in FIFA 21, Matias Bonano.
And what was the question mark over him, Richard, for so long? Could he do it in Europe? Could he do it on the big stage? Well, Team Heretics might have just done that. 3-goal cushion. It's the dream team.
All smiles. They know how big that 3-goal cushion is. Edu's not even blinked.
Well, I've called him all weekend the calmest coach in FIFA esports. Credit where it's due to what has been just a dream team. The investment made by these players, the commitment to the game.
It's because they've got a game plan, and every single matchup they've executed it to perfection. They know exactly what they need to do, and they go out on the pitch and perform it to the note.
Another block at the back, Hakimi this time. They are just on the same wavelength. What a 2 weeks this has been as well for Matias Bonano. E-Champions League grand finalist, but more of all, potentially Team of the Season Cup champion. And the great example as well, Hidalgo, deserves all the credit in the world. Look at his portfolio. He's got a top 3 finish in La Liga. Other than that, not many people would have spoken about him.
Unbelievable recruitment. It certainly is from everyone involved at Team Heretics. On the other side of the coin, though, what a performance from Direwolves this weekend as Heretics come forward yet again.
Look,
they've gone above and beyond.
Absolutely, Richard. Look, we're going to see them again. FIFAe Club World Cup, they will be there. They bagged $70,000 and they've wowed everyone here in London and around the world. They are deserved grand finalists and top 2 winners. $70,000 they'll guarantee. If they score now, it'll be nothing more than a consolation. But Mark and Mike just showing the world what can be done and also what Oceania has to offer to the FIFA scene again.
Absolutely, it should be nothing but proud. Everybody from Oceania, everyone across the world. Direwolves came into this tournament as a relative outsider, as a relative underdog. There was murmurings that they were incredible, but no one had seen it. Now every single person in the world knows exactly who and what Direwolves are all about.
Well, on the flip side, they're 2 minutes away from lifting the Team of the Season Cup. A weekend to remember here in London. 32 teams travelled from all around the world. But this team have only lost one individual leg of FIFA. They have been incredible across 7 games of FIFA this weekend. They've travelled from Spain, and they will be your Team of the Season Cup winners in London. It goes to Team Heretics, the trio of Matthias Bonanno, Hidalgo and Edu. It's a dream team.
They came, they saw, and they truly did conquer every single team in front of them. 31 teams came. But that Heretics squad stood well above the rest.
795 days later, that trophy will be lifted once again. From Paris in 2020 to London in 2022. It will be that team and those players that will be lifting that trophy alongside bagging $100,000. We've dreamed of this moment, being back on land, Richard, seeing the best around the world compete. They are your deserved champions.
I've been singing Matthias's praises for over 18 months, and now the world can see what Team Heretics and what a special player Matthias Bonanno really is. Hidalgo, equal in quality. What a performance this weekend.
I was worrying you're tearing up there a little bit for Matthias Bonanno. 4-1 winners in the end. You see the names on that trophy. They will get their names engraved on that as champions. What a recruitment. What a team. What talent Team Heretics really are.
It really doesn't get much better. If you want to see an example of a perfect team, that is it right there in Team Heretics. The coaching, the recruitment, the game plans, the talent, every single box has been ticked. And when people were asking me, who do I think is going to do well? Who do I think is going to win? Everybody who watched Team Heretics said, yeah, they're really, really good. No one's better than them defensively. And what do we always say? Defense wins championships.
Yeah, it really does. Well, look at the bracket run that these guys have been on. They've never thought about dropping down into the loser bracket. They came top of the group in day one. They came into winners bracket, 3-2 winners against Cathay Esports. Beat Ducks Gaming, the game of all games. Beat Fnatic, Texan Diogo 3-2. A massive 2-0 win against Makers Sweden in the upper bracket. Yes, Direwolves came through that lower bracket, and yes, they made it difficult. But there's only one worthy winner here in London. One team that remains. It is Team Heretics that are your champions. 4-1. The first name as Team of the Season Cup champions. A 2v2 major. And again, the investment that's been put in there. Players living in a house. The coach living in a house in Madrid. Since September, they have been grinding, Richard.
Since September, they have been building a game plan to be successful right here, right now. And they've done it. They've won it. They've won the big one. They go now into the Club World Cup full of confidence. Matthias Bonanno, we're going to see him in 4 weeks' time at the Champions League Grand Finals. I wouldn't be surprised if we're here again on another tournament saying he has won at something else. He is so special. And this Team Heretics side deserve all the plaudits they deserve.
Well, look, Rich, you're going to be happy because you're going to be seeing a lot more of Matthias Bonanno.
I am.
Over the next few months. It's been an absolute pleasure providing the coverage of this one. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley. We're heading over to Mike LaBelle now to break down some of the best moments from our championship winning team.
Do we have analysis? Of course we do, presented by PlayStation Tournaments as always. And we have to review, in my opinion, the goal that turned everything in this finale. And it was quite the finale. And it's a combination of the composure, the sheer skill, decision-making, game management. You can insert so many superlatives. You got the back post, always been part of their game plan with these crosses. You see there's 2 minutes remaining. The clock is ticking down, and this is where it gets special. You make the extra pass, one skill move, a second skill move, then you're gonna have a mid-cancellation into a double tap pass where you have Rude Hullet converting on the back end, and it's gorgeous, and just to have that awareness is so impressive, and it was something that they've been so consistent with. They saw out the close games, they had the bigger spreads, they were dominant in the final, and they definitely deserve it. That's the analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments. It's been a pleasure. I'm glad that we got to be here. Congratulations to Team Heretics, and I know that they're sitting down there, or they're standing down there. They're on the pitch with Rachel and Kyle.
Thank you so much, Mike Lavelle, for our last analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments. Yes, Team Heretics are down here right now. They are your champions, of course, for the Team of the Season Cup 2022, our first ever 2v2 major tournament. Matías Bonanno, Hidalgo, please describe to me this moment and what it means to become champions and take home $100,000.
Describe el momento de ganar eso, el campeonato, primer 2 contra 2 y llevar para casa $100,000.
Bueno, la verdad que estamos súper contentos. No nos esperábamos al principio del torneo quizás y en la preparación no tuvimos tanto tiempo. Yo he tenido la Champions y he tenido que viajar a Suecia y no hemos tenido prácticamente preparación. Y los momentos que preparamos realmente nos había ido bastante mal. Llegamos con poca confianza, pero fuimos de menos a más y bueno, la confianza la verdad que subió muchísimo.
No, you know, I can hardly believe it. We came here without much preparation at all. I was busy away in Switzerland. I was playing the Champions League, so we didn't get a chance to get together and really come here with huge confidence. But you know, we started to grow in confidence as the tournament progressed. We went from small to big, if you like. We grew in the tournament, grew into it. So yeah, can't believe it, but fantastic.
Every single time that I've managed to speak to you after a great win, I've seen the smiles grow and grow. Was the belief always there that you could go on to be champions?
Que después de cada entrevista, después de cada victoria, las sonrisas se ponían más largas, más grandes en la cara. Siempre existía la ilusión y siempre creías que era posible que ganar el trofeo.
Sí, a ver, al final el objetivo que tenemos Heretics y nosotros siempre es ganar. Hemos trabajado mucho durante todo el año. Este era uno de los torneos que más ilusión teníamos los dos, porque al fin y al cabo habíamos sido elegidos equipos máster y eso también, quieras que no, conlleva una responsabilidad. Y sí, fuimos entrenando y nuestro objetivo era ganarla. Así que,
yeah, I mean, we came here with the objective, we wanted to win it. We came here to try and win, you know. We've worked hard all season for something like this, and we had the real honour of being in the kind of masters bracket, if you like, from the word go. So that brings with it great responsibility. So yeah, we were going for it, and we were always determined, and we did have that self-belief, yeah.
Well, you're undefeated, of course, guys. Your 7th and final win was to the Direwolves there, 4-1. Let's have a quick look at the highlights from your final matchup, the grand final, where it all went down.
Mejores momentos. Después de haber perdido 1-0.
Now, watching these guys, I mean, this matchup, Direwolves have been incredible throughout the day in that losers bracket. Was there any point that you thought when you 1-0 down, this might not go your way, they might see a bracket reset?
Después del gran rendimiento de Direwolves en la parte de perdedores, perdiendo 0-1, existe un momento de duda que pensaba que, mira, igual lo tenemos complicado, igual perdemos. ¿Cómo era la mentalidad?
Bueno, arrancamos 0-1 como vos decías y nada, o sea, arrancamos mal tácticamente, al igual que el anterior partido. Y con un cambio táctico ya después se nos hizo bastante más fácil el partido de lo que venía siendo, venían siendo superiores ellos hasta ese momento y después desde ahí la verdad que nos sentimos dueños del partido y pudimos manejar a lo que quisimos, digamos, o sea, los tiempos del partido.
No, I suppose you never give up, but yeah, I think again, like in previous game, we'd got it wrong tactically from the word go, but as soon as we switched things a little bit, I felt that we were kind of owning the game a little bit from that moment on. We got back into it, we scored, and then I felt, you know, that confidence started to flow.
Well, the confidence has been there, hasn't it? Throughout these 3 days, guys. I mean, you've done it. 7 matches, 7 wins, 32 teams started. You defeated 31 of them. Carl Walker, all that is left to do is take Team Heretics down to the trophy, Matías Bonanno and Hidalgo, and let you guys lift that trophy. You are the Team of the Season Cup Champions 2022. You take home $100,000. Of course, you qualify for the FIFAe Club World Cup as well. What a weekend it has been. Team Heretics are your champions. Team of the Season Cup, the biggest 2v2 FIFA event we've had so far this season. It wasn't obviously just our 2 team members there, Matías Bonanno and Hidalgo. The entire team here at Team Heretics made this happen. They came here wanting a title. They go home victorious for $100,000 US. They are the best 2v2 FIFA bearing on the planet. They have come all the way from Spain via South America to conquer this. What a moment for these two young chaps. They're going to have such an awesome career here. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. We hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. Goodbye, good night, stay safe.
Oh, nice. Someone catch. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right.